There's way too many. The Hydras can't shoot through that much, and there's no artillery anymore to bring down the Mine Tyrant. Now while Fox types his essay, Smarty writes his ticket straight into the Battlements stage. Great targeting from Kenoli. I think he's just going to finish this game, finish the series, and GG has to be called out, flanked, outsmarted, as AOT overstepped his bounds. All those Izira cores are getting shredded. Still 3 Lake is left to go, but he calls GG, can't handle it. We got 3 more coming, but that pylon could go down, and with it all 3 Stargates depowered, I think that's it, man. Shopkeeper done. The glassing will continue until the series improves. ArbuzBudesh will make it into the Battlements stage. try for a combined arms attack, and that exposed phalanx is not going to be alive for long. We've got one more. It's not in siege mode. Another one in the back. Deploying a little bit too late. The Madrigal's no longer in their anti-air mode to try to deal with the ground army, but more units are coming on in. Can Ayud hold? I think the answer is no, as his last phalanx crumbles and the anti-air is eviscerated. Ayud will stand to the last man, but he knows when he's been toasted, and Hamster takes the series. Neblime with the detection is going to be more than happy to deal with that last Lakis. He doesn't really have the firepower to deal with that one on the top, it doesn't feel like, but no, Hamster calls it. He sees the detection. He sees what Neblime is able to do. It's over. You can see the pylon will most likely be the target. There's another one there to try and deal with it, but I do think that this is, unfortunately, for Neblime, where we are going to see his run end. Unceremonious execution. Ayud, the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is I, Pronogo, bringing you yet another day of the Battlements stage. And after that kind of intro, I hope you are all just as pumped as I am to see what is around the corner here, because we've got 3 more groups, 3 more first and second places to decide the throne room stage participants, and 3 more unlucky fellas that are gonna be saying goodbye to the Acropolis earlier than they want. Up first, of course, is a very exciting group. In fact, it really feels like all these groups have their moments, have their narratives, but Group D, to me, looks like a very solid one to start off, and perhaps what will be our most competitive group so far. I am seeing shades of competition for that first place slot. In fact, for the first time so far, the first seed player may not exit in first place. The Battlements Lord, known as Hamster, made it to 3rd place in Acropolis number 2. But now, I feel like he might be destined for a 2nd place exit to Acropolis Battlement stages in a row. That's right, last Acropolis he was bested by Top Ramen, dropping a few too many games before beating Jack in the head-to-head ZVZ. Well, times have changed. Jack Yelansky aced his group except for one loss to Doglived yesterday, towards the tail end of the day. But Hamster might not be able to repeat that. Hamster might not be a first-place Zerg exit, unlike our previous groups, our previous day of groups. ArbuzBudesh looks like he is on a very different level, and he only had to prepare for one matchup. And AOT had to qualify here just to get to the point where he was ready to play. He had to get here through ZVZ in that lower bracket and ZVP in the upper bracket, which obviously didn't work out as well as he wants, but he studied the Jack Yelansky path. I think he'll be a different beast now that we exit the qualification series and get in to the Battlements stage. So let's talk a little bit about Art of Turtle. Let's talk about the most veteran North American player that we have. Not for Cosmonarchy specifically, but for all of Starcraft, let's be real. This guy has been around for a very long time, and we appreciate those Brood War converts. Doglived being another one of them, unfortunately, was dismissed after a tight set of games earlier today. And so, that's just something that I think about. You see, that's just something that I wonder about. The deeper we end up getting to the series, the deeper in the Battlement stage that we end up going, how far are our Brood War veterans going to be? And while Art of Turtle looks like he might be the weakest member of this group, has he prepared enough? in preparation for the Titans he must face. ArbuzBudesh, another player who, well, doesn't necessarily hail from StarCraft 1, but he is certainly a guy who's been playing a lot of RTS down the years. His first real competitive 1v1 title, if you're really honest about it, is Cosmonarchy. He doesn't play a lot of 1v1 in other games, but he really enjoys it in Cosmonarchy, it seems. I see him asking for games, grinding out matches when he's not working, and so that to me tells me, you know, he's gotten bitten by the bug. He's enjoying it. He's enjoying it. Been around for a while. This is his first ever Acropolis appearance. That may surprise some people because he's been around long enough. However, ArbuzBudesh was a player who did not make it out of the upper bracket or the lower bracket of Gauntlet Stage A back in Acropolis 2, and he did not participate in the second one. So, you know, we missed out on some Protoss action in the last Acropolis, but Neblime got all the way to the grand finals. We'll see. We'll see. I think Arbuz is a lock for either second place or first place. And that might seem like sacrilege. I know we got a lot of Zerg enjoyers in the chat, but some Protoss fans too. Let's talk a little bit about Hamster. He is a player who, for my money, embodies chaos style. He will always go for the cinematic finish whenever possible. He'll grind out plenty of matches in practice, but he really likes to play to his own personal, I won't even call them strengths, just his own personal preferences. This man prefers to play different styles every game so long as he can deliver good games. That's what really satisfies him. And so I respect that on a level that's hard to respect. It's hard to match that level of passion for good screenshot fodder and good, you know, clip highlight reel fodder. No. Hamster is just a different guy, you know? I used to say that Hamster is what Jack Yelansky wants to be, but after Jack and Krankendow exit in first place in their groups yesterday, Hamster has a big task ahead of him to show that he won't falter versus a canny ZVZ player in Art of Turtle, and he won't falter when it comes to that PVZ from Arbuz. That's something that you gotta watch out for. Now, obviously, Hamster has been proclaimed by none other than Krankendow to be cracked at ZVZ. Maybe I'm over-egging the pudding, and he'll just coast through here no problem whatsoever. But there's a little bit of a wrinkle here. Hamster, as the Battlements Lord, has dictated he will face ArbuzBudesh in the first map. He is not letting the peasants clash among themselves, and Arbuz selects Kingwa Valley to start us off. So that's our first matchup. That's a little bit of intel for us. And I think it's probably a good idea to start asking our homies if they're interested in a little bit of an interview. So I'm going to ask Art of Turtle if he is ready to come on the mic, and if so, we will hear from him very shortly. But give it up for these guys, because they are going to be gaming for your entertainment, whether or not we have a proxy hatch coming. No, whether or not we have first place or second place or even third place for any of these guys. Well, 2 out of 3 of them are here to talk to us. So let's hear him. Art of Turtle, you're on the mic. How are you doing, my friend? Hey, so far so good. My voice is holding. Don't know how, but we've got another 9 hours of Cosmonarchy to bring you, so I'm very much interested in it. Now, I know you were in the chat for a good amount of day 1, and I also know you were taking notes about Jack Yelansky. That, plus a little bit of practice versus some of the players in the server earlier today. Are you feeling as good as you can for this particular series, this Battlements group stage, or how are your mental games sort of assessing what's going on here in Group D?
By watching much of what Jack Yelansky and Krankendow can do, I am hyped up to play in this series. So I'm looking to take games off of both these guys. I'm looking to take it into a later portion of the game. I'm definitely feeling very confident as we move into the stage. Unfortunately, got to sit out to the sideline. You know, after my pre-workout sort of kicked in. Got to sit here and scratch away while these guys duke it out.
That's right. You're not in the first round here of games. You're actually going to have to sit this one out, which is an interesting wrinkle. And I was talking a little bit. You said that you're just going to force confidence out. That's the answer we missed because of a bit of a production snafu on my part. But you said you're going to force confidence out this whole way through in the opening, and then you were saying ZVZ is going to be difficult, but at least you'll get a chance to get a bead on how Hamster is playing as he's going to face off against Arbuz. And of course, you know, we're talking a little bit here about all of the different I would say the different matchups that you've had to think about, because now you have to think about the Z-Mirror and ZVP, but Arbuz, he really only had to practice for y'all. He only had to practice for Zerg. So how are you feeling about playing against him? Have you had much time to practice against somebody like Arbuz?
I've had a couple of matches with Shambler. I've had a chance to play more with Doglived. Definitely been grind fests, and as I kind of worked my way through the early game, but watching through what Jackie was able to do in the early game and work his way into that mid game, I'm looking to kind of reproduce those types of results as well too.
It will definitely be an interesting round because obviously Jack had a very nice set of practice against Protoss. We didn't really get to see much PvZ when it came to Group A, but we did see a good amount versus Terran, so maybe Krankendow will also give you a couple of ideas, assuming you're able to make it deep in. One of the things that I neglected to mention, and I'll bring it up now, your career, if we want to call it that, your stint with Cosmonarchy, you have never missed a Throne Room stage. The first 2 Acropolises you made it through, even though you had to get out in second place. Everybody remembers the OG Night Fox crash out, which was after you beat him in a 3-game set ZVZ. That was, of course, after Shambler 4-0'd. So that was Acropolis number 2. But going into even way back when we started off with Acropolis 1 and you participated in all of those invitational events, those one-offs, you've had a lot of practice and you've played for a good while. But obviously, I know you also play Brood War. You play a little bit of a bunch of different RTS games at that point. So how are you feeling about your specifically like the Cosmonarchy practice, the compositions, the sort of like understanding of the game state? Do you think you were able to drill enough before this to really feel like, okay, even if the game goes a bit longer, I can still come up with an answer? I still kind of know a bit of a flow chart even?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been definitely studying a lot of the unit compositions overall. I think something that's you're probably going to see within the next, I don't know, 2 or 3 groups. You're going to see the Kagrilus start to make its appearance.
Yes.
I have a feeling that it's an underused unit. It has a lot of devastation that can happen in any point of the game, and so when we start working into those tier 2 games, I'd be surprised if any of the Zergs don't look to utilize that type of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time, that's for sure. My main thought process behind it is the Kagrilus obviously has the option to spread that plague, get those debuffs, and I was really surprised that Jack didn't field it in Crisis Vector when he was up against the Shambler. That was a pretty hype match, of course, ZVP. But I do agree with what you're saying. I feel like if, as long as you can keep those guys in position, you don't get flanked, you don't get sniped even by something later on, there's a really strong chance for you to be able to liquefy the front line. So interesting that you're already thinking about some of the tier 2 compositions, tier 2 options. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing those. Your first matchup will be against the winner of this opening, which is either going to be Arbuz if Protoss is OP indeed, or it'll be Hamster if he's just going to chaos style his way through. Are you hoping to face one more than the other in your opening match?
I'm actually looking to get more of a piece of Hamster. He's going to be considered the king of the group.
Okay.
Right now, I'm already seeing guys predicting 0-4 out of me, and I'm fine with that because it turns me into a little bit of the underdog, and I understand that I'm coming from that position as well too. So, when it comes down to the competition, it comes down to the actual tournament itself. That's when the real pressure kicks in. It's no longer practice. It's going to be all about how you can keep your nerves in this game.
That's right. Hey, I think we've seen people play just a little bit under their level, or sometimes even more so, more than just a little bit under their level already in the tournament. I was saying this last, yesterday during the first day, I was thinking this is the closest we have right now, and eventually maybe we'll get all the way there. But this is the closest we have to a stage game. You got people in the chat watching. There's like between 30 and 50 concurrents sometimes when we're peaking up. We got people chatting up, the whole community obviously giving their share, and everybody who's playing this is obviously invested in that community. They send the messages in the server. They get those games played. That's just kind of the nature of the smaller community we've built here. And so I feel like based on that, there might actually be a little bit of that pressure and a little bit of those nerves where you don't want to be, faltering in any game, but you especially don't want to falter in a game that's being broadcast to the community that everybody's reacting to live. Like, it was already in one of our players' heads. It was Godwheat who said, like I flubbed something and instantly thought the chat's roasting me right now. Like, that's actually in people's minds, and so it's interesting. I know you've got some familiarity with this from Brood War anyway, but do you think that that's prepared you a little bit for those nerves to keep everything under control?
With the experience that I've had playing throughout the years, which, by the way, I want to make the correction real quick. Hit 'em Up is actually the most senior Brood War playing player
fair enough.
That's come up through here. He's even before 2002, so even though I have been around since closer to 2010, 2009, in terms of broadcast games, he's had the much higher quality of the broadcast, although I've been in many of the lower leagues and plenty of things casted to the point where those types of things don't necessarily bring my nerves down. So I'm definitely feeling confident when I'm not gonna worry about what the chat is saying when they say, "Hey, he made this mistake," or he's looking at this. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to play the game that's right in front of me. I'll go back and look at that stuff later, but definitely not something that I feel is going to make that big of a difference in my gameplay.
All right. Well, hey, I'm happy to hear it, and I very much am looking forward to the games. I know you only really had the one chance in the last gauntlet, and obviously Doglived had gotten the better you with build orders, but it was pretty comfy to get there from the lower bracket, and so happy to see you make to another Acropolis main stage. If you end up upsetting the odds, and you said you were coming in from the underdog position, if you end up getting to yet another throne room stage, I think people are going to have to stop picking against you. I think people are going to have to be like, listen, dude, he makes it out somehow. So let's see. Let's see if, some people are worried about Zerg being OP actually instead of Protoss. Maybe they're right. Let's see if you can prove it. And with that said, if you have any final words for us, the floor is yours.
If you throw that Gamba up, it gives people that chance to feel validated. Hope one of your mods can figure that out for Twitch. But anyways, looking forward to playing through this tournament again. I'm glad to see many of these players, especially any of the new ones, come in. Mm-hmm. Please continue to practice, continue to build up, continue to get better. And good luck to everyone playing.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. All right, with all that said, I am very pleased to give you a wish of good luck and, of course, of having fun. And I'll slot you into one of the voice channels in case I need to grab your POV in the middle of a match. We'll deal with that if the opportunity shows itself. But if you don't mind just sticking it out there for a bit, I will see you for maybe an exit interview if you're interested. And good luck.
Thank you, Prep.
Now I will, of course, extend an invitation to ArbuzBudesh to see if he himself is ready, is prepared. And of course he is. Let's get the man a nice welcome. Hello, Arbuz, my favorite Greek, I mean Ukrainian. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Having any good times in these practice matches, in the build up to this here tourney? One of the things I've absolutely thought of myself is the fact that I feel like you've been able to practice really well and get yourself to a better position than the tribunal stage, where obviously Crank got the better of you in the qualification. But is Hamster a different beast entirely? What are your odds in this group, you think?
50-50. Like, I played Hamster and Crank a lot at my practice games, and it's really swingy. On one day, I win like most games against Crank and Hamster, and next day Hamster Crank play against me and I don't get any maps out of them. So it's kind of 50-50. It's gonna be either really good or like complete disaster. So I guess we'll have to see which one way it will go right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, hey, I am thinking right now, really, I think the biggest thing I'm thinking about is how this group feels like it is a bit on the top-heavy side. AOT, I do think he'll give a good accounting of himself, but it feels like a stacked odds for him to try to get out. I really think that you have a solid chance, even if it's not majority chance, even if it is at best 50-50, as you're saying, to make it out even in first place here over Hamster. But have you prepared much or thought much about going up against AOT? Do you know anything about his style? Have you watched any of his games? Or are you just kind of overlooking him in that sense? Just kind of like, oh, he's not as high level?
I played him a while ago, so I don't really remember his style. and I don't really remember his style from like the games I watched. I remember there is some quirks to it, which I do remember in back of my head. So I don't did any specific preparations for him specifically, but like I still cannot get really complacent around him. Because I remember even a while ago he took some gaze of me off like some zergy nasty stuff. So I have to watch out for that stuff. It's not completely safe for me, because if I'll get complacent I might drop out.
Fair enough, fair enough. Don't want to overlook the potential. So we'll have to wait and see. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to this opening match. You were selected by Hamster as his first opponent. He had the opportunity to put you against AOT and just watch, but he wants to get in. Does that tell you anything about his mental? Are you maybe a bit surprised to see that he used his privilege to single you out, or is that just kind of par for the course?
I think he's just like me. He just wants to get into it, just like start duking it out. Like probably both of us are anxious to some degree. So once you start playing, it just like goes away.
All right, fair enough. And so that favors you as well. Then you're feeling like, yeah, good. I'm gonna play opening, and I might as well start it off with against the hardest opponent so far that we can see in this particular group. Even AOT saying he's going to be the king of the group, the guy who everybody wants to take a piece of. So that's actually favorable for you?
I wouldn't say it's favorable or unfavorable. I think it's like neutral.
Okay. So kind of a neutral thing for both of you then. With that said, you pick Kingwa Valley. Obviously, you don't have to give away any particular strats, but are you particularly confident in this pick, or is it kind of just a middle-of-the-road map that you figured why not start on? Any words you want to share about why you selected that map?
I mostly selected it because it's middle-of-the-road map. There is some ideas I had, but like I think it's better just, get a feel.
Right. Wait until later. If you have any particular pocket picks, so to speak, that you're going to pick that's going to be a cute strategy you can do, you're going to save that for if you actually need them or if the opportunity does present itself. Fair enough. Well, Arbuz, if you win this, you'll be going up against AOT. If you lose this, you'll have to wait until whatever the result of the next match is. So I wish you luck. If you have any final words, feel free to share them with us now before I sort you into one of those channels and ask you to stream if we get a hash.
Not really. So, just good luck to everyone.
All right, and I meant to say this earlier, but I believe you pronounce it Dobre Wieczór. Good luck, my friend.
Close enough, thank you.
Yeah. Let's get into it, boys. Even I can sort of not really speak Ukrainian. We are moving into our opening match, and that means that we have to get our players in that lobby, bozos. Hey, Hamster is already here. So that's reasonable, actually. So let's get Arbuz in the lobby and wait for them to join us. Kingwa Valley is the map pick. Another Biddy B map. Big thanks to him for submitting it. And there's loads of stuff to talk about here. There's loads of narratives at play with this group. AOT could miss his first throne room. Hamster could once again exit in second place in Battlements and then just inevitably power up to be a god-tier top 4 player. Arbuz, first time showing up in Battlements. He has a bit to prove here, even though lots of people are predicting him to get out either in first or second. Mostly second, I think. Everybody's got the Hamster back. I do feel like overall, this is an opportunity for a lot of people to prove a lot of things. And, I was saying this about Jack Yelansky yesterday. It's either going to be that Jack is able to get a ton of value out of this round and, get out from first place and prove to us that he is good to go and that he is a changed Zerg, that he is an oil man that can just take anything that he wants here and it can, he can go deep in this tournament. Starting off on the right foot with a first place exit to his Battlements group was obviously good. I kind of feel the same way about ArbuzBudesh here, as well as Hamster to some extent, you know what I mean? So we're going to see how that one shakes down. I'm going to ask our players to say when ready, but first I'm actually going to confirm I have the right overlay. Okay, I do. Lovely. We love when I actually planned ahead and used the prep time that I had. So, with all that said, it's just about time to ask our players if they are keen to get this wagon train a-rolling. And let's see if they're ready. Acropolis number 3, Battlements Group D, is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We are starting off our series strong. Let's see what we've got between these two players now that we are in game. Oh, there was no lag. I wonder why Hamster was setting the brain cell count higher. Oh, never mind. There is kind of some lag. But that might be me. I was opening Photoshop in the background. We're all good. We are all good. Here we go, boys. ArbuzBudesh in the top right. This looks to me like it's Neon Carrot, but it was Vivid Orange. He's the Protoss. Bottom left, we've got Hamster, the Periwinkle. No, it was Deep Periwinkle. How was I supposed to know that? Zerg in the bottom left. So, with these particular spawns, and the way that Arbuz was kind of talking, he said that he had some ideas about how he wanted to approach the matchup here and the kinds of things he wanted to focus on. I don't know what those ideas are yet. I am very interested in to see if I can figure anything in particular out about how he has elected to open or about the unit tactics he's going to be going for. That's something that I will definitely share with you guys and let you know all about it. But it is going to be a Larvosc into pool, fairly standard opener here for Hamster, who we're all waiting with bated breath to see if he's going to play to a significantly different degree than we expected, or if it's just going to be exactly what we thought. Hamster clean sweep 4-0. A possibility. As we get into things here, I'll remind you guys that the prize pool for this tournament eclipses $1,000, and while some of that is my money, a decent chunk of it is Neblime and Bitty Bees. Once again, if Neblime does not win first place, he will not make his money back, so he's really investing quite a bit into that. But if you want to keep pumping up the prize pool, or you just want to pay myself and Veek7 for making the game in the first place, you can go to our coffee page, bottom right of the screen, description box, link below the Twitch channel, all that stuff. We appreciate donations. And of course, they'll be shown on screen while we are running the tournament. We've got a Rogue Gallery opener here, interestingly enough, for ArbuzBudesh. So this kind of communicates to me that he's probably thinking about the Kabbalist. Also, it communicates to me a little bit that he might be a little bit of a tricksy player who's been playing mind games, so to speak, because this to me feels like an option. Okay, it's a gateway follow-up. I was going to say if that's another Rogue Gallery, that also factors. But if this is Kabbalist, it is. That makes the most sense. That's the obvious move that you would do if you're worried about, you know, oh, what do I make out of the Rogue Gallery? But he said before that he doesn't think Rogue Gallery is that good. He didn't really stipulate against a certain race or in a certain matchup to my memory. But he has been vocal about how, you know, you don't really make the Rogue Gallery. It's not really the most useful thing. He does need to stop the scout from hitting, but he will not be able to. The Zetracores run in, and he sees the Rogue Gallery spinning. He doesn't stick around long enough to actually see the Kabbalist. Oh, he does. He did just see it. So let's see. I mean, obviously, if it reveals itself with the Kabbalist swipe, that would be one thing. But Hamster is not currently looking at it. Ovaleth already started. Zork's Shroud already started as well. This is going to be a tight situation for Hamster to deal with, because the Kabbalist will eventually make it in to the base, and he doesn't have a crazy amount of defense, but the quas count should be enough to focus down the Kabbalist, or maybe even body block it on the ramp. Let's see what his movement is like. And if that Ovaleth hatches in time, which it will actually, I'm very surprised. That scout ended up being so impactful. Oh no! Arbuz drops the first Kabbalist immediately. Didn't even get a chance to kill that Droleth. Well, the expansion timings are going to be pretty similar across the way. A Vagrant on the way, so he's still going to be leveraging that Rogue Gallery. Not a total bust, not an entirely paperweight structure. And it looks like, I think that was an Eskagant that got canceled. I'm not really quite sure what's up with that. But Kagrant by the front line, and yeah, okay. he confused his workers and also confused me. So it's Zealot Ecclesiast Vagrant moving through to try to take center stage here for our orange Protoss, our vivid orange Protoss. And already some pressure onto the Hacharosk. Unlikely to get too much value here. In fact, he could just end up getting surrounded. So let's see how this battle works out, because this is a very heavy committal, and it feels like maybe it was a mistake already. He could use the Ecclesiast to speed out an escape. He only has one Vagrant coming in to assist. That one Zealot staying alive for a really long time, though, and now it feels like maybe he can go a little bit further on the Anti-Quaz Brigade with the Zeths already taken out. But you can see the Vagrants are being chewed through very quickly indeed. 10 Quaz staying alive. Was it enough to really pressure Hamster? He's already making 4 Droleth in response. It feels like wasn't quite what Arbuz wanted. Couple of Lakes. It does actually send a message that Hamster maybe isn't safe and needs to consider a more defensive posture. But a Quaz drop is already fomenting. Avaleth moving towards the upper area of the map. There is a Warden here, and 6 Quaz I don't think can beat a Warden, especially if Scribes get pulled to sort of assist on that. But we'll see exactly how much damage he can get on the eco side. Second Avaleth already out, just in case more Kabbalist antics happen, because you can, of course, just go ahead and grab another Kabbalist out later on. A couple of ground units intercept that Zeth Scout. Still a bit blind here. A Stargate on the way, so maybe Hamster will be able to scout that out in the middle of his drop attack. Kind of underrated aspect of dropping a Zerg is that you get a chance to then use the Avaleth to do a full scout after the drop happens, so it ends up being pretty potent. Couple Lakes spines revealed. No hull damage taken by the army of ArbuzBudesh. But he is going to wait for some kind of tech to deal with that. And I actually like the idea of the Stargate. I think you can go for something a little bit cheeky with that. He has no units coming out of these production structures. He was saving a little bit to grab that second Stargate. And now, with the Warden already thinning the herd on the Quaz, there's no hope for any eco damage. Some units on the rally are going to go ahead and come on through, but the Avaleth just loads them all up and sends them packing, so no real harm done there. One thing that I don't know if Arbuz does, but is something I can recommend on a mechanical level, is if you just quickly hotkey one of, assign to a bunch of control groups, or at least a control group, all the workers you're pulling from a base, you can just go ahead and recall that once the threat has subsided, and then rally them back, and that way you don't have to worry as much about forgetting that particular option. It's going to be Panoptis out of the first Stargate. Still no detection, although the Bulwark is here, already thinking about that third base, and he's going to go ahead and scout that the attack is starting up over there. Another smaller squad, replete with the Lakizilisks as well. Feels like an option here, but look at that. Arbuz already pulled away just by that first attack there by the third base. His first Panoptis will finish up. His Embassy also finishing up here. He's going to need the Witness to detect, and there it is, immediately queued up. So Arbuz playing to a pretty well, high level right now. And the Nexus does get reestablished. Very quick redo on that Nexus attempt. Obviously, the first one didn't even go down, let alone get canceled, so we don't have to worry about missing money. Hamster only now tying up the worker count, but he hasn't actually tasked them onto the natural. There he is. Arbuz staying ahead of the Protoss, or the Zerg economy, but it's a big drop coming from Hamster, and this is not at all something that Arbuz is thinking is going to happen. His ground army is not in the right position, and all of a sudden, you could see these static defense structures falling immediately. Here we go. What's the reaction time? Immediately pulls them back, but the Panoptis is idle. Workers evacuating, going after the Rogue Gallery. That's probably the least important target here. Might be able to tear a gateway down, which would kneecap the ground army scaling a little bit. Indeed, it will. But doesn't end up getting really hardly any economic damage. I don't know if that was the same amount of impact that Hamster was really truly looking for. The Avaleths don't have anything in them, but now, with the ground army mostly standing its ground by the third base, they can sort of route back over here and try to counter that as the workers reestablish themselves in the main base. Diving onto the pylon, it's gone already, but the Nexus only halfway complete on the shields. Hamster has a sick line of all of these Lakes, but the Panoptis are out, and there's not that much anti-air. We do have some Nathracors, but I feel like that's not nearly enough to clear the Panoptis. No, they're not even going after it, trying to finish the job on the ground army. In the meanwhile, the Nexus is left at about half HP. That's a lot of vitality that's easy to chew on through, only 300 or so HP, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter that much. The ground army for the Protoss might be wiped, but the Panoptises stand absolutely unanswered by the Zerg, and the Nexus will somehow endure. Only Rillarocors left as the last of the Lakes are cleaned up, and apparently the Stargate was a good answer the whole time. maybe this is the idea that the Protoss had for the matchup, and the Nathrakors are going to come in, try to eliminate. He's got to stand his ground. That's a ton of them. No, instead of standing his ground, he's going to fall away, back to the Bulwark, back to the Warden. He's got a land effect queued up on both of them, but the Panoptists are going to finish instead. Oh my god! Look at them go! The anti-air demons, bats out of hell! The Nathrakors wipe the skies clear. Gonna need a nice little flock of Nathrakors to clear that out. But he still wiped out all the Lakes. It was expensive on both sides. We kind of go into a reset where Arbuz has this third base established. There's no such scaling on the economy for Hamster. 4 Ovelets completely empty, completely dry, as Static Defense is warped in at the third base. And the land effects are going to be pocketed for now. We'll see if he still techs back into them as we have Bactals. We've got Lakes. This is a very tight game so far. Zeth Nath. Damn. Terrors of the sky, apparently. An engram already about to finish, though. This composition probably won't be able to accomplish too much. Instead, he's going to drop him up. It'll be a Zeth swarm towards the mineral line here. It's already starting to deplete. This is a map where you need to be a bit ahead on the expansion. Remember, these are 1,500 mineral fields instead of the 2,000. The land effects, surprised. They're going to go ahead and clear out the Nathrakors that are attacking them. And, well, there's a big flock of them, a cloud of them. 7 still alive, and they can be pieced up. You got to watch out for that. But look at that. He leads with 1 to draw the fire, and then the others sick their teeth into it. Even grabbing the witness, courtesy of the detection. But it looks like that attack is going to get cleaned up easily enough, and we have an exemplar out to try to establish surface-to-air dominance. Oh, yeah, it's an exemplar stack indeed. Now, no detection over here. The witness was cleared, but maybe it doesn't matter with that engram just shooting away as best it can. Here's the next witness, but it's revealed by the Oveleth. Oh, barely gets out with its life. That's not the main target, though. You got to clear this front line. A couple exemplars are out. The workers evacuating as the Nexus crumbles. Remember, it was a soft target to begin with. That exemplar has a ton of armor. Bactalisk's not really going to be able to chew through it efficiently. We had more exemplars coming. I don't know quite where they are. Oh, they're only now about to pop. Pylons, a little bit of desperate wall, it feels like, for Arbuz as he drops his first exemplar. And the Horde is back with so many Hydras. GG has to be called. And Hamster just doubles down on the aggression to base. And that is enough for the first Zerg win of the group. And now it's Art of Turtle's turn. Anything but Kingwa Valley is available for him to pick into Monsieur Hamster. Ooh. Love to see it. Lobby is up, and we will get ready for our action. I really like Arbuz's style with the Stargates. It did feel like maybe his ground army was traded a little bit recklessly there to try to stop the Nexus from going down. I think if he had confirmation there was no third base coming, he could have sacked it and kept his ground army alive, and it would have been a very different story because the next attack wouldn't have been nearly as deadly. The Naths couldn't have just run over him with impunity there. A couple of ideas to think about as we get ready for our next game. And our players are already ready, so you know what that means, Freddy. It's time. Getting straight into things here. Art of Turtle is in the bottom left. No longer Japanese violet, he is Arterian purple. Zerg. And in the top right, once again, deep periwinkle, it is Hamster. No 7 pool from him. Or is there? No, he's actually holding his larva. Hold on. Hold on. This man is going to Izzy Rush. I know it. I just know it. The Hydrath Den started. The pool for Turtle. All right, boys. Which wins? Pool or den? I guess we'll find out pretty early here. Neither player really going for the Larvosk yet, but I guess AOT is banking the Vespene for it. He's already got his Kagrant down. So this is a very different style than, obviously, what we saw out of the other Zergs, because we actually didn't see many Zerg mirrors. We saw one yesterday. It was Hit-em-Up's random rolling Zerg against I Am the Wounded God. We've got 4 Izira cores. Hamster has mathed this build out so incredibly well. That is so deadly, dude. That is wild. All right, a couple of Zets are going to go ahead and scout this out. I say a couple as they reveal the glow up that Brainstorm received. A little bit of a laughing face here. But the Izira cores are just going to saunter through just in time to catch the Zets through the brain drain. And when you see this as the Zerg, I think you have to start considering, what do? You've got mobility. You can decide to bank off towards the side. Oh, no! Oh, damn. If he had kept all of those Zets alive from that point onward, he could have just banked over here and then went in for the counterattack, right? And that's absolutely something you can do with the Zets, but only 2 of them, that's a lot easier for the Drolets to deal with. We've got a Circuit about to finish, and we've got Quaz here as well. So maybe the Izira cores won't be able to kill every single worker. If AOT knows to burrow them in the right position, that can also be a good way to defend. The Circuit's showing itself. Very good positioning, but kind of a gap here. If he runs around, you can see the Quaz trying to keep to their maximum range. AOT knows that very, very well. The Zets have not struck yet. And Hamster caught in an awkward position. He has a slight worker edge right now, but that has never stopped AOT before. And while he does clump up a little bit with their Quaz, it feels like he can focus down the Izzies now. 2 of them bruised, 1 of them dead. Sure, he's traded for 2 Quaz, but that's a very winning trade for this pool player. Maybe go after one of these workers on the extremity. Almost gets the kill. Oh, he's so close. He's going to go for it, and he will get that 1 Droleth dead. That keeps it an even game, and AOT, well, he's going to be down by 1 at the next round, but here we actually have Larvosk for both players. Nobody's really in a behind position here, and AOT going for the Zorkish Shroud immediately, calling him out, saying, all right, you want to go Den first versus me? I'm going to hold this cheese, and I'm going to get that Lake is out. That's what I'm guessing it is. It could be Gorg as well. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Very interesting start here. Shroud as well for Hamster, ignoring Pool so far. I don't mind the idea of ignoring Pool, but I will stress that this means that actually making army is expensive. It's expensive for Hamster. Everything out of the Shroud is so much money. And most of the units out of the Den, even if you upgrade it, are a pretty penny as well. I think the cheapest you got, obviously, being either the Izira core or the Hydralisk, but it's 100 minerals or 75-25. Let's see what happens. Chat already recognizing. AOT used to be called Art of Quaz. He went by that cheeky alt ID one time. I really like what he's been able to achieve here, and he's making 1 Lakis, 1 Zorius. Bit of a Hydra stack forming here, but it's pretty slow. I think if you get enough Lakis behind this push, the Quaz can definitely overwhelm this position. If AOT was across the map, he would be in a winning position versus Hamster. Hamster has gone for the more economic build. He's still poking in to see the Quaz count. Surely he recognizes the larva has been spent on that instead of workers. But is he going to be able to defend properly? The move out is here and get right on top of Hamster's Izzy's. Oh, I thought he wouldn't have been able to escape there. 2 more Quaz hits and that Izira core would have died. As of right now, it's a bit of a fool's gold. 2 Lake is out to try to defend. We've got an Ovaleth coming for Hamster, but not for AOT. Spotted the other Izira core. Is he going to over-index on trying to chase it down? We're not sure yet. Pass through the Brain Trust and a Droleth to expand for our underdog Zerg as well. It feels like with the Lake is out, it's really, really difficult for AOT to make his way into the map. But if he can get to this position and descend, that can be a very different look. Suddenly, if you just string a couple units in through here to draw the first round of spines, you can get right on top of that Lake is with a Zorius. Maybe it's a little bit easier for you. But Hamster, he's grabbing a whole boatload of things. Zoryu's Lake is, capping his ridge, grabbing himself probably, I'm guessing, what is going to be another Larvosk, although that could be a defensive structure. And this wounded Iziracore is going to be caught by the Quaz yet again. Might just barely escape once more. This first time with 8 HP, the next time with 12. And, well, AOT's going to sacrifice a couple of Quaz to learn the painful lesson that there are some Lakes down there. He's going to put his own Lakes in position and see what he can make happen. He's got a couple defending in case of a run-by from Hamster, who's making a single Gorg. Do we have any anti-air over here? The Quaz are going to stand by. But 4 Quaz does not beat a Gorg. Bunch more Quaz in the natural can be scrambled if need be. Avaleth pushes in just to see what's going on here. A Vornath Pond for AOT. I actually really like this. If you just grab some Nathracores, you can deny the Gorgocore entirely. And you can also try to pick those detections. Let's see. The Quaz are in this position to deal with this, but AOT needs to clear the position and then burrow. Great move from Art of Turtle. You can see some of them are going to get splashed, though. Some of them are going to get splashed, Art of Turtle. No! 5 kills given up when he didn't need to, and the Gorg will escape with just a little bit of health. Oh, man. I loved the move. I loved the idea, but his SimCity not quite good for a pullout there. Really tactical play from Hamster to target the nearest structure. Now getting a Khazitrit, this position will become a lot harder to attack into for Turtle. But he's come back. Despite the 5 dead workers, he's actually almost even. So it's really worth pointing out that AOT, he's thinking well here. Now, unfortunately, his one lake is going to get punctured. Solid play from Hamster. He's even going to think about pushing forward, and he certainly can do it. Cheeky little Rillarocore. Heckling them, chasing them. Brain Trust going to not quite take any friendly fire from that. Oh, decolliding. Classic move. The Nats are on the hunt, looking for the Gorg. Haven't spotted it just yet. We had another pair made. They're just going to idle in the main base for now. He's actually got 6 of them. And 1 Gorg of his own. A lot of Lake is here for Turtle, but it's going to be a bit difficult for him to actually get through the brain drain with that kind of army. Slowly trickling on through. Hamster trying to take the high ground. Nats are revealing themselves. That's good air control. Also will draw some of the Hydra Fire. But again, the Lake are definitely the big deal here. Ooh, 2 Khazitrit-inspired Lakes holding the front gate, holding the brain drain down. Although there was no anti-air there, so that was an opportunity. That Avaleth revealing. Hamster has to watch out for his Lakes, but he's got his own one in position as well. Definitely a difficult fight for AOT to push up here. He's lost a lot of his artillery. The third base is going down for Hamster meanwhile, and he's making 5 Skithra-cores. Or maybe that's 9. Sometimes it's hard to tell. No, it looks like it's 5. But maybe not. There's the 5. There's 2 more. Okay, it was 9 after all. And the Skits. Oh my god, he's got so many! Well, how do you deal with that, buddy? Certainly not with an Ath Cloud, I'll tell you that much. Powering in on 2 base Skith. That's why he was capping his ridge. There's so damn many of them. 18. And of course, the low HP Gorg is regenerated a bit now. Droleth trying to escape towards the front lines, funnily enough. Just going to go ahead and get bopped. No anti-air here. This feels like maybe it's where AOT's startup on Brainstorm will come to an inglorious end. 20 Skithra-cores. My god, man. He doesn't know that they're burrowed, but otherwise he would just go for it. Here's the Nats. But they're going to disappear like an eraser. It's a death cloud of Skiths. We never see that unit made. But we've seen it 2 groups in a row. Crank versus Wraiths. Now Hamster versus everything. The counterattack is big with Zeths, but we've got to move in on the ground here. More skits rotating in. They're going to clean up the Naths. We got a couple more over here, but there's no reaction in time for AOT in the main. He hasn't even noticed just yet. Now he sees the erasers hit his worker line, and the Naths just disintegrate. Oh, my God. Hamster with a multi-pronged assault, and the Zeths went to 12 o'clock instead of somewhere more useful. That's GG. Hamster's got it. 2-0 start, and Arbuz will have to pick a map. I see the Turtle Bros grieving in the chat. Don't you worry. He'll have another chance. For now, ArbuzBudesh takes back to the stage. He's going to look to deliver a knockout punch to Hamster after that last match. We will go to the next round of play. Nice and early here. So early, in fact, I didn't even have time to grab ourselves the updated overlay. But have no fear. I am a mathematician. ArbuzBudesh rocking out with a very nice color there that I will have to guess in a moment. I'm going to say it is Blood. Blood Protoss in the bottom left. And we've got Hamster in the top right, still rocking Deep Periwinkle. That's his color for the whole round. It's going to be a Lattice opener for Arbuz, but not 6 Lattice. He has made a worker, so this is not Neblime's favorite build. My, oh my. I don't really like this Kagran placement, by the way. This will make mining here and here a little bit awkward. If Hamster doesn't have enough money, we know why. Larvosk open. So Hamster, I mean, he's thrown down the gauntlet. He's said, I'm going to try to do some really non-standard stuff. Throw you off your game. And I think Art of Turtle had an opportunity to move across the map, apply more pressure, stop the economy from growing. But when he didn't, and when Hamster was not punished for being more economic versus a player who is a bit more military focused, I mean, he just had more money, he had more units, he got his positions on the map a lot more consolidated, and AOT couldn't do anything about it. So now we're going back to PvZ. Now we're going back to the asymmetric matchup. And there was some talk about land effects being required, compulsory if you're going to go Stargate. I think that actually one land effect early on in the fight would have shielded a lot of the ground army as well, as, of course, preparing a little bit for the inevitable Nathracor attack. One of the things that I feel like is really interesting, though, is we're still waiting to see what exactly is the move going to be now. It doesn't look like Stargates are even going to be on the money here. Because while 3, 4, no, I'm not quite sure, pool units are out, yeah, the sim is already attacking. I mean, what do you do about that? Do you dare attack it with workers? Harassment is going to happen. The Vassal on the way. He's going to turn it into a Kagran to try to buy a little bit of time, and the Vassal now striking a different target to make things even harder. That's going to be the first target of the Quaz. Good micro from Arbuz so far. Oh, you can tell he's trying to outrun. Oh, the feint. It was good if he doesn't get body blocked there. Instead, he's going to end up getting heckled. The Vassal once again striking. That feels like if he had been able to get the split off, it would have been a very different move. But instead, his first idol has hit the field, and he's got a Zealot and another one coming. That's the wrong icon. I'm going to have to fix that later. Hey, we get to see Delta Catamus's new idol, though. That's cool. We haven't seen that yet in Battlements. Cool guy. Second Lattice on the way. So Hamster lost one worker and had to early make a Kagran, which he's turning into part of his build order anyway, so no worries there. Remember, his minerals are still kind of inefficient, though, so I think any economic damage is multiplied ever so slightly. 1.1x instead of 1. Nexus on the way here. This is not a maximum pressure build. The Zethracore ends up scouting ahead. He's going to burrow the Quaz, and you can see the Zealot. Zealot doesn't trust that. The Zealot's like, wait a second, what? So he's going to group up again. He's going to see some more Quaz. Now, this is a good bait from Hamster, because he's like, look, I only have 6 Quaz. And then he's got 6 more Quaz. But is it still going to be enough? I'm actually not really convinced that Arbuz is going to lose any units here. The Idol's shimmying, shuffling away. No Quaz go down, though, so I guess it ended up working out for Hamster in that way. He keeps his army consolidated. He can spend a little bit less on combat units and a little bit more on workers. But he's choosing to max out on the Quaz right now. An interesting choice. Mass Idol, Mass Zealot. It's Idol, Zealot. That's it. Zorka Shroud finishes up. We are going to need to see some detection to deal with the Lakers, and even once you have that, I don't really know what you make. Embassy on the way, yep. If he had kept the Vassal alive, I feel like he could have scouted out the the Zorka Shroud and then preemptively made the embassy, but instead he kind of has to blind it, and he's going to be happy he did. Arbuz still in a very fine position here so far, up by a decent amount of workers. His Nexus is up sooner. He's going to walk in and see the Quaz, and one of his idols immediately sniped. Nice targeting there from Hamster. I don't know if that was a wounded one or what, but that was a lot of Quaz firing at once anyway. Still trying to commit to this, just to being a little bit ballsy, a little bit brawly. Doesn't have his normal Ecclesiasts for the shield healing, though. And the embassy finishes. The Bulwark is coming online around the Nexus. Now the Witness on the way as well. This does feel like it could be a very deadly timing for Hamster, but the Bulwark will finish before the Zerg units get there. He's only got the 1 Zorus, but it's going to take a long time to break that down. Still, a good number of... Oh, even with the Manifold, hold on. The Zorius is going to die before any Lakas even get their spines loose. And one of them very bruised as well from earlier. He needs to get some static defense down, though. A Warden is going to take 35 seconds to make. It's going to be a very long time before that's up. A Sim is out. Maybe he can start farming that a little bit. The Witness has arrived. No Avaleth here for detection, so Hamster cannot pick it with the Quaz that he's got. He kind of gets lost in the sauce on the Unburrow, though. And look at that. Look at how brilliant Arbuz pounces on the opportunity, and Hamster, maybe not caring too much about his unit positioning, pays for it with a bunch of Quaz and a Lakers. Good damage dealt to the others as well. Hamster went for a round of workers. Now he needs to really start massing up some more combat units, and I don't think Arbuz recognizes just how powerful his position is here, because Hamster spent all of his larva on getting the worker lead on his side. Oh, I hate this SimCity. Zorius or whatever trying to exit here are not going to be able to do it. They'll have to wrap around, take a little bit longer. We'll see if that costs him. Arbuz, instead of trying to press the issue when it comes to his military advantage, despite having detection, despite having a good number of zealots, he's going to go for the Nexus. So he takes a 3rd base. Ties us up worker-wise. We've got 2 Gorgs on the way. Do we have any static defense? 2 Wardens in the mineral line. Stargate Warden, yeah, there's a good amount of defense over here as well. Obviously, versus the Gorg, they're very tanky, but the complexion of the enemy army can kind of be spotted here with a Witness. Going to come on through. I think I saw him clicking on those eggs. He should have seen a Gorg. Yeah, his camera's on here. He sees the first Gorg fly through. He won't see the second, but the Witness will end up leaving. We do have an Avaleth on the way, which I assume he clicked on to see. Is it in here? Yeah, it is. Got a ski backed on the way. Exemplar on the way as well. A Unitary Union. So he's going to go for the Unar. Now, this is a tech that I've seen Arbuz go for a number of times. The lake is coming. Hydrith then just finishes ski back, but does he actually have anything here? The Lakers are going to try to force the issue. Gorgs are here as well to handle this, but Idols can splash, and there's Manifolds to ignore some of the armor. He needs to be able to turn and fight, but he's not quite able to. Falling back to his defenses. There goes the Gorgs, but I think they've done their job. The lake is now going to try to finish it up right here, right now. They have to evacuate, not quite enough to break the position there. Arbuz holds. So 5 Lake is left. Bunch of idle workers here, but the hatch not quite finishing up just in the moment. Arbuz gonna need another structure next to his unitary, I think, but he's got some harvesting going on over here and another artisan on this side. He didn't go very heavy into artisan production, I've noticed. He's got the unitary coming in for a Silience instead. That's an interesting choice. Stargate has been a bit idle. He's made a couple of exemplars. It was a good hold, that's for sure. This push is looking very scary here, though. Tech be damned. It kind of doesn't matter that he's got the unitary out. He only has the one. He's got the one Ascilliant, but it's not a world beater by itself, right? Kind of posturing around with this frontal force. He's got another round coming in as well. Got the Bactylisks descending, and there's so many Lakes where that came from. It feels to me like Hamster's going to make the death push happen. You can see the Exemplar trying to fall back. Man, the Lakes and the Bactylisks are just chewing through everything. The Ascilliant trying to spread what it can. Here's more and more and more Lakes. He's lost pretty much all of his ground army now. Beaten back to his natural. And while the Lakes are coming on through, the Bactylisk timing is really good. He's got a good number of them. They're standing on top of the Lakes, so there's some splash damage being dealt to both of them. But is it going to be enough to really matter? I'm not really sure. And there's more Hydras where that came from. Looks like it was actually a hash, unfortunately, so we will have to redo that one. But I thought it was still... I saw that Arbuz had a lot of money, so I was pretty sure he was out of sync. But I thought maybe that battle would have been synced enough to resolve the game, because it did look like a solid position for Hamster. But we're back. We're back for a redo. So, honestly, Arbuz is probably a little bit happy that we're going back in, because his micro wasn't the best in that opening move. He could have done better in that respect. He was hardcore gaming with the idea of the 6 lattice, or 7 lattice, rather. We'll see if he wants to do the same kind of thing again. Hamster actually going for a tech opening again. Is this the Hydrith opener versus Protoss? Okay, all right. The Weed of God must watch as Hamster attempts his own build. Maybe you'll learn from the master or something. Lattice first, indeed, and then a scout behind it. Arbuz is our Ultramarine Protoss in the top right. Hamster in the bottom left. Midnight Green. So let's see what happened. The hash save, yeah. It's funny that it happened... We had another one happen at the very end of a Shambler Jack game. So it seems like it's a PvZ thing. Because that's the only 2 times we've had that happen so far in the tournament. And of course, the first time it wasn't really consequential. This time it was, unfortunately. But it did look like a position where if Arbuz... I'm trying to shadowbox Arbuz spending all of his money. He probably could have held that and forced Hamster to reconsider. But it's going to be triple Izzy. And then a 4th afterwards. We've got an idol on the way. So it's not going to be the same opening, even though he's using the lattice for it. He's not going to be doing the typical move. I think in this situation, you can see the Warden coming. That makes sense. 35 seconds on that. It'll be up more than plenty of time. But you kind of need a manifold here, I feel like. Because the armor of the Azura Core is going to be pretty potent. Reducing the damage of the idol. It's going to be a sim. So you don't actually have any armor pen here for the idol. So it's actually dealing 2 times 4 damage to the Azura Core. So each attack is going to be 8. It does some splash, but probably not much versus the Izzy. Warden will indeed be done as previously mentioned. And it's going to be idol sim. And then 2 more idols afterwards. Instant split on the sim. No armor pen on that sucker either, so that's another 4 damage. Scribes are going to need to pull away. They can try to drill on top, and that's exactly what Arbuz is going to do. He knows this is an opening gambit that's a little bit low on the economy, but he needed to drill away after that decollision, or maybe try to keep drilling, keep going. Down to 6 workers. Hamster has cheesed him quite a bit. But is it over? I would say not entirely. There's actually not that many combat units coming on the way, so with the one split of the sim, maybe it would have been nice if he had gotten a second one. That would have been one way to get a little bit of free money, effectively. And now he's just going to waypoint units across the map. This is where you start to think about maybe producing sims and vassals in particular. Arbuz had an okay response to that. The Warden ended up being pretty important, dealing almost 300 damage. That's almost enough to kill 2 Iziricors on its own. And now, yeah, what do you do in this situation? It comes down to the micro. Feels like maybe with the splits, you can actually get some really good value here. That idol not going down is huge. Scribe leading the charge, drawing some fire, allowing the sims to get further up. He's got 4 sims from 2. Waiting for the mass. We're going to need some static defense on Hamster's side, and he's going to have to spend all of his larva just to stay alive. We've got 1 Rillerocor group coming. The Iziricors are a problem and need to be dealt with. That's 1 sim going down. The other one not coming, not splitting. Those units should be rallied across the map at this point. Arbuz investing into another sim. His money obviously brought a bit low. Restocking his workers. The Hydra count is enough to force this army back, it feels like, and that might actually be enough for Arbuz to already call it. Yeah, he's going to concede. GG. Didn't feel like he could hold the counter push. I probably would have stayed in just to see if I could have. Just to see if I could have kept making it scrappy. But I respect it. I respect the move. I think he needed to get more splits in that situation. So unfortunately, Arbuz will be dropped in the official match. And Hamster 1 win away now from cleaning house in this group. We have the pick for our 4th match. ZVZ again. AOT going to select Blackwater Bastion. Hamster once again rolling Midnight Green here in the bottom right of Blackwater Bastion. This is Art of Turtle's pick, and he is Tyrian Purple. Liking the darker purple, apparently. He doesn't want Japanese Violet anymore. So it looks like a bit more of a standard opening here, although, maybe not. We have triple gas mining from Hamster again, so I stand corrected. This will be another Hydrith Den. He has officially opened Hydrith Den more than Pool, if this occurs. No, I guess not. This is just his preferred way of harvesting for the Larvosk. Okay. I'm going to take a moment to enjoy a sip of water. But guys, thank you for joining us for another round of Battlements. We've got ourselves plenty of action to come, so it's going to be a good time. So it will be a pool open indeed. No scout from either player just yet. AOT going for his own pool off to the side. One thing that I think you're starting to see players for Cosmonarchy start to do in the same way that we've seen loads of times in high-level Starcraft 1 is they're putting their SimCity such in a way that it specifically stops run-bys and drops from entering into the mineral line for free. So good players are starting to think, what can I do with my structure placement that will really help that? I've noticed it a lot with Zergs and also a lot with Protosses. structure that has the same footprint as the pool for Terran is the star pad, which we might end up seeing. I also have noticed one thing that's pretty clever is when Terrans are putting cestus near the mineral line so that they can have their watchdogs get bonus armor from shooting gorgs and such down. That's pretty neat. Workers obviously will benefit from the armor as well. I think that kind of stuff is pretty cool. So. Very fast Orcish Shroud from Hamster. Right after his pool, he makes a couple of token quas just to stay safe. And he will send one of them to the bottom left, while the Zeths clear the corners nearest to Turtle. One set of Rilla Rocors were made. That's interesting. I can't really say that any of these games have been demonstrably one-sided. I think it was pretty even in our opener. Arbuz had the air dominance for just a moment before getting swept up. And I feel like a couple of changes, not in the strategy, but just in the micro decision-making, could have made the difference there. We think about Brainstorm, AOT's opener. He actually was in a killing position, or at least a position to force Hamster to play from behind, had the opening gone a bit differently. Had he moved across the map, but he stayed put in his location, and from there, it wasn't quite... oh, look at that. Hamster obviously has the win there in the tactical position. His Zethar is stronger. Pay to win. Yeah, the way that I think you think about that particular push, AOT could have maybe claimed victory, or at the very least forced Hamster to respect the military a bit more and not invest so heavily into economy. In that last game, obviously the one that hashed was a bit closer in terms of like it went longer. It went the distance. Hard to say who would have won that. It looked like Hamster was in a winning position. But the official one, we had a really big micro fest where maybe Hamster has a bit of an edge in that particular department. Arbuz was very close to being able to clutch that one out. He just needed to keep his Sims alive and splitting and maybe pick a different set of targets. Maybe one Manifold could have helped them out there. But so far, we haven't had any just super one-sided stomps. There's been agency on both sides. Need an Ovoleth now for AOT, though. The Lakers are starting to leapfrog forward. This is an interesting tactic out of Hamster, but he's got to watch out for his opponent's Lakers. Ay. Here's his own Ovoleth, though. Oh, but the splash damage, the line trace, the Lakers actually ends up clearing one of the opponents. Another one for AOT. He's going to hold despite losing that one. They've traded one for one so far, and the Ovoleth is now transporting one of the two Lakers. Is he going to elevate or no? He's going to borrow the other one at the ramp. Let's see what the reaction here is. There's still no detection out of Turtle, and he hasn't noticed. He has not noticed, but the Gorg is on the other side of the map, causing chaos, slowing him down. Where's the reaction from Turtle? He needs to pay attention to that one. Only Droll that's hatching on the other side. Hold on. AOT lost a lot, but the Quas can clear this, and they will. They'll even clear the Ovoleth afterwards if AOT wants it. You see here, over here on the other side, Hamster was trying to respond to that. Still has a worker advantage so far, but he's had to invest a lot into some kind of reaction, and his natural is completely shut down. Own detection here for Turtle. He's going to go ahead and clear the Lakers, and they didn't have vision up the ramp anymore. So that's a dead Lakers after only 2 spines. The Gorg's still at large. Hamster not quite responding. He's really been forced to respond. His multitasking tested massively here for Turtle, definitely finding a way to even the odds here. Watch your mouth, Jimmy. Not really any armor pen here for Turtle. He's going to have a hard time clawing through the Zorius. Where's his Ovoleth? It's a little bit removed. Does he have anything for drops? It looks like he's set up a Quas drop, but he's not quite activating it yet, pulling the trigger yet. That one Zorius staying alive as well, just a little bit. Sneaking on in, can pressure this hatch. Remember, one of those Zorius is fool's gold. It's very low. Very good concave here for Turtle. He's got so many Quas. Is it going to be enough? The Lakers aren't quite that damaged yet, but the Zorius have fallen. One of them pops. There's not that many more combat units here for Hamster. He's going to have 3 more Lakers to join the one very wounded one that's backed into a corner. I think that was a misclick. Oh, God. And the forward K-Grins as well. Turtle making the most of what might have been a misrally. He's going to go ahead and take over. This is his territory now. Hamster going for a Spraith. I assume the Gorg was cleaned up long ago. The one Zeth up there. No, the Gorg is actually still alive. Could be reactivated at any point. Oh, those spines are brilliant, though. And this feels like it's a lot harder. Has Turtle gotten enough reinforcements? So many more quads streaming across the map. The man's got 43 military units, and I think every single one of them, besides that one Gorgakor, is a Quasilisk. That hatch is going to fall. No economic advantage for Hamster this game. He does have a worker lead, at the very least. That Zorius really needs to stay alive. Oh my god, 2 of the Lakers that he's making are going to get popped here. That was definitely a blunder. And one Lake is just going to move all the way in, forcing the other non-Lakers units for Hamster to fall back and respond to the threat. Where's that Gorg? It's still not quite active. Oh, how many kills can he get? It turns out to be like 4 or 5. There's 2 Lakers still in a defensive position. The Ovaleth's in this spot. For Turtle, he's kind of streaming them in. Sloppy play. Needs to get a couple more in the right spot. And that Droleth is ready if he needs to. Make a K-Grin. He could lift it off with the Ovaleth as well. I'm not quite a fan of this, but he's got 2 of his own Lakers now in the spot. Hamster really under the pump now. He's lost some workers. Great moves, great tactics. That Ovaleth can help clear the Lakers attacking the Circuit. We'll see if Turtle ends up doing that in time. Feels like an unforced error otherwise to lose the asset for free, but he's not quite noticing it yet. There's an Ovaleth here to try to load this up. This is an opportunity. Hamster might be able to stand his ground. The Gorg looking around. Oh, the Zorius getting popped. 2 more Gorgs on the way. There's only the one Spraith. This could be the final move here. Turtle can just ignore most of the army. There's only a couple of quads. You can shrug that Spraith off, or you can use the Ovaleths to clear all the Lakers. 25 kills, dude. There's so much. Another Gorg on the way. There's nothing here for defense. AOT is going to be tested. Does he have the minimap awareness? Because he's missed that transport multiple times. Missed the opportunity to kill it with his own Ovaleth. The Zeth run by is going to go for the workers. Another Gorg swinging on in. The lake is starting to find some fire. Turtle hasn't noticed. He's still not quite reacting. Now he sees. Okay, you got one into me. And his Gorgs are starting to abandon ship. I don't like this move. This feels like an unforced error, but he's not mining at all. The lake is retreating to a more defensive position. He's got the K-Grin if he wants to grab it. He's gotten so close, man. Only 3 skiths on the way. Honestly, 3 Gorgs can deal with 3 skiths. But he needs some kind of anti-air defense, and I don't know if that's what he's going to go for. Showing the Gorgs ahead of time. God damn, son. So close to knocking AOT down a peg. Knocking Hamster down a peg, I should say. But with the detection here, it feels like the lake is. They're getting some free shots that they probably shouldn't be. Skits are attaching themselves to the K-Grin. The outpost is starting to collapse. Mining can resume now. Man, these Gorgs could have ended the game, it feels like. He could have ignored the Spraits, gone after the workers, killed the production. The Larvosks would have been nothing. He could have even popped all the Lakers himself with the Gorgs and then just went in with his own Lakers, right? Am I the only one thinking that maybe the window is closed on our boy Turtle? And we go again. We go longer. buttload of Skithricores being made right now. No anti-air. Vornath it'll be. But we saw this matchup already. You cannot make Nathricores into that. That is not what you must use. An Avaleth moving in. He'll see an intercept. You got to respect this a little bit. Gorg Quaz can deal with Skithricores before a critical mass, before a critical number. Needs to get those Quaz a little bit further forward, though. Should have defended that Gorg a bit better. Does he know? Does he know how the mechanic works? I'm not so sure. Every time the Skith attacks a unit, the projectile deals 1 less damage. So you put the Quaz in front, the Gorg in the back. Bit of a paradox. One Skith gets cleared. Still posturing aggressively. The Gorg's stacking up, taking a lot of damage in the process. It's a projectile that does damage on the front way and the back way, just like the lake is. Goes after one of the Avalets and does kill it. But now we've got the Nats out, and it just feels like this is not going to work out. He's going to have to surround him if he wants to go for something like this. And the Quads are so far away. The Skits using their mobility and their beef. I feel like we're entering into base race territory here. The Skiths are posturing. They're being very aggressive. AOT is going to have to make a decision. Zets have been dispatched to watch out for anything that they can. Find any hidden bases along the way. Turtle's got some Quaz and some Nats. He's going to see if he can't hold them at the pass. Burrow to avoid the pain. Now he's been spotted. The Skiths may have to withdraw. The Quaz having a much better time trading, but only one of the Skits actually goes down so far. There's 11 more where that came from. Still, there's a detection here. I don't know. Turtle might be able to punch through this, but he needs to do so somewhat cost efficiently. His Nats and his Gorgs are clearing the way, paving the way. His one lake is going to move on in and try to kill the workers. Back at home, though, the Hatcherosk is destroyed. The Larvosks are all that stands between AOT and being eliminated. Lake is burrowing on top of Lake is. It's AOT's last stand. The Skits are recalled instead. His final gambit not going to pay off. He'll clear all of the Lakes, but he should have done that when he had all the Gorgs. GG. Hamster 4-0. It might not have been as steady as we thought, but he clean sweeps, and we get set up. A best of 3 between Arbuz and Art of Turtle. And now we go to one of the most storied maps in the tournament already. It'll be Crisis Vector to open up our best of 3 between ArbuzBudesh and Art of Turtle. I said earlier that we haven't seen any truly one-sided games. Even if they've been short, there's been room and play on both sides where it feels like there was a real chance for whoever ended up losing to Hamster to beat him. And none were closer than that game from AOT. One right click away from finishing the match. He'll have to learn fast. A very canny player. Now we get to see if he has what it takes against Protoss. He said earlier he wanted a piece of Hamster. He didn't quite get it. He did not quite get it. But Arbuz, as the challenger, is able to select the next map. And we will go for map number 5, round number 5. Let's see. 'Cause 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 'C Who's going to get to their throne room stage, huh? Will it be Arbuz on his Acropolis debut? Or will it be Art of Turtle? Inseparable. Impossible to separate him from throne room so far. He's Arterian purple, Zerg in the top left, and Arbuz in the bottom right. Ooh. I don't know what this color is. It's like a more faded coyote brown. Maybe it's beaver? Holy moly, I can't believe I guessed that one right. He's our beaver Protoss in the bottom right. I don't know how I got that one. I'm just on one, guys. Just on one. Hamster is kind of good. Shopkeeper Dog knows. Hamster has made it to top 4 so many times now. Go back in the annals of history. He made it to back-to-back grand finals in the Ascension days. He lost to Mystery Meat and he lost to Neblime. And that was it. His only losses in the Acropolis number 2 were to Neblime in the upper final and Ayud in the lower final. So, first and second place, decidedly the third best Cosmonarch in our last season. And here's Arbuz scouting him out. AOT. Gonna have to contend with that Rogue Gallery opener. Pool halfway complete. The Kagra creep towards the ramp. Single Rother pair are going to try to chase down the worker, but a similar build to what Jakulanski was doing then. I wouldn't be surprised if AOT has a 12 Shroud timing planned. Let's see if he knows how to pivot away from it if need be. One thing we heard from our competitors yesterday, most of the games did not quite go to their plan. Adaptation key in Cosmonarchy. Guessing it's going to be another Kabbalist opener here for ArbuzBudesh. There it is. Got some plans, got some ideas. Zethercore is enjoying the overgrown facility. AOT just seeing what the complexion of the enemy army is, but he won't actually be able to scout in there. Arbuz trying to do his best to body block. Oh, look at that! He actually makes it through. Should get tapped one of these Ecclesiasts. Could have maybe bopped one of the scribes, but the Rogue Gallery will be revealed. Though the Kabbalist has already slipped the net, and Avaleth immediately here. And there's the Shroud, by the way. It was at 12, I believe. Zeth's not able to get anything other than scouting done, but that's still valuable intel. And the Avaleth will pop. Not in time to stop the Kabbalist from entering, but enough time to stop it from dealing as much damage. And we can see the difference between the two players. There's the first kill. Should be one more at least. Goes after Arilla Rokor instead. Target selection could have maybe been a little bit better, but Arbuz gets 2 Droleths. Better than he did last time, where it was bopped at the entrance. And now maybe he can find the timing with the Vagrants to move across the map before the Shroud hits. This is not a build that was done by Hamster, so we are going to get a little bit of a different story here. A bar guest on the way for the armor pen, worried about the Shroud units. The Kabbalist did get a pretty deep scout, saw the Shroud complete already, knows that there's going to be some action there. Would not be surprised to see Arbuz go for an embassy as his next investment. Already has his Nexus on the way, so. Options. 6 Quasilisks in an Avaleth moving through the middle of the map. Going to be just barely missing out on that Zealot. Lucy wants the, he wants it over there. He wants the Hatcheros to be moved from here to down there. The Quas are going to be able to come on in, but they will end up being shooed away by the Warden, it feels like. Same kind of thing happened to Hamster, if you recall. And here's a Barghest at the same time. Well, he immediately scoops him up after killing a couple of workers, but there is some damage on the other side. A bit surprising to see 2 workers go down here to the Barghest. It doesn't do the most damage by itself. Oh my god, is he going to drop another one? He does. He does drop another one. Barghest farming over here. Not quite able to escape, though. Still, that's 2 cloaked units that killed multiple workers. 5 workers total. Whether that's exactly what Arbuz was hoping for or not, we're not sure. The Witness moves on through. It will be out of the queue pretty soon. We'll be able to detect the lake is. Bulwark already here as well. Stargate in the natural. Neblime, not happy, but he's also not awake right now. Shopkeeper Dog can't believe the Barghest got kills. So 2 Gorgs are going to come around. There's actually no anti-air here, sans a single Warden. The Scribes are going to be in trouble. And the army very well could move away. Be a rough time if the Vagrants and the Ecclesiasts can't come in to help. The Zealot is out there as like a watchman, and he's screaming at the top of his lungs. At the top of his brain. So there's the stop order. He could move them as well, if he wanted to. Trying to defend. Yeah. Only 4 kills. I guess that's an equalizer. Warden able to help bring one down. Workers can get back to it. Another Warden gets put down in reaction. We've got the 3rd Nexus on the way as well. So that's a possibility. And the Hydra's Den already turning into the ski-backed. Right before our very eyes. There will be another base, though. 3rd base here this time around. Hey, we rarely get to see this map. This part of the map, I should say. 12 o'clock. Or shall I say 1 o'clock for Art of Turtle. 2nd Stargate. I thought maybe the Unitary Union would have been in the sight already, but not where Arbuz wants to go. He's got his Panoptises out. An interesting choice versus the Shroud. I don't hate it, but there's a lot of Hydras out already for AOT. Not as many on the Zorkiz side. Another Gorg. The same one from top right. Swimming on down to see what he can find. Scouts the Stargate. Didn't do that over here. So that's the first Stargate he's actually seeing evidence of yet. Art of Turtle going to come in pretty strong towards the 3rd base. But the ground army is actually catching the lake. This is a big part of the attack, and 2 of them are already cut down. Qua's trying to pressure. By themselves with the Hydras, yes, they can break down the Nexus. By themselves, not so much. Diving onto the army. Oh, another set of units kind of getting harangued over there off to the side. Not ideal, not what you want to see. And the Panoptises make themselves known. The Hydras can definitely fight against that. Oh, I don't know what's going on with those sped up Panoptises, but there's plenty more action where that came from. And Arbuz, he's surrounded now by Hydras on multiple fronts. The Zealot's coming in to help out. Ecclesiast's dying gives that speed boost that he needs, and one more Panoptis still firing from a range. More Zealots where that came from. You might have shellacked a decent amount of workers, but they're fighting back. And it looks like AOT's attack is going to peter out. I think a big portion of why is those Lakes going down. Didn't have the extra 2 to deal with all of those Zealots. This feels like a position of power here for Arbuz. He's going to just consolidate his hold. He's cleared some detection as well. The Avaleth not able to equip the Zerg to deal with the Witness. Pylon out in the middle of nowhere. It's just there as a bit of an outpost, and it will be absorbed. Panoptis once again going down. The Hydras try to snipe it. Trades it for 2 Hydras. Oh, it could have been a 3rd. Pretty cost efficient for the Zerg. Unitary Union now on the way. Remember, we saw an Assilient earlier from Arbuz. So he wants the bouncing to control basically the horde of Zerg that is about to deploy here. And look, the Panoptises are caught in the middle of nowhere. One of them will surely go down. Expensive losses. Hydras are definitely not what you want to be facing when you're going for the Stargate composition. At least not with Panoptises. You can go Exemplar, maybe that's a different story. But saving the money, kind of backing the Hydras into a corner. They can try to brawl out, or they can just try to wiggle their way away towards the Lakes. The Zealots are definitely going to be hard for the Hydras to deal with. Somewhat true in StarCraft 1. Maybe a bit less true in Cosmonarchy to some degree, but with the Ecclesiasts... Well, actually, there are no Ecclesiasts here. It's only Vagrants. I was going to say with the shield restores, it can be pretty difficult. Now, the third base is only mining gas right now. Witness spying the traditional third location. Now 7 o'clock going to be taken by Arbuz, much to Luciferius's dismay. There is no hatch there. 4 Lakes, once again, going to wrap around. There's no static detection here, but there is a witness with the army. So he can go ahead and try to stop that, but he's going to need to pull the workers first. What's his reaction timing here? Oh, man, the spines are deadly. Still a worker advantage for our Protoss player, but for how much longer? He flanks with the Panoptises. He just wants to finish the job. If he wipes the army, he feels like he's still in a good position, investing into that more than evacuating his own workers. And he will clear all of the anti-ground, all the anti-surface, but the Zealots have died as well. Another flank of 14 Hydras coming out. Does he have anything from that Unitary? It only now starts to spin for a Unar. And I can't believe what I'm seeing, but even Art of Turtle seems to be able to get a piece of our Ukrainian. Panoptises trying to hold their fort. I really don't know if they're the best choice here. Another Zorius falls. There's still more Hydras where that came from. It's not Art of Quaz anymore. Call him Art of Hydra. He's going to force the third base out. Crack it open. He's actually going after the workers. I love the move. He still doesn't actually have that much of a meaningful worker advantage, and I don't know if Arbuz intuits that or not, but this is a map where you have 2k minerals. Only now is he switching into Exemplar. I felt like that needed to happen a long time ago. First Stargate already to fall. The first Unar arrives. He can try to range it down, but he doesn't have the Zealots that I feel like he needs. He never really scaled his gateway count despite the minerals of the third base, and now he GG's. AOT starts off the best of 3 on the right foot. Maybe you can't ever count against him. I feel like going for Panoptises even after it was obvious the Hydra committal was much more impactful. Is an opportunity there that was whiffed. Exemplars would have changed that. Maybe Stargate also just, could be that Stargate just ain't the way. If you make one Aurora, you do get Ascension, but it feels so fleeting. I don't know if I can realistically advise such a thing. Nonetheless, AOT clutching up there. He had so many minerals that he invested into the Panoptis. I felt like if he just had more Zealots or something, that would have helped him out a lot better, or the crowd control from the Exemplar, but he needed some kind of splash. Storms would have helped him out there as well. Big ups, but AOT still takes it. And Arbuz needs to fight back in a big way now. Let's see what's behind this next door. Wanted to try to hit high, but I kept missing the H. I kept hitting it J. JK. Arbuz in the top right. Is he Tomato? No, he's Scarlet. The Scarlet Protoss in the top right. His map pick is Mass Destruction. Art of Turtle on the bottom right. Tyrian Purple. Mass Destruction, a very topical name. A very topical map. Because it turns out no matter who you vote for, you still get John McCain. Welcome. Heart of Turtle. Down in the series is so we thought his fate would be, but it's not. He hydras up, smashes him out, and starts to work towards potentially yet another third consecutive throne room appearance. And Arbuz, I would say he's had a bit of a disappointing start. And showing so far, needing some improvement. Took Hamster close, but not able to get the better of him at any point. Never felt like he had the advantage. Just neutral at best. Now against AOT, even when he went for a style that doesn't rely on the Lakes or the Gorgs, even though he responded and parried the Gorgacore pushes very nicely and all the harassment, barely got any workers, had the economic edge but didn't invest it into the right things, it feels like. Now he scouts his opponent first. That's information for him. Going to be a mass gate opener here for our Protoss. Going to be a lot of Zeths to open things up. AOT wanting to scout, but also see if he can't go for some kind of run-by. He got a pretty good amount of information before with those Zeths to catch the Kabbalist opener. Only got 2 kills, then 3 with the Barghest follow-up was much better. Seems like AOT has intuited the direction of his opponent based on the movement of the worker. He's now going straight there. Going to go for a pause, however. Pause of Turtle. I'll check in with the chat. Is this group going the way you guys thought? I know Hamster 4-0 people were saying, but also people said AOT should be out with no wins, and that's... Listen, I didn't think he was going to get no wins, but I didn't think he would be putting himself in a position where he wins out the day. Arbuz now forced into what looks to me like it's going to be Zealot Ecclesiast, with a witness as well, out of that embassy that is cooking. Raman asks about Grand Library. I think Cantavis were proven to be very, very solid versus Zerg. Even just yesterday, the sole loss that Jack Yelansky had to a Protoss was dog-lived using the Cantavis timing. And you could say he probably would have been able to hold had he scouted things out, but... that was not something that occurred. We are back into it. Just in time for the Zethrakors to come on in and catch all these Ecclesiasts chilling. Gonna get softened up quite a bit. Zealots are about to pop out. It's a full scout on the 3-gate embassy. Let's see if the workers get any damage dealt, because this is a pretty big committal. Obviously, Zeths are pretty cheap, but... this is an opportunity that if he keeps them alive, he can use them for harassment later, try to split the attention of his opponent. AOT did this and almost took down Hamster ZVZ, which would have been pretty momentous had he been able to do that. But looks like he'll be shown the door. A lot of Drollets out of him after the Shroud goes down. Economic build, it looks like, as the Zealots and the Ecclesiasts push on through. I don't know who Juan is, but I agree. Oh, that's probably Sosij. Catching all the Zeths, only one left alive, definitely needing to pivot into something else. The Shroud not going to be up in time for this attack to hit. A brutal timing could actually give Arbuz equalizing, and in such a comfortable way, Turtle might feel the pressure all of a sudden. Gonna have 12 quas plus what he's already got to deal with this. But Zealot Ecclesiast is deceptively tanky. The sustain can be absolutely grueling. Arbuz deciding what he wants to do. He's going to clear out the Rillarocors really quickly, but that does rend the armor. That's a little bit of an option. One quas in the Ovaleth by mistake. Is he going to just go after the Larvosk? The shield sustain almost entirely negating the damage that quas can do, and that's one Larvosk dead, 125 gas down the drain, and all that's been spent so far for Arbuz is a single Zealot. Trying to go after the Ecclesiast is a good move. He picks one of them. That's just speeding up the others, but that does cut the sustain quite a bit. And you can see the results. Full kill on the Kagrant, that's one thing, but he drops the other two Zealots. The Witness is up, but there is an Ovaleth earlier. Nexus on the way. It's still Ecclesiasts and a macro play, despite the 3-gate opener. Artisans are now coming out. The Witness will see. Kagrant remorphs. A couple Larvosks will definitely be back into the picture. The Leica's drop is just scouted right in front of him. He's just going to tag the Ovaleth with the Witness, I think. Yeah. That's so silly. Unfortunately for him, he is going to lose it for that. But that's why I was thinking that doesn't make any sense. They can see you. I don't know if Arbuz just forgot that or what. Couple Striders on the way. He needs another Witness now. He will remake it. Leica's actually unburrows out of the Ovaleth because I think AOT knows that that was sighted. And so now the Ovaleth is kind of like a fake target. Maybe we'll pull the ground army out of position so that the Leica's can just move up the ramp. There's 3 of them total for this squad. If he shows the ground army first, though, I feel like it kind of short circuits the mind game that he could have had. Zealots are going to try to stand right on top of him, but the Leica's and the quads count is still pretty high. And this is hitting before the defenses actually pop. Let's see. Those Leica's did take a while to split. It's actually more than I thought. There's 4 total. But look, the shield sustain is way too good here for the Protoss. And that's a full wipe. The Ovaleth going to scoop that one up. And now here we go again. The Draconins finishing up just in time to add some range DPS to that army. But the Zealot Ecclesiast and the fact that the Spines were going every which way, not focus firing, that made a humongous difference. And this timing attack is on. Second round here. The Witness scouts ahead, sees only 8 quads. That Ovaleth returning with the Leica's. Oh, this looks like it might just hit at the perfect time. We've got 3 more Leica's on the way, though. Oh, sniping the Witness. That's important. The Zealots can still stand on it to reveal. Not even unburrowing to dislocate those Zealots, and instead, the front line continues to crash on through. We've got 4 Leica's on the way and no detection for Arbuz, so this should still be a hold for Turtle. But for how long? He just loses one immediately. Oh, and Arbuz is going for the jugular. Remember, one of those was started later. There was only 3 active at any one time. He finds the other one. There's no more combat units out for Turtle. He's going to lose every single larva production. The Drolet's drilling, desperate to try to defend, and it is dislocating the Zealots quite a bit, but the Ecclesiasts continue to shield sustain. As the workers bite down, GG has called. Arbuz will force a decider. Impressive. Well, Protoss won't go home empty-handed this day. But it remains to be seen who's going to get out in second place. Art of Turtle, do or die for him to continue his streak of throne room appearances. ArbuzBudesh, do or die for him to have a successful debut. And here we go. We've got Art of Turtle in the top left, Tyrian Purple Zerg once more. ArbuzBudesh in the bottom right. Alice Blue? Arrow. I never know Arrow. Protoss. Let's see. Let's see. Well, it comes down to the opener. 3 gates successful, and Arbuz did scout his opponent first on his own map pick. Fortune smiled upon him there, and he even had a good defensive setup to split the Lakers' spines early. Not enough of a clog to keep the Lakers from firing in one correct direction in unison. And it will be a lattice opener for Arbuz. Back to how he began Serenity. Let's see if it ends in a similar position. The mid game did not favor him versus Hamster or versus Art of Turtle. He had to win that last game relatively quickly and decisively. Let's see if he has a different plan. Let's see if he has got a different gear. Second lattice. Exactly like Serenity. And there's no Iziracore cheese to bop him either. So Art of Turtle with his pool down. Not quite able to spread it here, so he puts it here to block the run-bys. Still good enough. Still mines all the fields. No problems there. First unit is going to be an idol. The Rillarokor is to chase the Scribe. Last time he did this double lattice play, eventually he was overwhelmed by Hydra Iziracore, but that was not what Hamster had done in other matches, obviously except for the ZVZ on Brainstorm, which is very cheeky of him. Adding a gateway later on, I wouldn't be surprised to see some Zealots added in. Fast expand out of AOT. That's a different level than we've seen by default. Manifold Idol to hold any push. Vassal to scout. We've got Zeth's going to come in through as well. Shouldn't really be too many concerns here. Third Manifold. Wants that hit scan damage. And a Hierophant. Okay, and a fast expand out of Arbuz as well, though not as fast as the hatch here from AOT, which will be scouted, of course. Comes down the ramp, which is pretty good timing to deny vision. He even pocketed the Scribe there just in case the run-by happened, so that his opponent wouldn't see the Nexus starting to show up. Good to see Arbuz having that level of awareness. Unfortunately, he just kind of suicides his Vassal when the Zorker Shroud was available to be scouted. We'll see if he decides to shove off and move across the map with his army because he scouted out the Fast Expo. I don't know if he clicked on it, but when you see the HP in the green, you know, oh, it's really close to completing. That's a super early one. Fadeaway shot to clear one of these Fs. The Hierophant leads the charge, moving across the map. Is it the fate of all fools? We've already got the Khaz'trith coming. AOT notorious for this one when he plays more defensively. Was reminded of it when he played off against Hamster earlier on Brainstorm. Warden for the defense. Scribes transferring down. So it looks like it's a pretty middle-of-the-road opening here. Near Impact was picked by AOT after dropping Mass Destruction. And it does feel like it's a map that has good aspects for both races here. Just trying to catch back up on the workers now is our Zerg player. He'll do so eventually. He needs another couple rounds, and then he'll be there. Arbuz getting well saturated over here. This is another map with 2k minerals in the bank, so... Ardent. This is a different look. Arbuz has not gone Ardent. He's gone Stargate in the mid-game. Maybe we'll end up seeing Mass Positron or a Cantor or anything like that. Notoriously, though, he has not decided to cap his Vespine Ridges. And he's got a little bit slow on the resource return from that Warden. It's not stupendous. It's barely not efficient. 2 Gorgs on the way for AOT. A third one, actually. And another Vassal arrives just to see what's going on here. Bopped. The Zeths canvassed for information, but they don't really find anything. Scouting a path that maybe the Gorgs can take stealthily, but still expediently towards the enemy base. We've got some static defense coming up now, though, as well as an embassy. Later than we normally see. Third base very quickly here for Arbuz. Gorgs are out, not quite moving across the map just yet. Well, 2 of them are. Huh. Hydrith Den, and of course the gas cap there. Another Warden in the main base makes sense. That's where the Gorgs are going to target first, though. So that one being under strength feels like maybe a bit of an unfortunate timing. He is going to have to move some of his ground army up to deal with that, I think. Although, did he catch wind of that? I think he did. He's going to grab only some of the idols to try to shoo them away because he knows it's not a big committal. And he'll preemptively transfer the scribes off to the side. No, he actually decides to keep it going. He'll lose some of the harvesters there on the Vespine, but that second Warden is going to come up. And the other Gorg that joins them is a little bit negatively impacted there. Great stop move to make them auto-split. He needs to do the same for his natural now. Worker count is starting to fall, but still on par. One very wounded Gorg, and the other one about sub 100 HP. The Clarion is out. And then in a Cantor, maybe an Envoy afterwards. We'll see. But the Clarion really force multiplies how many shields you've got here. It makes it a lot harder, even for, I think, Lakes to puncture the crowd there. The Witness getting ahead of the Gorgacores gives information over to AOT. And he's actually making another Witness instead of making an Envoy. So his Cantor is going to slow crawl. Or stay in the rally. We're not sure yet. But the movements from both armies indicate we're going to get a clash in the middle of the map. Static defense erected at the third base. About 40 seconds away from finishing up. But one Warden will be done, and so I don't think this Gorg is going to be able to do too much here. He will have to respond to this threat, though. He's kind of come in through the little thin alleyway off to the side. He'll munch on one of the static defense structures. Arbuz has enough economy to afford losing these, even though it would be better to cancel. Actually, they're all committed. Tunnel visualing. Hold on. The Warden is taking up so much of the attention here from AOT, and a lot of his units are getting kind of caught in translation. Now needs to think about maybe trying to stab in towards the natural. There's only the Bulwark to slow him down here. But as he gets his Lake is down, he's going to slow himself a little bit. The Acantor is a lethal weapon against these Lake is spots. Good Clarion shielding to keep things good. Keep things looking solid. The Acantor got popped. Hold on. This is going to be a sloppy fight, I think, from both sides. But those Lakes, they are deadly. And I think maybe Arbuz is moving ahead of the curve. He thinks he can make that fight happen, but he just lost his Clarion. He needs to fall back, not keep pushing forward. No detection without the Clarion. The Witness not in the right position. And the Lakes were so layers deep that it feels like it's not good there for Arbuz. Another Acantor started. He's got nothing in the natural. AOT doesn't realize it yet, but he might be able to sniff it out soon. That if he just decides to push forward, these pylons a sign of desperation. Arbuz just trying to stall for time as he sort of circumvents the Lakes spines and pressures from the side. He's using pure aura to dissuade AOT from pushing forward. Just grasping at straws. His second Acantor about to finish. The idol's good for splash, but absorbed by the Zoryus. And now the last of his ground army is going to get popped. He's only got static defense at the third, and the Acantor at the ramp, and he calls it GG. And Art of Turtle makes it to throne room stage. Say what you want about the doubts. Say what you want about the group's strength. Arbuz could not hack it. It's a Zerg gourmet. Let's bring in ArbuzBudesh. We'll talk to him a little bit in absentia of his victory. Hello, my friend ArbuzBudesh, my homie.
Oh,
Commiserations on your defeat as you have not been able to secure victory in the group. I thought you were looking pretty solid there against Hamster in the first match, but that's not how your story ends. It ends to Art of Turtle. Can we go back to Crisis Vector before we talk about that decider? Because something seemed to have surprised you. You would keep going into the Panoptis versus the Mass Hydra. How do you feel about that particular one? Is there something that should have been done instead, or were you taken aback by the Hydra spam?
I mean, it's not like I could have switched in time because everything takes forever to build. So I had to Stargate. So I had to spend my money somehow.
Right.
So yeah.
Of course, yeah. Well, people in the chat were talking about, splash damage being missing from that. I liked the Panoptis as an option because the lake are totally defenseless versus it. But there was an interesting angle there, even on Kingwa Valley, where you were able to clear it. But somehow Hamster knew. Have you played against Hamster with that style specifically before? Is that why he knew to just go for the Naths?
No, I think Hamster just solved PVZ and he solved ZVZ essentially for this method, at least for this current balance. So yeah.
I see.
Because Lakey skills everything Protoss makes on ground up to tier 4, like all the way up to tier 3 dies to Lakey's back to spam. And the only thing which kills Lake is air, so I guess he made the logical step. Okay, I'm gonna make a bunch of Lakeys, and what kills Lakeys is air, so I'll just make a bunch of Navs. They're Nefricars, yeah? Yeah, they're Nefricars. And Protoss, unless Protoss goes Lattice, he cannot kill Navs in time. Because to kill a small cloud of Navs, you need like 4 or 5 land effects. Because you've seen in the fight like 2 land effects that really struggle to kill like 2 Nafricars. So if there's like 6 Nafricars, they will kill 2 land effects. And if you're gonna make 4 or 5 land effects, you don't have Panoptises to kill like is.
Yeah, you have to rely on this disruption or something.
Yeah, I did. I initially was really reliant on Ardent Authority for my playstyle, but I did some practice games for warm-up with Krakendal, and I sadly had to throw out that style because Krakendal will be like, oh, I guess I'll play like Hamster and I'll just make lots of Lakizilisk and Gorgokors. And 20 Lakizilisk kill infinite amount of Akentors, so yeah, even 4 Ardent can't handle it, so yeah. My idea was to try to get to air, at least to buy time until I get to tier 4. And from tier 4, I know what to do because I've been in the late game in practice games, both against Hamster and Crank. You have enough tools in the late game to deal with Lakizilisk, obviously Uptectons and other stuff. But before that, you're kind of screwed. So yeah, Hamster just solve it. Just don't get to the late game, and you're golden. Lakizilisk kill everything. And in the same way, I think he solved ZVZ. Just like Lakizilisk kill ground and the Skiffs kill air. So you got your combo wombo.
Yeah, it does feel like the way that it worked out in favor of AOT. I mean, the problem is that AOT I feel like he had the game in the palm of his hand when it came to Blackwater Bastion. I'm sure I'll talk to him about that. Were you watching the games that you weren't playing, or were you more so focused on something else?
I did watch them, yeah.
So you know what part I'm talking about then, because that was like a case where, damn, you had it. He could have just cleared the mineral line, right?
Yeah, like that's the only thing I guess in ZVZ. It's like essentially my practice games with Hamster. It's usually was to like, do I bust him or not? Like if he gets a bit greedy with Lakizilisk. I think he solved like safe build for PVZ But for ZVZ, I think he's still figuring out like efficient build. How do I open safely without dying?
Right. Okay.
So I think Art of Turtle caught him where like there was like a hole in the build. And in the mid game, I kind of knew he's gonna go like his like a Skiffer core because I think that's how like all ZVZ went with Crank.
Well, you guys were all kind of gaming together at one point, right? So you heard the you would watch some of their ZVZs as well as participating in some of the PVZs. So that makes a bit of sense. Did by the way, did Crank ever off race against you or anything? Like, did he ever play a different matchup? Because he was trying all the other races at one point.
Against me, no, but I know he was playing Terran against Zerg. He did seemingly have good results against even Hamster, but again, Hamster might have been hiding some strategies, but
right,
yeah.
Giving him false confidence in case Crank wanted to switch to random at the last second. Well,
I don't think he's allowed to.
No. Not after qualifying as Zerg. But interesting stuff, though. I do think, though, one of the things that you were mentioning is that you have the tools in the late game, but maybe not in the early game. I wonder, and you may have a less optimistic view than I am taking here. I wonder if some Protoss somewhere, maybe from Australia, is going to find a solution to that particular problem in the current patch, or if we are going to have to wait for a balance update in that particular respect. Do you have any particular predictions? Do you think that end up agreeing with the Shambler that this is a tournament for a Zerg to win as opposed to a Protoss?
I'm in a weird position because Shambler is right for the wrong reasons.
Okay.
He says Zerg is OP, but like he doesn't understand where he is OP. So, like, you can play around Zerg. It's just currently Zork is just a bit too cost efficient against Protoss. So you can just like make a lot of like Easilisk. So if Protoss tries to like counter it and kill like with Acantors, you will blow up like 5-6. But the remaining 10 like Easilisk will just kill everything. So yeah. And Shambler's issue is like some dynamics that Zerg can do, like sudden switches, quickly remax, which is definitely a thing, but I think you can handle it. Yeah, so and as for Neblime, I think he can solve it, but I think solution is what I'm looking for myself. He did say he's struggling PvZ, and I think there is solution for PvZ. It's how do I get to tier 4 without dying? Once you get to tier 4, okay, now you have a game. So if he finds a way how to like survive into late game, I think he has a chance because you can play it around. Even without Uptactons, like stuff like synthetic Synod is pretty alright against like Easilisk. And there is a lot of tools you can do, and by then Zerg has to go tier 2 to contest your tier 4, and then you have a game from there. And that one is still kind of like balanced 50-50, so it's not like slam dunk from Protoss, because Zerg has plenty of tools.
Well, it's an interesting one to find yourself as a part of, because if you're saying that Shambler is right for the wrong reasons, but you also think that there's a way to navigate to the end of the game, you end up kind of landing in a similar spot then to what Hitamup said. Though he did say, and I was surprised to hear this, genuinely, he said that he believes Protoss have the edge in early game PvZ. And I felt like it was maybe a bit more 50-50. What's your take on that?
I initially believed so myself. It was working like that. We had a dynamic with like Krankendau and Hamster when in our practice games, but I think it was before Hamster figured out the build. If you're fighting Pool or Hydriff, Protoss has a light edge with Zealot Ecclesiast. He can like bully Zerg a little bit, force Zerg maybe expand a little later, so which gives a little eco advantage for Protoss to advantage. And it was working like that against Hamster. And I did the same thing against Hitamup in a few games I played against him. I had a little early advantage, and he was going Hydriff Pool. So I managed to push him all the way to his ramp, delaying his natural, so I get my natural sooner, so I get edge.
Right.
And he did analyze it correctly that Protoss has advantage. A little stake into this theory is Hamster figure out, okay, what is the bare minimum I need to survive and get Zorkis as soon as possible. He gets 2-3 Zorkis without dying, and yeah, you no longer have this like early advantage to bully Zerg, because you cannot really bully once he gets into a defensive position with like Izalisk.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit like that for me too. We all know that like there's certain players, and I think Hit 'em Up is one of them, where you get an idea of what the meta is, and it doesn't mean that you don't change your mind later, but the way that you talk about that idea is, well, obviously it's like this. And then, one change will happen, you'll lose one game doing that and think, wait, maybe everything I think is wrong. And so
I think it's a pretty common thing. In my opinion, that's what we have in PvT. I think most Terrans just agreed we just have to bust Protoss third, or it's like game bust, especially Shopkeeper Dog. He thinks you cannot approach this matchup in any other way.
Right, okay.
I think he's really not seeing all the options Terran has.
Fair enough. I'm personally very interested in what happens between Shopkeeper Dog and Protoss. He has to play against Neblime soon. Obviously, this means that the way that the results of this group went, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to ArbuzBudesh in the tournament overall. I have a feeling you'll still be sticking around a little bit here and there to help some practice games for some of the other homies. But regardless of what you end up doing there, how are you feeling about the chances of Art of Turtle and Hamster later on in the tournament, your group mates here that move on into the playoffs? Do you think that, I was talking about earlier, Shambler thinks, for example, this is a tournament where it's going to be like ZVZ Grand Finals or something. It's just Zergs to win. It doesn't matter. Zerg is going to win this one. But do you have a strong opinion about that? Do you think is this now Hamster's time to shine?
Hamster has very good chances. I wouldn't say it will dominate from Zerg, because there is some Terrans in the matchup. And the main thing which upsets, in my opinion, balanced PvZ is Zorkis. But Zork is not as strong as against Terran, because Terran can just kill it from the long range. So Izalisk no longer bullies, and Gorgokor also dies. So there is some more chances. I've seen what Krankendao did when he was off racing against Hamster. I don't think Terrans will try to do what he did, and I was thinking it's pretty strong, but we'll see if they'll try to figure it out. I still think it's any chances for both Terran and Zerg. Neblime, I think he has a good chance, but he is has to fight uphill against PvZ. In PvT, I think Neblime should be fine, I think.
And does that also extend to Ayud, the reigning champ here as Terran? Do you think Neblime was advantage there as well in the current meta?
In the current bust third or die, I think Neblime is should be doing pretty well. If Youth is going to pull out some new tricks, I think it might go either way. So
Interesting. Well, you have been playing very actively, and I appreciate that as well, because it means that I can come to you for these takes and wondering, hey, what is a player who's out there and in the world of Cosmonarchy, in the community that we have here, what do you end up thinking about that? The Protoss representation so far is Kasuga and the Shambler. I'm supposing that you don't expect super deep runs from either of those, but tell me what you think. Is Protoss going to be able to make it deep besides Neblime, who is expected to move on after 3 hours from now or so?
You mean in those current groups?
Yeah, well, more that. Do you think that, for example, Kasuga and the other Protoss that got out was the Shambler? Both of them are second seeds in their group. Kasuga losing to Hit 'em Up and Shambler losing to Jack. With that being in mind, do you have many strong opinions on if other Protosses, other than Neblime, are going to be able to make it somewhat deep in this tournament?
I don't think Shambler will get too deep because I think he misunderstands how the Protoss functions. I've seen games from him. He definitely is playing better than he did like in previous Acropolis or previous. He definitely got better, but I think he fundamentally understands the strengths of the Protosses. Even like the game when he was playing Mass Pariah into Ultra Core, he was really surprised why my Pariahs are not killing Ultra Cores.
Right.
And for me, he was like, of course they're not killing them. They're not supposed to.
Well, they have a lot of their power is in the attack speed increase, and then also the splash damage. And Ultra Cores are just so big that they don't take the splash, really. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Ultra Cores really grinding out with zero lifesteal. And Pariahs, you need a lot of like DPS to bring down Ultra Cores or Vilga Cores.
Yep.
Problem with Pariahs, they're melee units, so you get diminishing return as fight gets bigger, so you need to start adding like good range DPS. So yeah, he cannot defy pretty strong units pretty fast, but I think he like doesn't understand the dynamic really well. And who was our second Protoss? I forgot.
Kasuga from all the way from Taiwan.
Oh yeah, Kasuga definitely improved a lot. I'm not sure how deep he will get because most of the knowledge Kasuga gets, he's usually asking me for tips.
Right.
And if I cannot solve PvZ, I'm not sure if he can solve it. So. Judges out on this one, so I don't know. But he might surprise me. I'm open to surprises.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Of course, by the end of today, we will know the throne room opening bracket, as well as who has coasted on through for a playoff spy. So we'll see. We'll see what the opening matches are. I thank you for the extended interview talking about how the games went and what your predictions are. And if you have any closing thoughts or final words you'd like to share with the chat, I'll give you the floor.
Not really. I think I told everything I wanted to say. So,
all right. In that case, GG's, and thank you for playing, my man. I will see you around.
GG's.
All right, let's see if we can bring Monsieur Art of Turtle in for an exit interview of his own. And he's not exiting in last place. He's exiting in second place, which I think, hell yeah, brother, he managed to do it. It's very impressive. Art of Turtle, here you are, second place, back in throne room, inseparable, can't quit you, my man. You made it through, despite the odds. How are you feeling after that?
Much more stressed out than I thought I would be.
Really? Okay.
I felt like I definitely could have taken that second game off of Hamster if I didn't leave a third or a half of my army sitting inside my main. Quite a bit of an oversight when I believe I kept on trying to quickly switch between the rally and then get back to my base, and I think I'm clicking way too fast in between that transition, and that's how it got all stuck in that spot.
Right. Well, there were a couple of times that I know chat was yelling at their screen, so to speak, and I was kind of saying, oh my god, he's got Gorger cores, he can keep sniping the Lakers with his Ovaleth, he can disregard the Spraith. You know, it's hard to know. I don't know how often you've been in ZVZs where you've had like the Gorga cores and against some anti-air defense, but they take a long time to get brought down. It felt like the agency was in your hands. You definitely gave a good accounting for yourself to get into that position, but it must have been heartbreaking to lose Blackwater.
It was a little heartbreaking, but anyways, you're gonna have to shake off those losses. You know, you can't let that live in the back of your mind.
I do want to ask you about Brainstorm. You end up picking that against Hamster as your opening match here in the group. And he ends up giving you the Izira core cheese, but you hold it really, really well. How were you feeling about that when you saw that it was the Izzy Rush?
I mean, I kind of expected him to kind of put pressure of some sort, of some way, and so that's kind of what I was thinking about when I was making it through my initial build. It might have been a little bit more of an overreaction for me to get the circuit up, and I think I could have just defended that with pure Basilisk and saved up on that while trying to transition to, the Lakiz a little bit quicker.
Might have been an option. I felt like you actually had a pretty big military advantage, but Hamster is so wily that if you're not sure that you have that, if you're not able to keep tabs on what he's doing, like he was just like, okay, I'm going to make these 4 Azure cores, maybe like 1 or 2 Hydras, and then expand. And it's like, dude, if you had known that, you could have moved across the map and done a lot of pressure. Not an open and shut case that you could have won the game from that spot, but it's just, he's so tricky in that respect, and I guess that's one of the reasons why he's able to make it happen. But exciting games and kind of on a knife's edge, even though maybe, I don't know how it felt to you, but once he started maybe consolidating his position in the natural, it probably started to feel like you were running out of steam, if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, once he had a much better position through the natural with his Lakiz, and I didn't really do much. I didn't transition as well as I probably should have. Although I will say this, I did keep a good tab on what he was able to build and what he was able to do with the initial 6 slings that just kind of ran face first into his Azure cores that first game. Lost a couple of lings, but I did get enough that allowed me to kind of keep him off to the side for a little bit and then get into the base later on to kind of scout out what he had and pick off a drone in transition too. So I can definitely say that Hamster's not infallible. I'd like to try to get more games of that caliber against him because he really started to go out of control when he threw down his gas caps.
Yes.
He capped up his gases. And that's when he really, really went into it with all of the, I forget the flying units.
Skip the core, the one that was doing all the
skip
splash.
The cores.
Yeah.
He probably had at least 20.
He did. It was point. It was exactly 20 at one point. And I hadn't even noticed the first round, so when he's got 9 in the queue, I'm like, that's 9 skits? What the hell? And then I see he's already got 11 or 10 or something elsewhere. It's ridiculous, so. And he did that in Blackwater.
Skits really are that
worked out.
Yeah, they're a snowballing unit, and so having them in small numbers is really not good. But if you can commit enough, you can begin to kind of slowly one-shot or two-shot a majority of things, which I think I've done the math on before, assuming that you haven't changed anything out. You can two-shot Drolith with 9 skits, and you one-shot them with you just double that, 18.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it can be pretty deadly at that point. And like that's essentially the Zerg eraser. Like you hear about, obviously, the science vessel in StarCraft 1 irradiating itself for the eraser, but that one erases mineral lines, I'll tell you that much. And so definitely a volatile position. Plus the fact that even if you burrow, they can attack a structure nearby to get the line trace damage to kill your burrowed units.
Oh yeah, It's a splash damage over the top. So
yeah.
I happened to find that on one of the practice games that I was playing against. So when you get attacked on that board, you really just need to run them away or keep them away from your buildings.
Which you were really close to doing against the Gorg on Brainstorm. Unfortunately, it was still splashing you from the Shroud for 5 kills, which maybe was the first area where Hamster was able to claw back some of the momentum he lost with his uncanny opener. But I noticed that you were already on point with the idea, even if the execution was a bit off. The fact that you were able to run them away and then burrow them, you knew to avoid being near the hatch, right? And that's really smart, because otherwise you would have maybe just gotten wiped. Meanwhile, the Protoss are out here having to hit the stop key on their workers to auto split them.
Right.
A bit harder, but still pretty interesting stuff. One of the things that I feel like, obviously, I'm a bit less familiar with how Hit 'em Up played back in the day. Obviously, I was out here thinking that you were actually a bit more senior in that respect with the intro anyway. Certainly, you might be the longest standing American at the very least, because I know that I don't actually know when Dog Lived or Godweed started playing, but obviously I feel like he's Canadian, so he doesn't count in the American case. Just in the North.
Right.
But
any way you can disclude Hit 'em Up. That's the goal.
Of course.
That's the Shambler way.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is really interesting, nonetheless, is the fact when somebody who's super into Brood War, who's played that and appreciated that at the higher level, as I have. I haven't played at a high level, but I've certainly appreciated that at a high level. I really do dig when I see those types of players, transfer over here And, I had the same thing when Nicholas, who is going by a number of names by now, but he once played in a really early tournament that we had, and Shambler had six pooled him, and he held, and he was Nicholas was doing all sorts of crazy shit as Terran, and I was like, damn, this guy plays C rank ladder or something, and it's still enough for him to really show I can play under pressure, I can respond to this, I'm not going to just crack. And he didn't win the game, but he held, dragged it out to a 30-minute banger, and then eventually fell. And so it's one of those things that makes me think, it's a nice little showing of some of those translatable skills, even if they're not identical in how they mechanically deploy, the same poise that you approach, say, a Brood War match will help you out in this too. And that's one of those funny little translations there. So anyway, I was thinking about that while watching you play, while watching you do some of the mechanical moves, and the late 8-minute proxy that you did on Hamster on Blackwater, that was pretty good too, with the forward kicker. These are things that I think of and I'm like, yeah, man, that's pretty sick. So I just wanted to send some, in addition to the congratulations for making it to the throne room, I thank you for bringing that, Brood War era gusto to the table, because a lot of these other people, they come from other RTS games, or this is their first competitive RTS game where they're actually playing 1v1. That's the case for Arbuz. That's the case for Shambler, at least to my knowledge. And so these are these players who are more homegrown, you can say. I appreciate you coming in with the more, some of the attitude that you've learned from StarCraft 1 there. That's very nice to see the style be different.
It's funny you mentioned that, because just a few weeks ago, I was playing a part of a match, another ZVZ against another really high-level player, and he did that exact same thing to me, where he just happened to have a drone fly right across.
Okay, yeah.
When you just have things, you just make them work for you.
That's right.
The only question is, because there's more choices of what you can turn a K-grid into, what do you make?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. That is funny.
I could have made any number of different units, which, funny enough, if that would have been the chance to use the Kazitrith.
Yes, yeah, the one that splits
for
the
the extra
right?
splash damage.
Yeah.
Plus you get the vision, which the kills were coming, and it's nice to not have an overlord you have to protect the entire time.
Yeah, especially when that was one of the things I noticed that you were really good on, even in the loss on mass destruction to Arbuz. One of the things I really thought was hype was when your last chance was to use Lakis to defend, and he's got a witness, and you see it with your Avaleth, and you move your quads forward, sacrificing most of them just to snipe the witness. That was also definitely a Brood War moment, because most of these guys don't necessarily have it drilled in their heads that if the Zerg has detection out, they will try to snipe my witness. They will try to blind me so I can't see the Lakis. But, in StarCraft 1 terms, that's kill the observer. I need my lurkers to stay alive, So, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely last ditch effort for being able to come back anyways, but still, the mechanics of this game, you can step on things and you'll be able to see them. So.
Right. Yeah. It's not
Keep
quite
that
one.
in mind.
It's not the one and done deal that we were maybe hoping for all our Zerg enjoyers. There is some actually. Before I let you go, I do have one other question for you. The interesting narrative that's been brewing in the community before. Nobody really thought Terran was OP when Acropolis 2 started, even when the main stages were kicking off. By the end, with the final being more one-sided than people were hoping for, they were like, yeah, Terran's clearly OP. I have a feeling we might see some more results-based analysis, but right now, as is convention, as is tradition, everybody is saying Zerg is OP. As a Zerg player, do you agree, disagree, have some commentary on that? Is that just kind of wash over you and you just don't care about that kind of talk? Or how are you feeling about such a community narrative?
I think that earlier pressure builds aren't doing what they used to do, and Zergs are trying to get much more comfortable into the mid to past, just a little bit past that early game. Right before the tier 1 to tier 2 starts to kick in, you're seeing them do a lot better army movements overall, setting up for better flanks, and I think that might be more of a testament to people just not having a really strong unit composition quite yet. So I'm not going to say they're fully overpowered yet, but I am going to say we're starting to figure out the earlier game management a lot easier than what it used to be.
Yep. So it could be strats, could be skill growth, or just sort of general flow chart of got to scout, got to figure it out. One thing I commend you for is versus the Kabbalist openers, every time you ended up slipping in those Zetracors in the early game just to scout, and then you saw the Rogue Gallery, you made an Avaleth, easy as that. Protecting yourself from danger on Crisis Vector, for example, that ended up being really important. So that's something that I don't recall a lot of Zergs doing versus that kind of opener before. Not as free of a win as they start to adapt their scouting.
That was actually when I was watching the Hamster game.
Yeah.
That was the one that I was thinking about. Like maybe I can try to get in and see. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah,
Yep.
just throw the Overlord down anyways.
That's right.
I think I lost 2 or 3 drones off of that, but I still was able to push back the Kabbalist and.
Yeah, it ended up being a lot easier. So it was good stuff. I mean, I think there was some nice plays. It was a really competitive group. It didn't go the way that it was seeded to go, where Arbuz was the tier 2 player, for borrowing ASL lingo, and you were the tier 3 one. But you upset, you make it through, and now it's a whole new world. You got 2 more tournament lives to go, as you are on the side of that second seed. You'll have a first round opponent. Anybody you want to avoid in that first round? Anybody you want to deliberately draw? Any preference on your first round opponent, either in positive or negative?
If there's anybody I'd like to draw the most, I want to get back a hold of Krenkinauer or Jankulinsky. I want to try to avoid Ayud or Top Ramen, because I don't feel that my ZVT is up to par quite yet.
Okay. But you want more ZVZ action. You're feeling that. You're feeling that as a style.
Definitely feeling more ZVZ.
Okay. All right.
If I can avoid Shambler, sure, but I have a feeling that he's going to be a lot more prepared coming up on the next match. So
Right. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, for all the talk Shambler has of not liking the versus Zerg, maybe I'll just casually drop one in front of him and see what happens. But hey, we'll find out. Thank you, sir, for participating and for giving us the interview. If you have any final words for the people that are watching, feel free to share your thoughts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm just glad to be a part of the tournament. It's not the result you guys were expecting, but life can be disappointing in many aspects. Just look to keep moving forward on it anyways. Thank you guys for having me.
Advice for the loser, I see. And all those people who would have lost money had they been betting real world money on your demise. Hey, I will say chat erupted when you ended up performing it, and so I think you had some turtle bros in the chat rooting you on. So it wasn't all one-sided, even if the predictions weren't on your side. The fan will was there. So hey, GG's, and I will see you very soon for the next round. Peace.
All right, GG's. Thank you, bro.
And that is a wrap for Group D, our first group of the day here in Day 2 of the Battlement stage. Acropolis number 3 will continue, and it will do so in about 40 minutes or so. Actually, I guess closer to a half an hour, because we have the opening interviews and all of that. Coming up, we have Group E, Neblime, Protoss, Shopkeeper Dog, Terran, and SmrtyCakes. Terran. We will see you after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Day 2 of Acropolis number 3's Battlements stage. We've got 2 more groups for your entertainment today, starting with Group E. I called it Just Win because I think that's what's going to happen. At least one person here is going to just win. And while we have a chance to talk with that person at the very end of this interview segment, we can start by introducing our competitors. SmrtyCakes. Bit of a surprise arrival here, especially considering he is representing Terran. Flying the Terran flags, of course, is a good option here for us, and not something that we necessarily expected going in to his arrival. I really did think he would make it in as a little bit of a cheeky Protoss player, but that's not what happened. SmrtyCakes, not only is he repping Terran, he's doing so with a style that requires a hell of a lot of APM. Mech pushes that he has precision with, that he has really just a ridiculous amount of durability with. His persistence, his resilience, that's what got him over the line against the Night Fox in the upper qualification of this last chance, the Gauntlet Stage C. Well, that's where he finds himself now. No easy moves, no easy groups. He has to deal with Shopkeeper Dog, TVT, and Neblime, TVP. It'll be a difficult task for the underdog. We'll hear from him first in our interview segment, but for now, we talk a little bit about a different sort. Shopkeeper Dog, I don't even have to change the music because TVT is on the menu. And he doesn't quite like TVT, nor does he really think that TVP is very playable. So we'll see, is it all gusto? Is it all chat? Is it all just stuff he says? Or is he believing in it? His belief in that would mean no belief in yourself. And I would say he is favored to exit this group second. He was robbed last Acropolis. It was absolute dismay as his Acropolis debut was against the eventual number 1 and number 2 of the tournament, Neblime and ArbuzBudesh. So he had to play TVT. He upset the eventual champion, beating his ass Muspelheim with a cheeky Goliath Talos combo. And against Neblime, wasn't quite able to make it super deep. Demaloon was an overwhelm from Lattice's play, and then later on afterwards he really only had a chance against the legend, the Venezuelan, ArbuzBudesh. This group, he once again finds himself pitted against Neblime, but in theory, he should have the upper hand, grinding out TVTs in practice even before we start this group. Impressive. Maybe it'll be enough to give him the throne room stage on his second attempt at doing so. But we've got to talk about Neblime. You can't talk about Group E without talking about Neblime. He won Acropolis number 1. He even won Ascension number 7, if you want to go back that far. But he did not win Acropolis number 2 at the final hurdle, making it through the upper bracket. ArbuzBudesh battled back from an elimination semifinal, an elimination consolidation final, and then the lower final to get all those matches played just to get to the grand final. And Neblime was not able to best him. Terrans were a little bit of his nightmare, you could say, but maybe specifically ArbuzBudesh. Hit-em-up's only win against Neblime in their upper semifinal was actually when he rolled Terran. Funnily enough, that was on a very interesting Badlands map, originally called Vertebra, now called Spinal Tap. It does not return this time around, though. So, with that in mind, we have Neblime against Terrans again. He was able to, he struggled against Aud in Battlements, but at last Acropolis, but he was able to dismiss Top Ramen 3-0. And whilst the games weren't exactly easy, not all of them were particularly difficult. So now we come into this position where it feels like Neblime is just moments away from qualifying, perhaps in first place indeed. But can these plucky upstarts in SmrtyCakes or these cheeky dogs in Shopkeeper make the upset happen, do the unimaginable, and bop him, TVP? Well, we gotta find out somehow. Let's see what the mental of our players is. I'm gonna ask Smarty if he is ready to speak to the class, the homies. And once he is, we will bring the man up, get his stage fright out. One of the things that I'm very much looking forward to is this opening matchup, and I can talk a little bit about that while we wait for Smarty to rock up. He needs a couple seconds here. It does, to me, feel like SmrtyCakes is going to be able to watch this opening match. Neblime has selected Shopkeeper Dog as his first opponent, perhaps his first victim. But Shopkeeper Dog responds by selecting Crisis Vector. Let's find out if that's a good pick. I think it'll be an interesting one. Neblime did say once upon a time that Crisis Vector and Near Impact feel like good Terran maps. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough? Shopkeeper Dog picks for comfort. Maximum pressure on Neblime here. Let's be real. He's supposed to cruise through this 4-0. But maybe SmrtyCakes will have something to say about that. Hello, Caker Boy. How are you feeling ahead of your first Battlements group?
Feeling good, buddy. Sorry, I still had the stream on. That was disorienting.
Yeah, double Pronogos, dude. Listen, you were able to watch some of the first day, I presume?
Yeah, I watched most of it. I stepped out for a couple hours during the second group to go get dinner, but I watched everything else.
You knew it was going to be 4-0 hit 'em up, so why watch it? I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, you got to throw some shade at Dino Man for making food in the middle of the group. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, that was crazy. He kept getting up and leaving. I was like, are you not interested? What's going on here? You want a private setting, just us? And that's how he's treating me?
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. I heard there was a bit of a watch party going on in Voice earlier, so I didn't see how many people were in that, but hopefully that was rowdy. You guys getting active for Hamster win?
A good bit of people coming in and out.
Nice. Always nice to hear. Now, you're up on the hot seat this time around, although you do get to watch the first match, as mentioned. The opening is not going to feature you. Neblime picked Dog instead. So you get a chance to see what the strategy that Dog deploys, TVP, and also what the form is of both of the players. I said yesterday, when previewing all of groups for day 2, that it feels like this is a group where I could see at least one of you taking a game off of Neblime. Are you feeling that too, or do you think, well, actually, maybe it's going to be harder than I think?
I think one of us will at least take a game off of him. I think there's a pretty high chance. I think Dog and I, well, more Dog than me, but Dog really hates TVT, so he probably put all of his energy into, like, just taking games off Neblime.
Okay.
He can probably feel confident in TVT versus me, since, I'm pretty new to the race.
Well, you say you're pretty new to the race, but you bested the Night Fox. Rest in peace. And now you're here. I mean, how did you feel qualifying through the upper bracket? We never really got a chance to check in with that, but can you recall how hype you felt after, you had to take an imaginary pee break to rest your hands and all sorts of shit? What was going on there, man?
Well, that was fake. I did that, like, before we started the match, but I did, part of it, I did take a longer break because he was upset, but I think he deserved that.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
But, yeah, I mean, I think playing Terran, it's pretty close to my Protoss. It's not quite there yet. I definitely start, like, lacking certain stages of the game with my decision making. Like, when I'm playing Protoss and even Zerg, I feel like it's easier to just know what to do. But other than that, I think if I can just keep up my mechanics, I mean, I'm pretty close with all my races.
Okay. Pretty much almost doesn't matter what race you end up with. It really just changes the matchups. Well, your first match will be the winner of this opening. You'll be facing either Neblime or Shopkeeper Dog. Would you have a preference as to who you will face? Because it sounded like you said you were alluding to the idea that maybe Dog's hatred of TVT will make it a winnable matchup for you.
Yeah, I think I have a chance with Dog, but I actually haven't seen him play TVT very much. I know he plays with Ramen a lot.
Yep.
But I think until recently they're mostly just playing like PvT and taking turns switching to Protoss. Because again, Dog hates the matchup so much. I actually kind of enjoy it, so I think at the least, I'll be able to learn something and see if what I learned in my practice games applies when playing with Dog. Because I mostly played with Ramen. Yeah,
you got some Ramen practice in, I think even earlier today, right?
Yeah, I did have a little bit today, so that was good, just kind of warm up.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I was able to make it in the Battlements. I haven't made it this far before.
Right.
Because I was playing the harder race before. So
understood.
I mean, no matter what happens, I just want to, enjoy the games.
Yeah, give a good accounting for yourself, show up well, regardless of the outcome. That's a good attitude to have. It also kind of puts your opponents
off Neblime.
Yeah, of course. It puts a little bit of focus on your opponents to, not falter to the underdog, right? Because obviously the Night Fox a bit of a different story, but it was stinging clearly that he dropped the series to you, and he was trying to find some way to rationalize it or say, take credit away from you at the end, saying, don't glaze Smarty, I'm out of practice, that kind of stuff. No, I don't think that's the same reaction you're going to get from these guys, but something kind of similar could still happen. Like, really? I lost to Smarty on his Terran? What's happening? And so, there's a little bit of pressure starting to add. If it starts to swing your favor, you might be able to ride that momentum a little bit. So, it's just a thing or two. But it sounds like maybe you're not thinking too hard about what the outcome is going to be nonetheless. You just want to have good matches and enjoy it, right?
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, and honestly, I think I really underperformed the tournaments, but I have moments, like games in my practice sessions with like top players where I end up beating them in like legit macro games, which, 6 months ago, it never really happened. It was just like the occasional cheesing hit 'em up or something.
Right.
But I mean, I know I've gotten better, and I know if I take a game off someone, they shouldn't feel like it's because I got lucky. It's like, I do try and practice and learn the game pretty well, so I think Night Fox is just probably under the assumption I didn't play the game or something.
Yeah,
he quit playing the game. It's like, but even when he was playing, I was just as good as him, so I don't really know why he got so upset.
I don't think very many people do know. But either way, it was still an interesting opening there, and I'm glad to see that you made it in. Welcome to Battlements, and perhaps we'll see more of you in the tournament after, but either way, regardless of what happens, I appreciate the time that you took to the interview, and glad to have you here. Any final words for the chat?
Just thanks for watching, GLHF, everybody.
There it is. I'm going to put you in one of the channels, the voice channels, in case I need to grab you later for a POV shot, but GG's, GLHF.
Right. GG's.
Let's see if our shopkeeper dog is ready for the interview. The one time a year, or 2 times a year, since we had one earlier this year, that I get to hear shopkeeper dog speak. Hello, Dogman. How is the shop feeling? How are we feeling here in the shop? Is this a shopkeeper dog victory right here and now?
Hello? No, I'm gonna lose this game.
You're gonna lose this game on Crisis Vector? You picked the map and you're still gonna lose?
Yeah, I picked this map because Ramen picked it against Night Fox yesterday, so I assume he thinks it is good for Terran, so might as well try.
There you go. Okay. There's some thoughts. Now, you've been one of the stalwart chatters. You've been watching all the games. You've been consuming as much of the professional Cosmonarchy circuit as you can. Now it's your turn to give some stuff up there for even Smarty, as he mentioned in his interview, to learn from and see what the sort of level of form is. What are you thinking about Neblime coming into this? Have you studied him much? Have you gotten a chance to play him much, or any other Protoss for that matter, for practice?
Against Neblime, I think he got kind of like annoyed that I complained about the matchup every time I lost, so we only play me Protoss, him Terran. I think I played him TVP like once and he dropped like 50 units in my base, but yeah. Okay. I don't play a lot of TVP either because it's like just Arbuz and he's not on at the same time as me.
Right. Understood. Well, now we're coming into this, and you might say that you're just going to drop against Neblime, but, your other least favorite matchup is here. It's TVT. So, you're going up against Smarty. He was just saying he feels like his level of mechanics aren't actually that different versus the races, but he also said that you should have an advantage going into that. And I think the subtext there is, as long as you don't just get auto-tilted from the matchup. One of the things you did tell me back in the day, when you thought kept saying, I'm just going to have to qualify out of the last gauntlet, you ended up making it second try, which was easy 3-0 over another Protoss who eventually did make it in. Now we're talking a little bit of a different story, though, of course. You did say that when you're up against Terrans that are on the Class 3 level, you can play a very different game than if you're trying to, maximally win against a super top-level Terran. You think you're favored to get out at least in second place in this group because of that?
Smarty's good. Smarty does stuff that's good enough, and he knows how to play the game. So I don't think I have an advantage.
More of an even split there, just whatever you've been able to practice. I did see you were playing a lot against Ayud, so we'll see. I guess maybe that practice will pay off. That was actually TVT, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean Ayud. We'll like once a week we might play like 1 or 2 TVTs, and then we get bored and play something else.
Fair enough. Well, hey, maybe you only need to you only need to play 2 if you win them both. That's enough to guarantee at least second place berth. So
that's
this is
true.
it.
Just gotta hang on for 2.
Yeah, this is your weekly 2 games of TVT, and then you don't have to worry about getting bored. Then off to the throne room with you. All right. Any final words for the chat?
Nope. I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna stuff you in one of the voice channels like I did with Smarty, and if I need you, I'll grab your POV. You can stream to me or whatever. Anyway, GLHF, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you, hearing from you later. Peace. Time for Neblime. Let's see if the lemon is ready. Oh, he got Nicholas in the waiting room. Very good. They can't speak in there, so it's pretty funny. I have stolen you from XD Man. How are you feeling today, Neblime?
I know, look at him! No, I'm amazing. This is like a sign, you know? Like, imagine you're like, I don't know, an ancient Greek or something, and you're thinking like, oh, we're going to battle tomorrow. I've made the sacrifices. Are the signs good? And you look in the sky, and you see XD Man fly past. You think, yes.
That's
we
right.
win this day.
You just hear aromavirus in the background, and it's you win.
Look at him, he's still in there.
I know,
he's
he
still
just
in there.
chills. He's waiting for somebody else to go there. So.
The best omen possible.
That's right. That's right. We are talking about a group where obviously you're favored to win. You were just telling 3 Crow, stop putting pressure on me. How are you feeling going into this?
Can some other Protoss win the whole tournament? Like 3 Crow keeps saying, like, our only hope, Neblime. I'm like, oh my god, leave me alone. I'm just trying to play over here, you know? But yeah, I guess I'm feeling good. My hand's kind of cold because, you know, it's early here. My town's colder than you might think, being in Australia.
Well, interesting. Yeah, everybody tells me it's a desert, but I guess if you're on closer to the coast, you know, where on Oil Australia are you again? Is that top right, bottom right?
I'm on the eastern part,
Eastern
not
part,
on the coast.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Makes a lot more sense then. Weather-wise,
Yeah, it was 14 overnight. Just FYI.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's like 30 in my room, so there you go.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine that then.
We've got, and I wasn't talking Fahrenheit. We've got an interesting setup here for.
I was.
We've got an interesting setup for the opening match. I gave you the Lord's Privilege, the Battlements Lord's Privilege.
Yeah.
You have selected Shopkeeper Dog. Thought process behind that?
Why waste any time? Let's just get in there.
Let's just get in there. And why pick him and not Smarty?
Well, you've caught me out, haven't you? Because I'm admitting that I think Shopkeeper Dog's the strongest player. Sorry, Smarty. Sorry, Smarty. Pranoga used some mind tricks on me to make me say it.
That's the way. Well, it does mean that you're basically giving yourself the harder test first, and then if you win here, maybe you can kind of breathe easy. But we haven't seen how Smarty plays, so we'll have to see. Maybe he's gamed up and ready to go, because Dog doesn't seem very confident in the TVT, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear them say that, because everyone's telling me, like, oh, he's playing against, like, you know, EV and this, that, and the other, and doing really well. It's true what he says, though. We did only play, like, the reverse matchup, because I don't like playing and, like, having, like, you know, being told, like, oh, you didn't really win. I mean, this isn't verbatim the kind of thing Dog says. It's just how it goes in my mind. You know,
because
he
he thinks that Protoss is unplayable. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because it just upsets me, you know, when you put your heart and soul into a game and you're just told, like, no, this is shit. So I'm like, all right, let's just play something you can enjoy.
You're right.
You know,
yeah.
I don't know if he even enjoys it, to be honest, but he didn't complain about it. So I think we had some good games.
Yeah, there you go.
He's not bad at Protoss. I think he should just switch to Protoss. But anyway,
well, he only likes killing vultures with Draconins or Dragoons in StarCraft 1 and battling over mines. You can kind of do that in Cosmonarchy, but it's not the same thing, I guess, for him. So that's why he doesn't.
I'm really bad at that.
He used to play Protoss. That actually used to be his race. So I don't know. He likes Terran instead now, or doesn't really like it, but tolerates it. That's my guess. Cool to have him anyway, and cool to have you, of course. You end up being one of our chief sponsors once again, 2 Acropolises in a row. In order to get back the money that you invested, though, you have to win the whole tournament. That's the only way. So is that what you're going to do?
Wasn't it true last time as well?
Yes, yeah. It was.
And I'm still held to the same rule that if I get through, I've got to pay more. Every time I win, I've got to pay more.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
I'll give the usual shout out. If you want to see the prize pool grow, you should take a dive.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. They're throwing for me to make more money. I get it. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. All right. Well, interesting stuff. I will point out that as of right now, the favorites have all gotten through, either 4-0 or 4-1. Crankendow only dropping one map to Top Ramen. We obviously had Hit 'em Up go through 4-0. Maybe one of the games looked a bit closer or squirrely, but for the most part it was pretty straightforward. Jack only dropping one game to Doglived, 4-1. Surprising to call him a favorite, by the way, but that's the way that we live now. And then, of course, just now, Hamster 4-0 in his group. So we're talking about you as, you're not the only one left, because Ayud is over in his group waiting. In a couple hours, he'll be taken to the virtual stage. But we're talking 4-0 for you as well. What do you think?
I think so.
Okay. Confidence. Any surprises so far from the battlements that you've seen?
No, not really. I'm surprised Shambles struggled so much, but I think he's very accurate what he said himself in the interview, that, like, he's got some ideas there, but he's not executing. So I've said this to him in private. I just want to see him grind more. I want to see him unlock the potential. But other than that, I have to say things kind of went as I expected.
Right.
Hit 4-0, what a surprise. Can't
Yeah.
believe it. I mean, look, I was anxious about Jack because, I'm rooting for him big time, but I'm not super surprised that he crushed.
But he's been playing against you a lot, and I even thought I was under the impression he actually was starting to get towards a winning record or even record against you. But he's like, no, Neblime still beats me most of the games. So I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because when we practice, we're always doing some particular thing. Like with the 6 Lattice I was doing while game, we played 50 games of that. And at some point, I'm just telling him, like, do this, and it might win, and then it wins. So, so it's hard to say if we played for real, what it would be like.
Right.
Imagine, you have a sparring partner, and then in the real battle, again, let's go back to my ancient Greek analogy.
Sure.
I've got to stab him. It's not going to be the same.
Yes.
It's going to be horrible for both of us.
Yes, of course. And, you hated sending Biddy B home all those Ascensions ago.
I really did.
Obviously, it's going to be the same if you two meet at some point.
Oh, what have I done?
Well, I will point out that so far we've got only 2 players got through with 4-1 on their record. It was Crank and it was Jack. Same are Tribunal players. And 2 out of the 4 Battlements Lords, the top 4 from the last tournament, go through 4-0. So if that continues to hold, the top 4 from the last tournament will have their playoffs buys. That's just kind of the way it works, barring some very egregious thing where, like, each game that you or Ayud wins is really, really strugglesome versus players that they're not supposed to be struggling versus. Then maybe I would adjust the seating. But if it goes the way that we're all expecting, even this group as well, opportunity. So I'm just saying, you might just skip the first room. You might just.
It's not based on results alone.
It's based on results, it's based on eye test of how good your level is, and it's, of course, based on strength of schedule. So, you versus Dog would earn you more points in that imaginary point. I don't have, like, a calculator out. Versus you versus Smarty, as an example, right? But, conversely, if Smarty qualifies in second place, his seed will be boosted if he beats you, more than if he was just beating Dog. So that's just one of the other examples, right? So you're worth more. And your opponents are worth a little bit less, you know what I mean?
I have a target on my head, and all these people in chat saying, like, yeah, go Neblime, and not making it any better.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with that, you're only had to prepare 1 matchup, so that was another advantage you had in this group. Did you feel like you got enough practice versus Terran to be comfortable in this group? You did predict yourself 4-0, so I assume the answer is yes.
Well, no, not really, because, Jack's the only person in my time zone, really. And Terran practice has been sporadic. I mean, I played a good few games versus EUD, a couple versus Ramen, not as much as I'd like to, but it's also on me, because honestly, I've just been way busier than before last Acropolis. Well, last Acropolis, I practiced really hard, but I also was just less familiar with the race, right? And I think it showed in Tyrant's Tale that I didn't really know what I was doing with Protoss. So hopefully some of the groundwork I've laid still helps, because I'm not super practiced at this point, but I'm sort of just saying, well, I just have to get into Throne Room, even if I get in second place, which I don't think is going to happen, by the way. But say I was feeling super not practiced and I got in second place, it doesn't really affect my chances of winning the whole thing anyway. So I'm hoping I can just do my practice later.
Okay. Fair enough. We will have a bit of a truncated Throne Room schedule, so you won't have 1 week between each match like you did last time. So that's something else to think about. But we'll figure that out as it goes. That playoffs bye will still come in handy either way, assuming you're gonna end up doing it. Like you said, you don't even predict yourself out in second. So I guess we'll have to see. Any final words before I put you in competitor number 1 voice channel?
Well, I would say what I said last tournament, but no one's casting any doubts this time, so you're finally believers. I'm pleased.
That's right. Hey, you exited second place last time. Ayud got the better of you in the groups. I don't think a Terran is going to be able to do the same thing. They'll have a tall order ahead of them to do that. Good luck, Neblime. We will see you for the exit interview.
Bye.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly ready to begin. I will go ahead and get the lobby up for our homies, and we will see what there is to see. Group E. And we've got Group F coming up after this, remember? This time around, though, there's going to be some very interesting opening works here. Neblime, Shopkeeper, Dog. I don't know who to favor in this opening match, but it'll be a good time, that's for sure. PVT, a matchup we haven't seen yet today. Let's see what happens. I'm looking forward to how this group will go, because there is a real chance that our players will perform the required upset. Yes, that is Nicholas. All right. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I can't wait. I can't wait. And now we don't have to. Shopkeeper Dog picked this map. Neblime picked the opponent, though. Who made the right choice? You know what I'm saying? We've got Neblime down here in the bottom right as our maroon Protoss. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as our Beastra Brown Terran. That one was a tough one, not gonna lie. And it's not going to be an instant lattice, but it will be a lattice. Ask me how I know. The Vespene. Shopkeeper Dog will be going for a Fulcrum. Ask me how I know. The Vespene. And also, he doesn't have a Stockade down yet, so there you go. Mech versus lattice play. Now, Shopkeeper Dog already knows he can just kind of put down a Watchdog if the Vassal is the first unit that comes out here. But we'll have to see what Neblime's answer to the Vulture opener is, because that's what we're expecting right now in this matchup. We're expecting Vulture opener. We're expecting maybe Blackjack Rush, Matador Drop, these kinds of moves that perhaps Neblime has or has not seen yet. I'm certainly interested in where we go from here. First lattice unit is a Vassal indeed. It will be scouted by Shopkeeper Dog's Mason. Scribe, on the other hand, has indeed moved on through. Second Fulcrum will be sighted. First combat unit will be the Vulture. It's the only thing that money is available for. Might have to defend his worker if Neblime chooses to harass that. And a Rogue Gallery follow-up. This is not meta. This is not what I've seen Neblime do before. The Vassal is out early and attacking the Mason Scout, so this is buying a lot of time for whatever Shopkeeper Dog wants to do in response to that. Though he isn't actually paying attention to the worker, I'm sure he's actually seen that it is a... Yeah, see a nerd. A Vassal. So, Mason sacrifices its life to buy time for the response, and the Rogue Gallery is an interesting choice, man. I'm really not sure what to predict there. But at least it'll fly directly over the middle of the map and reveal in all its glory, with no fog of war, this lovely formation of Epic in the middle of the map. Oh no, he changed his course. Screw you, Neblime. First two Vultures are leaving the building, and Blackjacks are going to be coming up already. There's a Watchdog to defend. And those Vultures, they might actually be able to overwhelm the Idol. But a second one is already out, so maybe not. Especially if they use their minds a little bit more lackadaisically. Kind of being tricksy with it. Vessel almost going down. 2 more hits from the Watchdog and it would have been enough, but it does wisely move away. No Vespene has been harvested just yet for Shopkeeper Dog. It looks like he wants to Ministry behind this. He's just going to kind of Blackjack and scale up his macros, so the early attack window is not really something that he's concerned about. Just massing up his Blackjacks back at home. He's going to use the Vulture Mines to keep tabs on his opponent, maybe watch for flyovers. Makes a lot of sense. And there's the Ministry, as predicted. Still no Vespene harvesting. We'll keep an eye out on... There it is, exactly now when Shopkeeper Dog chooses to make it happen. And the Vassal will scout that out. Not quite, actually. Gets popped by the Blackjacks. We are on extra high brain cells, so the latency is as max as it can be on single brain cell crown links, so... Gotta factor that in as well. Third lattice, and a Charlatan pops out. A couple of them, actually. Neblime might be thinking about... Oh, he's just going to use the Scribes to clear some of the Vulture Mines, which does make sense. Shopkeeper Dog has been pretty good about being on the level with this. And he'll now see that it's a Charlatan. So that's an interesting... Obviously an interesting choice for Neblime to be making. Dog always thinks that Charlatans are pretty good, but for whatever reason, most Protosses don't go for it. We'll see if it factors in this time around. anchor on the front. And a stockade, presumably for the shaman. Blackjack stack up to a dozen. Should be a pretty reasonable fight here for our Terran player. Second Ministry sighted now by Neblime, although he's not quite paying attention to it. He'll definitely see it in the fog of war. And he sees the anchor. He should just fall away. Losing an idol early on is not exactly ideal. These couple vultures still out here. One of them has one lobotomy mine left, and scribes are... Okay, one of them is going to expand. I don't really know where the other one is going. Probably just to clear more mines. A couple of blackjacks getting bopped immediately. On the rally, not ideal. Vestry, third fulcrum, most likely for a palladium. Grab those artillery phalanx, the siege tank equivalent here in Cosmonarchy. Oh, the vultures get a run by in. They could go for that scribe, and they will, but they will end up paying for it. Obviously not going to be able to get anything else here. He scouts out the complexion of the base, sees triple lattice, sees a rogue gallery. Doesn't scout super deep, so not much else seen. I don't know if he spotted this Nexus, but the mine is too far away to scout it. He does see the first expand. Double expand from Neblime feels very greedy. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. He's keeping tabs on his opponent with the Vassal, which is very good. The Shaman is here. Second anchor as well. Shopkeeper Dog, a worker advantage, but not really an economic lead built just yet. He actually needs to deploy that ministry on the natural, and he's being soft contained right now. Prostration stage for the Pariah is on the way, and the Palladium instantly gives way to the Phalanx. So it looks like the Phalanx isn't even going to be exactly required here. That anchor is empty. That one is just going to be garrisoned once it lands, as opposed to beforehand. Ministry on the way. It feels a very timid opener here for Shopkeeper Dog. Oh, the Ministry is for the idols. And for the Charlatan, for that matter. First Vagrant pops immediately. That Ministry not going to go down anytime soon, even with the Manifold assistance. And so the Blackjacks muscle the Protoss away from the front gates. That's pretty nifty. I don't know why he's typing to Neblime, but that's very fun. The Shaman should move down so that it can repair the mech army, but that is very good. That is very good. Maybe he's saying that out loud to remind himself, because he might not have known that. Well, Neblime isn't going to be too miffed by that. He can stretch ahead in workers, already has, up by 4, and that will be counting up soon. A Crucible to speed up all of his production, including the Nexus over here in the bottom right. Scouting Scribe, clearing mines, making sure nothing else is afoot. And it looks like we're setting up for a bit of a move out. Phalanx unpacking, Shaman's unpacking. We've got double Phalanx, triple Shaman, many more Fulcrums. Dog just needs to keep on point for his unit spending. Another Phalanx, 2 more Blackjacks, and of course the anchors are on the way. You can see Neblime preemptively trying to spread his army, but as he gets just wind that the mech are on the move, he's going to have to withdraw, set up for a timing. His first Pariah out, second one on the way. He has a Kabbalist for maybe some harassment later on. Try to split the focus. Vassal watching for the likely third. Sometimes we've seen people expand to 1 o'clock or 7 o'clock, depending on where they are. Charlatan might get bopped here. Neblime has to fall back in that position. Some of his units are actually still pretty bruised from the previous engagement, but there's no armor end here. No Matadors, no Hurricanes. Hard for Shopkeeper Dog to break down then the Pariah without a really strong position. No Cestus here for the armor buff. He is paying attention to the army. That anchor, though, it's going to be focused down a little bit earlier than what was wanted here by our Terran player. Still, the anchor does offer 350 extra bonus HP, even though it's just there for the interception. And now the front line's starting to dwindle. The Pariah off to the side. That's not really going to be an easy choice. It's actually backed into a corner. I think this is a mistake from Neblime, but has he realized it? The Blackjacks moving on through. Shamans and Phalanx all by their lonesome, but they're still going to be able to do some of the spread damage, and that Phalanx absorbing a ton of pressure from a lot of the Protoss army. Another Pariah goes down. The Blackjack timing attack. Hold on. What does Neblime have? Ancestral Archives. Is the third Nexus really going to beat him back this Bradley? He's actually been put into such a bad position. Now the Kabbalist is wreaking some havoc in the mineral line, actually going after the gas miners. A dastardly tactic, but presumably Blackjack's here to deal with it, and indeed, he may have shift-clicked it onto the workers, but it does go down with only 5 kills to its name. And while Neblime has 30 more workers, he's only got a third of the military that his opponent has. We could be seeing an upset in the first game. Maybe this is why it was picked by Shopkeeper Dog. Phalanx is leapfrogging forward. He needs to focus down that pariah, not able to get where he needs to go. And look at that. Brilliant. Shattering the idols. Another pariah being brought down super low. I think they're on hold position. All the scribes being pulled for the battle. We've got one unsieged Phalanx. Now it's going to go for it. That spread damage. Maybe an opportunity now for Neblime to close the line. Those pariahs are staying alive somehow, but finally, the Blackjacks will deal with them. Reinforcements streaming on in. Those Phalanxes are going to need to deploy the Shamans, adding so much padding to this army, and that's it for Neblime's forces. Back down to the drawing board. He's making a single up Tecton. Can Shopkeeper Dog keep up the momentum? He's shattered the greedy third base. A vassal over here for harassment, not going to do much. Some of these rallies need to be corrected, perhaps. Shopkeeper Dog on the precipice of victory. He finishes the job onto this, shuts down the mining. Neblime on one base right now. Unbelievable scenes. The Nexus shattered. Only the Uptecton can save Neblime here. And the Phalanx count is high enough. I'm not so sure it'll be enough. First Uptecton shot out. This was a greedy play into a very tech-heavy option. Will Shopkeeper Dog continue the odds, or will he just fall back knowing he's got the advantage? Look at the Uptecton. It struggles versus the 4-armor Phalanx. The Shamans will keep it healthy as well on the way back, and he can consolidate, breathe, reset. An embassy on the way. Has to get back to it. Neblime desperately in need of more Nexuses. Looking back to where he's at. That vassal will not survive for the scout. Just sees that the army is on the move again. Unfortunately, a Shaman and a Phalanx suicided over. But it does see that the level of strength for the army isn't really as good as Neblime wants it to be. That's for sure. Look at the amount of Blackjacks. Look at the amount of Phalanx. I don't think the Uptecton can save him. He doesn't even have enough money to make another one. Now he's going to go ahead and spend it down. The Vespine was the big problem. No gas caps and no more income from the other bases. He double expands again. I don't think it's going to work out. The power generators are going to be wiped off the map, allowing for that big Terran mech army to continue paving its way through. Hold on. This group is Shopkeeper Dogs, perhaps. Neblime taking a look at the army once again. The scribe will move on through for a scout. Masons wrapping around. Tier 2 on the way. Matadors. Hurricanes. Shopkeeper Dog has an advantage, but he's not pressing it. He's not pushing it. He's allowing Neblime an opportunity, if only a fleeting one, to feint back into the game. Simulacrum guarding 12 o'clock. The Ministry will be seen by this scribe. We'll see what the reaction time is. A witness in the middle of the map could get bopped by a good Shaman positioning. And I feel like Shopkeeper Dog is kind of borderline crumbling here. Moving his entire army to clear the Scribe Scout is a huge overreaction. And I don't think he even noticed the witness in the process, so army movement continues. Neblime has to rely on his opponent, giving him a way back into this game. If he gets up to a really deadly Uptecton stack, which Shopkeeper Dog surely is aware of, Tier 2 is going to be required, and here it is for the dog. He's just moving his army back and forth. This feels like he's floundering despite having such a huge advantage. The aura of Neblime is giving him another look into this army, another look into this game, massing up as best he can, fighting back from a 15-worker deficit now. Has he noticed the shimmer? Now he has. Witness gone. Blinded. Blindsided. Neblime going for a greedy play. Didn't think Shopkeeper Dog would hit the timing. A single mantle, a single starport. I think we're going to need a little bit more than that. The Vultures moving through, reveal more Uptectons, reveal the third base being reestablished. Shopkeeper Dog had such a good window of opportunity. Now he's got Matadors and Hurricanes. The Matador, a very good move, in my opinion, versus this squad. It can rend the armor of the pariahs, help you chew through them fast. If they're still alive after, they can sick the Uptectons and really force them to expend all of their damage, their salvo, onto the push. Cataphract. Another mantle coming online here. The fourth base, fourth ministry, ready to go. Capping the gas in the main base, at least for the ridge. Captaincy's now on the way. Shopkeeper Dog remembering his tech tree. His reward for beating Neblime would be a TVT against SmrtyCakes for Game 2. I'm sure he's just licking his lips at such a sight as the Ministry lands towards 9 o'clock. Big mech ball, lots of phalanx, even though Neblime's been able to ascend with 4 Uptectons, a 5th one coming down the ramp, a Xenolith in preparation for recalling the army. Shopkeeper Dog has just given him so much time, but he might still have the answer. He might still have a hell of an army here. Witness providing overwatch, giving vision for those Uptectons to pick and choose their own engagements, and it feels like Shopkeeper Dog is struggling to get his army moving again. Hemorrhaging a couple of units on the way out. Really needs to control his army just a hair better, but he's got an Azazel on the way. He's got a couple of Tinkerer's Towers, needs those Strigas, of course, and now he's going to try to close him in. This Protoss army is absolutely dwarfed by the sheer amount of Terran units on the field. Some Sims are going to crumble immediately. The few melee units that were able to get a look in crumble as well for Shopkeeper Dog, but he's on top of the first Uptecton. There's 4 more remain. The Pariah is not quite able to get in, and he's just tank moding it, just using Shaman, unsieged Phalanx to push on through. Maybe Shopkeeper Dog still maintains the advantage, but he keeps moving back and forth, and that's really not what you need to see here. A 4th base coming for Neblime. Where's the Killer Instinct? Where's Shopkeeper Dog's A move? Where one Uptecton falls, another takes its place. The rate of growth only barely held at an arm's length, and another Azazel flies off the handle. The spellcasters are potentially there. Matador, Phalanx. This is the option. This is the opportunity. A D-Matrix onto that Cataphract is brought down by 3 Uptectons. It gets recast instead, absorbing a lot of pressure, absorbing a lot of damage, but there's no units other than the Uptectons. They need to hightail it out of there, but they're stuck. They're stuck firing. Oh, and that one just can't get through the portal. He's going to end up dropping so many of his Uptectons are going to fall in the middle of the map. Simulacrums have been split off to the other side. You can't fight those with workers, so he's got to pull the boys instead. Maybe he can D-Matrix as he tries to continue the push, but he's not paying attention to this army that's attack moving into Neblime's force. There's still a couple more. The recall starting to channel. He needs to get those Uptectons the hell out of Dodge. And indeed he will. Living with 4. That's more than he really should have had. More than he had any right to make in the first place. Shopkeeper Dog, so close to potentially throwing his lead, throwing his advantage. Needs to get his rallies reset. Needs to get his 4th base mining again to stay ahead of Neblime's economy. And Azazel scouts out a single artisan, not really the main target here. Instead, we see the Shopkeeper Dog army proceeding towards the choke of Neblime. He's going to try to make his last stand on his 3rd, and he can just kind of group up from that point onward. There is another witness sort of watching the tail end of this army. Here's the Azazels right in the front line, offering themselves up to the Protoss anti-air. The Pariahs crumble, and the Uptectons are stacked up, shellacked by the Phalanx. Cataphracts helping out with some steady damage. A Shaman on the front lines, kept alive by the Azazel. There's only 3 Uptectons remaining. An Archon in desperation. Neblime shifting gears to whatever he can make, whatever will be faster, towards the natural choke, the Uptectons. An opportunity. That Pariah gets nuked. All of the manifolds, they're just going down. That Uptecton so dangerously close to death. Neblime so dangerously close to his demise. His Archon pulled forward. The Sirens have purchase. They can get their hooks into that Uptecton, but that's not where they're targeting. Instead, they go after the front line. Friendly fire. Only Phalanx is left. Where's the reinforcements? Slowly making their way across the map. It might just be that Shopkeeper Dog has run out of steam at the 11th hour. Surely not. He was so far ahead for so long. He had such tempo. He had the tech advantage to the extent you can over a Protoss. A synthetic Synod started for Neblime. What a scare. That one Simulacrum going to stop that Mason from being able to do what it needs to be done. And now an Archon and a Pariah combine to help clear this 4th base once more. The army shifting over to try to clear this threat. We've got Ramses, Katas, a whole hodgepodge of units. As Shopkeeper Dog, floating 1,000 minerals, needs to get his money into units and onto the field. More mantles coming. He needs Cataphracts, steady damage. He needs Ramses for the penetration on the chaff. And he needs those Matadors to let the rest of his army sing free. Mason, evacuation, moving up there, but 12 o'clock still under duress. Nothing has stopped Neblime from taking a 5th base at 7 o'clock. And sure, you can say Shopkeeper Dog has somewhat kept level, but this is yet another 20-minute TVP match. The challenger, Dog, the favorite, Neblime, on the ropes, but comes back at the final moment, it feels like, and now he will erase the 9 o'clock base. Starting to add Durandals to the comp. It's a good move. Durandal Cataphract is certainly a composition that can make this work wonderfully. The Pariah getting a little bit ahead of itself, but no Strigas to cement its fate. Maybe this Ministry won't actually be able to make it happen. The Uptecton's just going to move up there. Oh, but one of them gets waylaid. And maybe this is an opportunity. Should be able to get a little bit of damage and irradiate from the Seraph. Could be D-Matrix to save its life, courtesy of that Azazel. Needs to get the hell out of Dodge. We got Vultures with full mines. And the Ministry will be able to land if it so desires, but instead, he's going to bring it with him. Intercept some shots, perhaps. 12 o'clock just going to be canceled. Never really got off the ground. Down back to 3 bases with a depleted main. This feels like it's an all-in move from Shopkeeper Dog. If he doesn't win here, he might not win at all. And that Uptecton with only 30 health to its name is not going to be enough. A Bulwark, anything he can go for here to hold a desperate attack as the Ministry now shuffling off to 12 o'clock. He remakes it on location instead. I don't know what's going on in Dog's mind. He had such an advantage. Remember, he still has a powerhouse of Cataphracts. If they can actually find purchase and clear the deck, he can walk through, clear Neblime's production, and finish the job from there. But it would still require a significant effort. A Pariah walks in. This is going to have to be a canceled base, surely. Dog just needs to make a decision and stick to it. He clears one of the witnesses in the middle of the map, blinding Neblime yet again. But instead, he's just going to move over to clear this Vagrant with every unit he owns. Multitasking has certainly not been his strongest suit. And if he goes after this entrenched position, it's going to take so long for him to actually clear that base. And he won't cancel the Ministry either. It gets full killed by the Pariah. His army is still strong, but it refuses to pick a direction and stick to it. And the Uptecton count seems out of control. 7 of them with some Pariah support. The first salvos go wide. Cataphracts can start their journey. It should have been a win for Shopkeeper Dog. It might still be. Most of the ground units are taken care of, sans the artillery. We've got Demiurges as well. The Manifolds just trying to do their best, and now a recall in desperation. Neblime needs to get the hell out of Dodge back to his 3rd base, but he's streaming so many units further deeper into the pool. And again, we still have so many Cataphracts. The artillery ball for Shopkeeper Dog trying its best. Apostles, one Apostle, in fact, desperately trying to resurrect the Horde, but it doesn't look like it'll be quite enough. We only have artillery on both sides, and the Demiurges are brought down. We've got one Siren walking behind all of these Cataphracts to pull that Uptecton in one at a time, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. And Shopkeeper Dog may have just thrown the last chance he had at breaking Neblime here. Got another army. If that had been already ready to push forward, that would have been a different story. Only the one Xenolith here. Neblime stretching ahead in workers, certainly stretching ahead in effective income. 4th base has been reestablished in the meanwhile, but the army, it's going the wrong way. It's not meeting Neblime where he's at. And once again, caught in translation, the army refusing to pick a direction still. You see that he's so close to breaking Neblime, even when he takes so long to pick and choose where he wants to go. But now, a couple of units here and there are forcing a huge committal, with the Witness spying on him the whole way through. Even a pylon wall at the last second. Another Ministry denied by a single unit from the lattice. Neblime refuses to give in, to give up. He should have just GG'd as soon as his third and natural were rolled over, Shopkeeper Dog had such an advantage and just decided to not play the game. That's what it's going to go down on. A historic loss for Shopkeeper Dog on the precipice of victory. Will he ever have a chance like this again? The 6th base well established and now getting defenses. A single demiurge lost in the middle of the map as 12 o'clock is once again caved in. That ministry will not survive. Consolation prize may be the pariahs and the demiurges that he's able to take control of, but I'm not so sure it will end up mattering in the end. He's still got a respectable mech ball, but he's got Masons loose in the army, slowing him down, clogging his pathing. And he GG's. Neblime had no business winning that. Neblime had no business avoiding the upset, but here we are nonetheless. It's Protoss victory. It's self-fulfilling prophecy. Neblime, his opponent in the interview, said, "I'm losing this game." Then proceeded to almost win and make sure in the end that he lost the game. P-Sense in the chat, I hate everything about this. Unbelievable. It felt like the only thing Neblime had going for him in that game was that he made the Ancestral Archives in a place that was safe from losing his third and losing his nat. And even though Shopkeeper Dog had such an advantage, he had the tech, he had the ball, he just spun around the middle of the map. Opportunities galore. Will he have another chance at that? Will he ever get that game state again or anything comparable? He's going to have to wait to find out. SmrtyCakes taken to the virtual stage here, picking our next map. Imagine if I made it in the natural. Yeah, Neblime. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to ask him at the end for the exit interview, but it does seem like something that Neblime must have been sweating. I feel like any other player just types GG and leaves, but dude. He had to rely on a big mistake from his opponent, and he got it. It's all right. Dog can clear his mental and prepare for the next round. He has an opportunity to check SmrtyCakes out, who is still in the bathroom, like a noob. Neblime almost committed an absolute sin. It was a risky play from Neblime, and he really ought to have been punished, I'll tell you that much. But he wasn't quite able to be. Near Impact selected versus Neblime. SmrtyCakes will challenge him on the other favorable TVP map, according to Neblime himself. Unbelievable scenes here. Well, hey, I don't think Neblime will make the same mistake of doing that same play again, but I guess maybe he can versus Smarty, and we'll just see what the reaction is there. But either way. Oh, I almost gave Smarty a loss before. That's the wrong player to fill in loss. Sorry, buddy. I'll wait 10 minutes. Big underdog here. Let's see if he's got what it takes. You know, it was Smarty who said, big chance for one Terran to beat Neblime here. And we really did see that chance. We almost saw the actual conversion in that opening match. But Smarty has to do it himself if he wants to do it now. Fighting in his opening match here in the Battlements stage. First timer. Neblime's in the bottom right as the turquoise Protoss. SmrtyCakes in the top left. I'm going to say Zinwaldite Brown. Terran. He's going to go mech. Neblime going to go for the lattice play yet again. And the scribe is pretty quick. I don't think he really knows what to expect from Smarty, so it does make sense to go for a quicker scout. Maybe also thinking about the map as well. Might be a bit of a different story. Oh! He's going gateway. Okay. So this might be a strat where Neblime's going to be going for a Hierophant opening. That would make the most sense based on the gas banked. Guess we'll find out what the plan is here. Gateway into Lattice. You know, I've been hearing about PVT and how Protoss like to go Lattice versus Terran. It didn't really seem to work very well versus the opener last game. So Neblime already making a bit of an alteration by going Gateway. Whether that's an intended, like he was always going to do that, or whether he's deciding to do that now, kind of remains to be seen. A Hierophant coming out here, as indeed predicted. First Vulture is loose. We'll see what Smarty wants to do. We saw him play this matchup to qualify to the Battlements stage. He's been more defensive with his mines, typically. He's looking for that scribe, but it's pocketed a little bit further away. Funny. First game, Neblime came in with his hands cold. He's certainly warmed up now. Watchdog in a funny location here. He will see the Vassal now. It's okay to chase down the Vulture with that a little bit. I mean, the Terran is fine with that. No way, dude. Ha. Oh my god, he bronzed him, dude. That what a move. Nobody expects the Watchdog to be in that position. That's so funny. Put some respect on Smarty's name. He's here. He is here to play. He's here to win. All right. Pretty quickly expand, even on location. Pretty ballsy, pretty ballsy. I like it. Behind in workers already tells me that there was a cut at some point for cakes. Okay, we'll see. Another vassal dismissed. It's a decent amount of vultures, but he hasn't really been pressuring with them. So I guess he's just going to keep them around for a move out. Oh, nice. Good awareness from Smarty to clear another vassal, denying yet another scout. So he doesn't know what the follow-up is. And you do need to kind of know what the follow-up is here. No, it doesn't really focus down that zealot, unfortunately, and we'll lose a vulture for his troubles. You need to know what the follow-up is here, because if you know, it could be a star pad, in which case you got to watch out for scrapyard drop, matador drop, right? Or it could be Cyclops. We have seen Cyclops drop from Hit 'em Up recently. But instead, it looks like it's going to be mass Cyclops here. At least the first couple rounds of production are out of the Cyclops here. Gonna need the witness to scout against Smarty, apparently. Very on point there on the scouting denial. Remember, there's no sustain with this composition. He's only got access to the Cyclops for as long as they don't splash themselves to death. Vulture Blackjack can help handle the higher armor targets like the Zealots. The Cyclops are meant for everything else, especially the backline. An interesting tactic. He's going to go Matador to help foment a frontline that can deal with this. So it's Cyclops Matador. Huh. Okay, a Grand Library up for Neblime. His embassy finishing up. We'll see what his first unit is. It'll be the Witness. A pretty reasonable expenditure, so that's a certain amount of money that isn't going to be helping out on the fight, right? And now we see SmrtyCakes kind of cycling down with the Vultures, looking around for scouts, seeing what he can find. So, sees the Vassal there on the minimap, and it's going to be Blackjack Matador for the front line, Cyclops for the back line. Sort of. So that Simulacrum does nothing. That's a dead Zealot. Unfortunate amount of splash damage there. Vultures cycle up to kind of draw some attention. This is going to allow Smarty to potentially descend into the natural... What? Why are all these scribes here? What's happening? Neblime is suiciding his workers, thinking he's got the worker advantage anyway. He doesn't need them. And he's right for now. Despite losing all of those, he's still pretty good. But that deployed Matador is going to take a hell of a long time to kill. However, all the Cyclops get wiped. He uses the friendly fire against him, and somehow, I don't know what the hell that tactic was, but it worked out beautifully. There's all these mines here, so he can't really death push versus all the Cyclops that are being built. SmrtyCakes routed by workers of all things, and still behind. Gotta watch out. That Hierophant dropped a little bit too low for Neblime's liking. He's gonna fall back, seeing the Remax there. He's got a Golem, which is definitely pretty difficult to deal with. A Star Pad on the way. We're making 5 Cyclops a pop here. So, unit production, rather, very on point here for Smarty. It's going to put Neblime under the test. He goes for the Argosy transition. He doesn't actually have a unit out of the Grand Library that he was making. We'll check his base to see if he canceled it at some point. That Golem forcing Smarty back. Oh, the monocomp is working wonders, and Neblime's kind of baiting himself into it, but he wants to stand and fight. There's an Amaranth, the first time we're seeing something out of the Grand Library, indeed. It will be brought down. Smarty, he's using that splash so beautifully, and Neblime is giving him all those opportunities, walking right in, losing both Hierophants. And the Cyclops count continues to rise. He's got 10 coming in to reinforce his 8 on the front. That's both Hierophants gone. Suddenly, this fight is a lot easier for Smarty to start posturing about, and it's all down to whether Neblime can stem the tide until he's got his Tier 3 active. A single sim blocking the 9 o'clock position, no expanding on location for Smarty. Needs to just keep up the pressure. Doesn't have much of a transition point here anyway, if you ask me. I suppose he can try to go Goliath. Try to stop the Argosy from really having much. But yeah, this is going to be some pressure, canceling the structure. The Cyclops are allowed in. They've diverted the army. Now this front gate could be attacked. And you can see Smarty, he's focusing him down. He's keeping him there. He's actually going to clothesline the army. Those 5 Cyclops staying alive, clearing multiple Draconins. I can't believe it, but Smarty is about to finish the job that Shopkeeper Dog maybe couldn't. There's so many more. He's trying to pull the workers just in case, but that Amaranth, I guess that'll be a pretty big target. Oh no, Smarty, do you have any more Cyclops where that came from? He's clearing so many units, but great split so far from Neblime. The Amaranth goes down. Not so many units left over here, but 8 very wounded Cyclops. There's a Storm available, and 11 more Cyclops on the way. Workers are getting caught. There's only the Storm left to hold back the Horde. And a Solarian about to pop out. We're going to need to see a transition into Goliaths out of those Fulcrums. When there's not enough Vespene for that. He made the Star Pad. He's got a Wraith out somewhere. Going after the Warden, not going to be enough. Wow. So once again, it's only tech to save Neblime here. He's going for this greedy expansion tactic. Baiting the Terran into a more aggressive strategy. And always on the precipice of defeat, but now has remaxed with his gateways. If the Cyclops were used just a little bit better, if the Micro was a little bit more there, a Treasury on location is not going to work out as well as Smarty hoped. But now the mobility of the army is in question, pressuring the third base, focusing down that Warden. That's all he wanted. Now he'll take a fighting retreat, and he'll seize the Solarian out of the corner of his eye. He'll know the tech was there. The Ministry halted in its construction. No Goliaths yet. Just Cyclops. The monocomp. Has Smarty run out of steam? Again, I don't think he has a transition point here. If he completely wiped the ground army, we'd be in a different story. But now he's walking right into the Drakidans. No Watchdogs yet, but they're coming up online at the natural. He's got 9 Cyclops that could really help him out here. He can hold from the Solarian with the defenses. That part's fine. But he needs to get rid of this ground army. Oh, this could be big. If he stuns the Solarian, watch out for that damage adding up. Ground army kind of required. Neblime needs to walk into this. Oh my god, the Solarian's going to die! The Solarian is going to die to Cyclops! Neblime does not have access to that unit anymore. Did he ever make a second one? We're looking around for it. There it is. Towards the third base, retreating. The Treasury trying to be reset. The Watchdogs put down in absolute disarray, and we've got another Fulcrum and a Stockade. He knows he needs some kind of sustain. Thrown away so many units. The Wraith just watching for Artisans. That's where it went. He made the Star Pad for that. Never made anything else. What a game. Neblime had a worker advantage that was pretty high, but 10 of them weren't even mining until just now. Setting up the fourth base, though, that's pretty difficult for Smarty to deal with. There's a lot of Cyclops here. Still a lot of them. Storm is good. Forcing Micro on multiple fronts. Smarty's got to keep his mechanics in shape. Up to 50 workers now. Maybe there's still a chance here. He's going to try to overwhelm the position. The splash damage working on the Cantavis. He clears the ground army. Solarian down to about half HP and no shields left. It's going to move forward, but I think maybe a little bit too fast. The Cantavis going down. Now targeted by the rest of the Cyclops. And okay, one of them stays alive, but that is almost a dead Look, he's going to land the Watchdogs. Oh my god. He needs to focus target the Solarian, though. And I can't believe he's almost about there. Oh, a little bit flubbed on the building Micro. That's not something you see too often. I love the idea. I love the gusto. He's got 18, he's about 20 Cyclops still. This third base going to get canceled out or at least forced to lift. He still is stubbornly sticking. Huracan's the addition to Cyclops just to put a little bit more distance. He could have caught that Cantavis in translation. The wounded Solarian up for grabs here if Smarty actually recognizes it. Oh yeah, he does. See you later. Goodbye. That's it for that. The other one, full HP, now going to posture towards the front line. We've got more Cyclops where that came from. But SmrtyCakes is wisely, in my opinion, pushing forward. His goal is going to be to try to pressure this nascent base. Unfortunately, though, the Wardens are up now. It's going to be costly. He needs to start grabbing something else. He needs to put down more Watchdogs at home. The Solarian going to be wreaking havoc. The Cyclops are going to have to deal with their mortal nemesis, the Workers. And another Solarian arrives to add insult to injury. Mojo has been lost. It was a brilliant showing. SmrtyCakes getting so close yet again. A couple of unit control things the other way. I'll put it to you this way. If Shopkeeper dog level Micro was something Smarty could do, absolutely this game would have been in the palm of the Terran's hand. But now it looks like he's well and truly run out of steam. Treasury about half HP. Close to burning down. The Zealot will make it so. And that's Solarian with 15 kills. Oh, might still be brought down by the Cyclops stack. But how long can you continue doing this? The Ancestral Archive's going for the Patriarch. Neblime using that tier 4 tech yet again. For all intents and purposes, Neblime has been really wasteful with his endgame units, and he has not supported them with tier 1. He has not supported them with really hardly any chaff. But I still don't see how any transition point can be achieved when all you have is Watchdogs and Cyclops. And do you have the money? Do you have the income for Goliaths? Oof. The one Watchdog that killed the Vassal, warding off the Solarian all by itself. This round of Vultures out. That Wraith will not survive both Artisans. It does kill one of them, so I guess job done. Solarian bruised a little bit. This is like a campaign mission, dude. What's going on? Group of units in the middle of the map, unfortunately getting creamed, displaced from the rest of the army. The Solarian's on top of the production. Not so many units being made, but we are going to get 4 Goliaths out. God damn. It was so close yet again to an upset. Tantalizing. They're teasing us. Neblime refusing to die. And the Terrans not able to close. Going after the third base is not a bad idea. The Matrix won't stay alive for very long. This is a big cleanup on workers. Still has a 40 worker deficit, though. Shuts down one of the mining bases. The insects are angry, but now Patriarchs and Solarians combining. Still, I feel like Smarty isn't actually out of the woods. Neblime isn't out of the woods when it comes to Smarty's army. The army v army fights are still going to be pretty good. He still hasn't done anything to this Solarian, though. That's hilarious to me. I kind of like his idea, though. Ignore this when it comes to, you know, your move with the most of your army. Just let your units that come out of the rally deal with that. And now his army is once again calling the bluff, moving across the map. It shut down a lot of the mining at the third base. I still can't imagine this working out, though. Oh, instead he pockets them. He can come in for a flank if he wants to. The 4 Goliaths kill that Solarian, but they're so far removed from the rest of the fight. Now the Cyclops have to deal with the Dracodons, and in doing so, probably take a decent amount of splash damage. Remember, the Zealots and Amaranths are here to spread it out, and an Archon has arrived as well. It might get brought down towards the tail end of that fight. Indeed, it should. There it goes. But spreading so many Cyclops splash damage as the Goliaths try to focus down the Solarians. One more goes down. Maybe another can go down as well, but I don't think so. I think it's too far removed. The Goliath's so far away. Neblime offers him up anyway. One more consolation prize before he finishes the job, and the Patriarch's doing so much damage. The front line is almost unkillable right now. Needs to go after those Patriarchs if he wants a chance at clearing this. Instead, he'll say, no, I will kill your Solarian. I will sacrifice every Goliath to do it. And I'm not even sure he's actually going to get it done at the end of the day. Everything has gone downhill. Smarty with 7 more Cyclops to stave off disaster. He'll kill that last Solarian if it's the last thing he does, but I don't even think he can do that. Neblime goes up 2-0, but these games, they have not been easy. And maybe Shopkeeper Dog has some new ideas to stew on. I really thought Neblime was going to be a bit more comfy than this, I'll tell you that much. But hey, I'll take cinema. GG called at long last. We will not see Crisis Vector or Near Impact for the remainder of this group. Shopkeeper Dog has to select the next map versus Neblime. Shopkeeper Dog. Asking for the removal of the Optecton as a hotfix. I don't think you're likely to get that one. All right, Serenity was selected by Shopkeeper Dog. This is a map with a very, very slim rush distance. Dog down here in the bottom left, I'll say this is Arrow. It is. I'm starting to learn that color. Arrow Terran. Top right is Neblime as Tyrian purple. And you guys might be able to tell my voice is not necessarily going to hold the whole distance. I thought I would have Neblime co-cast Group F with me, but he is not available, so... Please bear with Rasp No-Go as we get deeper in. I am staying hydrated, though. Alright, no lattice shenanigans early. The gateway is pretty fast. Let's see what Shopkeeper Dog wants to do with his first couple vultures. You know, if you just tuned in and you looked at the scoreboard, you'd think, yeah, this is business as usual. Wait, didn't they start the group an hour ago? Yeah. Yeah. There was some chances in both games, I'll tell you that much. I said he wouldn't try that 2 Nexus at the same time strat. He did stagger the third one in the last game. But I really feel like it puts his position in... really just on a knife's edge. Second Fulcrum. Scribe Scout somewhere in the middle. Not really sure what all we're going to end up seeing out of the lattice this time around, but it is a very fast Hierophant. He doesn't want to play around with the vultures this time. So the Vassal will once again force out some kind of anti-air. It is sighted by the Mason Scout. I don't think the Hierophant saw it, because if the Hierophant saw the Mason, we wouldn't see the Mason. A couple of mines laid more offensively. Vassals pursuing, or one Vassal pursuing the Volts. Second Hierophant before Zealot, okay. And an embassy on the way to block out this drop location. Very cheeky. Mason was thinking about expanding on location, but he actually doesn't have the blackjacks out yet, so... he's going to have to start it somewhere else, I think. Hey, last time around, Smarty denied the scout with such a giga-brained watchdog position, and then denied the scout with 4 blackjacks, and then went Mass Cyclops. So maybe Shopkeeper Dog will do the same thing, but his expansion's a bit late. Neblime going to go for his zone, but it'll be also delayed. Second lattice first. Witness on the way. I think usually you'll end up seeing players play to what they've practiced, even if they end up seeing somebody else's style have success. Sometimes it takes a little bit before they get anything done. Neblime being very restrained with his army, refusing to give any move outs until the witness is done. And just comfortably starts adding some static defense. The witness is actually on there, on the embassy. Third fulcrum. A lot of blackjacks. Not pivoting from that just yet. Almost enough money for a star pad if he wants it. Arbuz is correct. All right, the Nexus is pretty late. Ministry is already done. Vassal gets cleared, but it does scout that out. I'm sure he sees the witness moving around now. So he's going to go for Shaman for his detection. A Palladium already on the way for the Phalanx push. The mines have been cleared by the army. And the Vultures have been nowhere to pounce. They're back in home. No mines remaining for them. I'm all for the upset, but our Terrans have to earn it. And they've gotten pretty close both games, but they haven't done it yet. This has given me flashbacks to when we had Mystery Meat in a group with two people that really wanted to try to beat him. I think it was like Veek and DF or something like that in one of our Ascension groups way back when. Like, Veek almost got him. No, DF almost got him, and Veek did get him, and everybody was like, oh my god, somebody beat Mystery Meat in groups. And then Mystery Meat came back and crushed 4-1. You know, no problems at all. You know, I did say, Neblime, if you struggle really massively versus both of these players, but then win 4-0, you might still not get a playoffs bye. And so far, that kind of feels like what's been happening, you know? Last of the mines slowly being taken care of. Sees the army posturing around that. Good army movement from Neblime coming back to the natural as the Vultures look for a swing in. At this point, it should be obvious the natural is up, but he's also denying vision of exactly right here. So Dog doesn't know if there's a third base there. That's kind of clever. You guys ever drink really warm water and wonder if you're bleeding? Because that was pretty similar taste, honestly. Or not taste, texture, feeling, sensation. Actually, it tasted like Arctic Cooler Gamer Subs, because that's what I drink sometimes. So, the armies have changed places, traded places. Now it's sighted, and Neblime refuses to attack into a Terran. So instead, we've got Shopkeeper Dog cutting off the army, and potentially just going to go ahead and push in. He's found the magic timing. Now, his Phalanxes need to get the hell out of here. The Phalanxes absolutely need to be defended, and instead they're being pounced upon. Only one of them going to deploy, the other one just going to be used for its tank. And while the Witness does end up going down, both of the other Phalanxes dropping. That's a huge loss for our Terran player. Neblime coming back into the fight. I don't know if that's advisable. He's only got 2 more Zealots. The Blackjacks can bowl him over, but he's buying time for the reinforcements the workers were on standby. He's actually not that far ahead in workers this time around, though. Only the one Shaman. Silly Blackjack. Dancing is for women and men. I dance sometimes. Unfortunately, it's for humans, and the Blackjack is technically just a remote-controlled thing, so... All around this one Phalanx, but the Shaman goes down early. All the front line is gone. The spread damage is pretty good. It looks like the Blackjacks are losing the fight on the bottom, though, and the Phalanx won't take much longer to go down to the combined arms of all the idols. There's still another round of mech ready to come out, and with no front line coming, only one Amaranth has been made. It's prostration stage with a Crucible. And this just feels like it's a little bit too easy for Shopkeeper Dog to reset his army and push across the map. There's nothing that you can really do to slow him down that much. without losing a lot of units. So an idol goes down, just the tank creep, and he immediately unsieges, unpacks, keeps moving. He's got masons to maybe build some frontline units. It's pretty crafty. Nexus on the way, but he can crush that third easily. 2 vassals going to be flying around. There's no watchdog to protect the workers, so might be a tactic after all. Now, he knows that there is the potential for a third base now, but what does Shopkeeper Dog decide to do? Ignore it and push in, forcing a reaction. Reinforcements being attacked yet again. I think he just decides to push on forward. He's going to build his Cestus. He's going to clear some of those units, and he's going to try to shut down the Nexus. But his army control is a little bit split. However, the Blackjack's still autopiloting, dealing with all of those melee units, and this is only ranged. This is only ranged. The Phalanxes can deal with this. The workers are being amassed. I think this time it looks a lot better for Dog, taking the worker advantage. Oh, the splash damage is so good, and the Pariah softened up so massively. I don't think that Neblime's going to be able to salvage this one. I think Shopkeeper Dog has learned from his mistakes. Neblime in trouble. Dog cues up the TVT. It brings a tear to your eye. We finally get to see Decapitation, selected by SmrtyCakes for our next map. Man, if you really think about it, Shopkeeper Dog should be 2-0 in the head-to-head. Who knows what he would have been against Smarty. But goddamn, that is wild stuff. What the fuck? Shambler has been cursing Shopkeeper Dog, but he's winning? Question mark? All right, well. It's True Grass. I did say if he beats both TVT options, then that's his weekly TVT dosage. Okay. This group just got a hell of a lot more interesting, I'll tell you that much. Oh, we don't even need to raise the latency. America Gaming represent. Now, SmrtyCakes picked this map for a reason. Let's find out together why. It's a 4-spawn map, a port of Twilight Citadel, courtesy of Three Crows Bounty, actually, a long time ago. And SmrtyCakes is here as our... This is purple. Okay, I thought I was kind of getting in my own head about what color that might have been. That's just purple. Purple Terran. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as the Glacial. Alice Blue Terran. That one's hard to pick on Terran. Can never remember it. Just got the X-ray back. He got that dog in him. I agree, Turtle. Oh, you cursed Dog before the spin match. Why would you do that? He didn't need the help. Losing, I mean. You want Smarty to get on the board. I see how it is. Well, it's going to be mech for both players, so no pivot there. And Smarty will be scouted first by his opponent. We get to see some of the blood-red crushed rock, the stained blood of the fallen that this temple was built upon. Phew. Smarty is he going to scout the right way? It looks like he is. Second Fulcrum scouted. Both players going to be operating under that supposition. Trying to deny the gas mining. I see. It would be a real shock upset if the Terran didn't win this match, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a defensive mind setup for Smarty, and the build orders have not changed. Well, the Smarty has a lot of idle workers. There you go. Get back into it, boy. Looks like he's going to be thinking about those drops, though. It's interesting. I can't believe it, Neblime. Smarty stole your map. And nobody's picked Check Stealer against you. What the hell's that about? It will be a star pad for Smarty. He preps against the star pad, but he's the one doing it. Double scrapyard for both players. Shopkeeper Dog going for the expansion. No surprise there. So Smarty has a window of action where he can do a lot of damage here, but he's cutting workers, maybe looking for his own expand. He's not actually going to be that all in or that far behind economically if he can get that expansion done sooner. But his non-Terran tendencies are to expand on location. So he's a little bit delayed, even more so, but that's all right. Saves him the travel time. Third Fulcrum. Shopkeeper Dog probably just going to play this out like a TVP. All the tech being leveraged right now for Smarty, and there it is. Matador drop. Now we see. I feel like Matador drop to try to kill Terran workers, anything that targets Terran workers is going to be a little bit less effective because they just have more health. But it can still do some good damage. And vultures are going to struggle to clear them. Blackjacks maybe less so. Is he going to go for all four? And Trojan's about to finish. No, he's going to go with the deployment. But he's not grabbing a second Trojan, so that makes me feel like maybe the other Matadors are actually going to be for part of the attack. We did see Smarty try to use them against Neblime earlier. Whoa, wait a second. He moves the Mason over there, but it's just a feint? Dog not available to actually scout it out. He's got a Watchdog over here. I think Smarty might be overcooking just a little bit. Anseal. Still no Ministry. He's a lot more all-in than I expected him to be in this position. And we've got anti-drop turrets. Watchdog in the main, and the Nat. Ministry now comes down. Very late. Behind by 8 workers. Finally, the Vultures will start looking for some information. There is a single lobotomy mine. And actually, Smarty is in a good position to maybe catch this. Oh, but he doesn't abate. Oh, maybe he could have baited him forward there. I was going to say he could have maybe changed his angle. One of them hit a stray tire and has to take a moment to refuel. Yeah, get that mine almost. He's just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie with him, but there's plenty more mines where that came from. And now, where's the drop? Oh, Smarty didn't pay attention. Dog looks back at his base and sees 2 dead Matadors and is pretty pleased with himself for that one. A stockade. What? What? Was that supposed to be a rally? Smarty? Smarty? What? What is happening? I think you cursed the wrong man. You cursed him to play TVT. The curse was absorbed just by that. Phalanx are out. Blackjacks are out. 10 worker advantage and rising. Tier 2 for Shopkeeper Dog. He's just going to sit here and eat his advantage for dinner. I love you, chat. What a ridiculous affair, honestly. Well, first phalanx shot, absorbed. Another Matador drop queued up. I guess you can argue it's going to have more purchase into the natural there. Where's he going to go for it? Yeah, he is unloading it right there. Random vulture dives forward. Oh! Oh, wow. The splash damage from the phalanx did so much damage there. Well, he's still down by 11 workers, so that really didn't do much for him, but better than nothing. He's got another one lined up. Neblime realizing. Third ministry for dog is tier 2 complete. What's he going to make with that? What's he going to do with that? Ah, okay. Just one starport. Oh, he lifts the watchdog at the worst possible time. No way. Unlucky. I swear SmrtyCakes is like a mad dog off the leash. Oh, so close to killing more Masons. Well, he thins the gap a little bit, I guess. Starport. I don't think he got deep enough to see the Atlas or the Starport, so he still doesn't know how screwed he is on the tech front. Is he queuing up another round? What's he doing? Matador Phalanx. Okay. This one Phalanx continues to cause pain. So this Watchdog is lifted so it can get vision of the Trojan on the way back. But you can just accompany it with the Ant Seals if you really want to guarantee the kill. Whether Smarty thinks of that in this moment, I'm not sure. Rotary on the way for Shopkeeper Dog. And the third, well, fifth Fulcrum. Second Starport, okay. Ay, ay, ay. 2 unsieged Matadors. Undeployed Matadors. Vultures will reveal Blackjacks over at the 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock position. Should be suspicious of a third base. 6 o'clock going to be where Smarty stakes his claim, but he doesn't have the money for a ministry just yet. Still down 11 workers. And that wasn't because Dog was building with more ministries or anything, so. Oh, no unload. 2 more dead Matadors. Okay, second round, second try. Surely this is better. Another Palladium. That didn't work out. The Sundog stack is slowly rising. Matadors. Oh no! No, Smarty! Yeah, Smarty. He's like, oh, I'll just kill this instead. Yeah, that's fine. He didn't kill it, but it might burn down. So the Sundogs are revealed, the jig is up, and I think that's going to be just about it for Smarty. Pretty fast TVT, all things considered. I thought it would be longer. Ooh. Sundogs are still pretty healthy. This dog over-indexing on the micro, though. Making 3 at a pop. It's going to be really deadly really soon. All that for a drop of blackjack. Now up to 7, though. This is where it gets a lot scarier. Oh, he killed his own with an A-click. And that's all the anti-air. He's got 1 more blackjack in there somewhere. Oh, poor Smarty, dude. His Madrigal's out. trying to turn the tide. He's still got a good phalanx count. And obviously, Dog was microing a lot during that. His blackjacks will now empty out of the third base, and he'll... I mean, the Sundogs don't have to be part of the army, because I don't think Smarty can realistically push forward from here. But the Sundogs can obviously just decide to push on through. Antseal's already lost all their shields again. Damn. Up to 9 Sundogs now moving across the map to pressure, and Smarty trying to break this position, but it's just not going to work out. Best he can do is try to Matador hot drop with the Trojans, and I just don't think it's going to be enough. Now, the Sundogs do get softened up by those Madrigals, but I'm not even sure Smarty noticed that. He's going to try to chase him down, but this is a dead Ministry. Third base denied. Remaking it on location, making a 4th one in his natural as well. Hi. Hi. Making a Cestus back at the third base, but he doesn't actually have any defenses over here, and I think he's only now realized it. Madrigals need to get up here stat. He's got a decent number of them, and he should be fine in that department. Pop the Palladium. Pop the Cestus. Thank you very much. Only 1 salvo. Still kills a Sundog, but that's unconfirmed damage for Smarty. He doesn't know. And a random pocket expand in the top right. So for a brief moment in time there, I think there were 3 ministries being made. Smarty really doesn't have any right to win this game from here, but, you know. Maybe he can. Trying to preempt the Sundog push through, but Ground Army would just annihilate this position. Oh no! Oh my god, Shopkeeper Dog, no! Alright, he figured it out. Kind of. There's a vulture blocking a path there. The army just dwarfs SmrtyCakes'. He's held back against the air, but that's not the only thing Dog made. He's only got 2 phalanx. Yeah, there's no way this ends very well. Even his madrigal count is starting to drop. Gorgons are coming out in the meanwhile. The Blackjacks are going to get wiped by some of those, but yeah, here's the next set of air units for you to deal with, buddy. The Gorgons. And that is going to be it for SmrtyCakes' army. Back down to just the bare minimum as the last of his forces fall in the natural. Nothing he can do to deal with all the phalanxes that Dog has set up, and I think we've got a rematch on our hands. Neblime will pick a map into Shopkeeper Dog. I guess Smarty is giving me time to update the overlays, so I'll do that. He built a Singo Bile unit. That's epic. I guess he might bore Dog to death. But if anything, I feel like Dog is happy to go on a victory lap. You know what I mean? Like, you can't phase him. He won a TVP and was almost able to win another TVP. He's making Valk and Seal. Okay, so now Shopkeeper Dog moves to the next base, kills that. There's a star pad down here. Yeah. He found one. He's gonna let him have it, though. I don't know why he's ignoring that. I think he wants to shoot with Diadem. Here we go. Not the Vespine miners, no! Oh, he drills onto him. There's a surprising amount of wraiths that Smarty was able to make, I won't lie. He technically still has this star pad for production, so... It's gonna hold! Never mind. All that for a drop of Diadem. Is he gonna block the Valk shots with the Ministry? That would be beautiful. The Pazuzus! The Pazuzus are here! Fuck yeah! And at the end, Dog almost had enough minerals to win the Kelmorian Combine mission. All right, Neblime, I hope you thought about your map pick. Blackwater Bastion. He typed it in 10 minutes. Yeah. Understood. I think that might have been what's happening, Ramen. I just decided to rest my voice. I wasn't going to do that. All right, lads and laddies, we've got... that doesn't even make sense. That's the same thing. But we've got some action here. Neblime in the top left. Beastra Brown, Protoss. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom right. Glacial. No, I thought about Electric Blue. Electric Blue, Terran. Cross spawns on Blackwater Bastion. This is going to be a very different look than Serenity. And water Aston. I don't know how many people even know about the joke, because that's kind of like an in-joke for my brother and I, but it has spread to our D&D group. No real surprises in the openers just yet, but we do have a scribe heading top right and a mason heading bottom left, so if they box scout, they'll find each other second. I think cross positions is probably better for the better macro player, but I don't want Neblime to get lulled into a false sense of security about that. Once again, going Hierophant first, but this is the same build order he did on Serenity. Lattice second. Ramen noticing some trends. I was busy blowing my nose, so I couldn't notice those trends. Unlike in TVT, any impact damage on the Vulture is actually pretty good, so unfortunately Neblime was not able to get that initial tick. But it makes it like one less Vassal hit to deal with, for example, or two scribe hits makes it one less Hierophant shot, etc. Pretty fast expansion here. 4 vultures into it. No scrapyard this time around. Not until later. So now the ball is in Neblime's court. Is he going to fancy being aggressive? It looks like he's going for his own pretty expedient Nexus. And I'm not sure Dog will actually scout this out. 4 vultures, in theory, can force a fight onto the 2 Hyros, but with the idol there to throw the math out of whack, it feels like maybe not. And Dog doesn't want to throw away his units, especially as the Vassal scouts his faster ministry. His blackjacks are only halfway complete, so he's going to need to restock that Mason. Now, his army is starting to get attacked, and I think Neblime's going to hit the go button on this. He's killed 2 vultures. Oh, did he tag the other? No, that was a mine hit. Okay. No Watchdog back home. Third Fulcrum. Vassal slipped the net, going back to reestablish control, but not actually rebuilding the Ministry. Dog floundering a little bit here. Finally clotheslines the Vassal, and we've got an anchor on the high ground. He's choosing to not continue generating any work on the Ministry right now. He's deliberately avoiding sending a Mason down there, I think. He'll mass up a couple more on the Blackjack count, and he'll try his best to come down here and save that, as it's pretty advanced in terms of its production. I guess he wants to wait for the anchor, but he really needs to go down there if he wants to save the Ministry. Instead, he cancels it. So this is probably going to force Dog into a little bit more of a more early attack timing pressure. I mean, Neblime expanding and being able to deny his opponents expand, I think a lot of that is down to the fact that, you know, Dog doesn't end up building it up here. And, yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. Now, that idol, I don't think that was an intentional loss from Neblime. I don't think he was trying to scout out what was happening there. Anchor might float across the map, but I think we'll wait for a Phalanx first. So the worker count will favor Neblime. Embassy on the way as well for the Witness. Eventually, that'll make a couple of Artisans. Stockade for the Shaman, eventually. Takes a little bit to come online. That Vassal canceling the progress, halting the progress on the Mason was really important, because I think otherwise that Ministry just finishes and it gets lifted or something. But Dog knows that the Vassal has been a crucial scouting and, I guess, harassment tool as well for Neblime, so I'm surprised that he elects to do that. Now we need to see Dog get a little bit of value out of just hunkering down as Terran and building up a composition that can actually move across the map. Oh, looks like hunkering down isn't actually in the job description. Instead, he's thinking about pushing forward. His first Shaman's about to pop out. He can use that to try to kill the Witness. He's got a respectable army. Down by 12 workers, though. The last of the mines are cleared. That anchor does have 2 blackjacks in it. I don't know that the Witness has actually spotted it, though. And Neblime moving to the... He's just scouting around with that scribe. Okay. I thought maybe he was going to go for a pocket expansion, but... He just likes to worker scout, you know? His tech transition is to a Cantavis through the Grand Library. Okay. Well, that's one Witness down, another one to go. Oh. Yeah, screw that idol. What the hell? Well, he trades the blackjacks and the anchor for 1 zealot. I guess that's better than trading it for nothing. Maybe Dog just setting up for tier 2 push, but Unitary Union on the way for Neblime. This is an angle we actually haven't seen from him. Oh, I meant to interview Arbuz about this. He was going to go for the Assylian, so I wonder if he just thinks that's a good tool versus Zerg. But I'm sure we'll see something a bit different out of Neblime. You gotta respect the shaman with your witness. Surprisingly, 2 blackjacks were expended on a scout. I don't know what was going on there. Tier 2 is complete, the third base is rolling out, and there's a potential chance that Neblime can attempt to overwhelm the third base position. It's kind of an inverse of what we're normally used to seeing out of the meta of TVP. The Terran trying to bust the third base. Instead, it looks like that's exactly what Neblime wants to do versus Dog here. The second army is pretty far removed, though. I don't really think he's going to be able to do this with only one. Maybe he can try to thin the herd a little bit, but Dog should be able to just snap this back. I don't know about this one. He loses the Herald for free. I don't know if he's expecting the fast tier 2 either. Normally there's a lot more fulcrums, right? But all these units were made out of the 3 fulcrums and the 1 stockade. Very fast switch into Mantle Captaincy. Tinkerer's Tower's already coming. The Witness will slink in and see this, so... Detection from the Atlas will reveal it. Now Neblime has to think, how do I deal with a tier 2 Terran army? Ancestral Archives. He has made a single Assylian out of the Unitary Union. Pair of Ramses added for Shopkeeper Dog, as opposed to the ever-present cataphracts. Feels like I was trying to think about like why he decided not to go for catas. Maybe it's just money, right? He wants to scale his bio production, sirens, etc. Kind of surprising he doesn't make a watchdog here just to shoot down lazy movement from Neblime's Witness, but must not have thought of it. Fourth base coming at 12 o'clock. Artisans starting to harvest from 11, or 1 rather. An Optecton halfway complete already for Neblime. It feels like the tools are here for Shopkeeper Dog to contend with that, though. There is a big surround being set up, a humongous concave that can collapse upon Shopkeeper Dog at any moment. It doesn't really feel like he has the agency this time around. He has a lot of money, though. Third mantle halfway complete, adding more Ramses. He's just got a really good, like, mid-range army, but artillery-wise, very reliant on the phalanx, which means great for defense, but attacking is going to take a different look, for sure. Apostle's now starting to come out, spend down some of that gas. Commandment on the way for the Soul Starport that he's got. Not going for the rotaries this time around for Sundogs. Third mantle. He must be believing in the Ramses. Ministry coming up over here towards 3 o'clock will just reveal another army. Good early warning system here from Neblime. And the Hierophant will actually keep this ministry dead. Almost assuredly, unless Shopkeeper Dog decides to actually fight for it. All right, there you go. He did sort of fight for it. Slowly saturating 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or 1 o'clock as well, having loads of artisans now. Neblime ahead in workers. Shopkeeper Dog can try to get his Apostle Balg rolling. He's making 3 more to join up with his army. The existing ones are kind of way in the back here, though. He'll clear this Dracodon. He might be able to welcome some of these Protoss units into the fold in the process, but just grabs an idol instead. There you go, a manifold on this far end. So the concave gets reset. We've got double op Tecton off to the side, but they're parked into the wall. You can't pull them through that. That's a nifty little move. And here comes the committal. The Phalanx is not set up. You need to get them set up. There it is. Storm's blanketing the west side. The Apostles are going to try to keep them alive for as long as they can, but it's a beautiful fight from Neblime. Well set up. The back line still alive here for Shopkeeper Dog, and Neblime falls back a little bit. Army size is even right now, maybe favoring Shopkeeper Dog in that respect as he continues to try to bowl forward. Here comes another flank. Drawing fire for the Phalanx. I don't think we have got any more Apostles here. Another great storm. The Cantavis exposed but not targeted, and a lot of those Phalanxes unpacking now and trying to fall back. We don't have any more Phalanxes here in the natural, so everyone that gets destroyed is a loss Shopkeeper Dog may not truly recover from. He has no mining really going on at 3 o'clock, but he can stab back forward, and now his Apostles are here to try to resurrect some of these units. The Assylian's getting dragged in. Cantavis ready to storm, but Neblime not actually paying too close of an attention to the fight. There it is, Storm on top of the resurrecting units. Your time travel ain't good enough, my friend. He's got a whole stack of Striga ready to go again, but he's lost a lot of his expensive units, and he's had to lift the Ministry. The Tectons can take this fight 6 ways from Sunday. Drakodons getting melted by Ramses. It's a beautiful sight to behold, but GG has to be called as the 4th base is destroyed. Monument of Sin was on the way. Neblime was not dropping that one. And now he just needs to defeat SmrtyCakes in order to make it out of the group in 1st place. If Shopkeeper Dog wants another chance at the upset, he's going to have to hope that Smarty claims victory. Ball's in your court, my friend, SmrtyCakes. Let's see what you got in store for us. Mass destruction. For map 6. Feels like Neblime is back in the driver's seat now. That win was a lot more convincing than the first, and obviously better than his loss earlier. Smarty looking for that upset still. We'll see if he can make good on it. He started off well on Near Impact. Will we go for a 3rd, 4th spawn map in a row? Let's see if the belief is strong enough as we get into our 6th game of the group. SmrtyCakes has selected this map for a reason. The Palatinate Blue Protoss, or Terran, sorry. That was confusing. He said Jack and I thought of Zerg, and then I said Protoss. This one's for Jack, he says. And he's going bio because he's not harvesting Vespene, or is he? I don't really know anymore. He's harvesting Vespene very late. We'll see. Neblime in the bottom left. Scarlet. No, Vermilion. That's not a fair comparison. Protoss on the bottom left. So, horizontal spawns. Last time we saw Mass Destruction, Arbuz picked it and defeated Art of Turtle with it. It was vertical spawns. Let's see. Scouting up there instead of over there, and so as a result, He will not find his opponent first, but Neblime will, I think. Or is he? No. If they're both box scouting, they are. Okay, well, they'll meet in the middle. That means the Vulture will probably head bottom left. Chat trash talking each other yet again. So the Hierophant heading where? Oh, it is going to meet the Vulture in the middle of the map. This isn't super good for Smarty. He will never escape. Oh, he might actually escape. No! Smarty! Okay. Alright, he gets away. That was silly. All right, fast expand for Neblime. And this time around, he actually has gone for the Lattice, but the Watchdog is obviously going to be able to preempt this, so... A pair of vassals. The Watchdog migrates. What? He's making a Goliath to deal with vassals. Oh, Smarty. Why is Smarty 4 workers behind already? I feel like the magic all ran out at the worst possible time, you know what I mean? Like... Shopkeeper Dog lost his expand first to the enemy's expand first based on unfortunate timings and unit control, and then now Smarty is playing himself by putting down a Fulcrum, and Neblime just sees it and kills it with the vassals. Too bad we didn't have any bio warriors in this group. That would have been nice. So, gentlemen, if Neblime takes this game and moves on 4-1, then Shopkeeper Dog will be up 1-0 in a best-of-3 versus Smarty for second place. And that means that there's a distinct possibility here that Neblime is about to play the penultimate game of the group. No! No, Smarty. No, Smarty, stop it! Oh, God! Oh! No. What the... Okay. Well, if he wins here, buff toss. He could try to come in sneaky-like with all those vultures from the top rope, and I think that might be what he's doing. He's taking a very long time to do so, though. Does he still not know where his opponent is? Oh, my God. Help. What? What? What is going on? Things are falling apart. Things are falling apart. See, this is the kind of thing I thought he was going to do to begin with. Just come on in here, heckle from the north, and then also attack at the front gate. He's got a lot of vultures. They're pretty good. He's also got almost enough gas for an Atlas. Okay, now is his time. He pounces with vultures and an Anseal that will die. Oh, he's picking idols, manifolds, etc. Vultures get cleaned up on the North Pass. There's no artillery behind this. Gonna lay some mines to cover his retreat. That's a lot of mines in one spot, though. There's actually not that many mines. I think Neblime was counting on there being more mines on top of the Terran army, but not quite the possibility, not quite what happened. Still, very generic Gateway Lattice army is enough to seemingly finish the job. Idols are being focused down. Smarty has enough money for tier 2, but he forgot to play the game. Oh, man. Well, if he was supposed to salvage this, I don't quite know how he was going to do it. Oh, no! His one non-Goliath, I mean, non-Vulture unit. The Vassal is still here. Oh, okay. Well, Hit 'em Up says that Dog is rude for saying that Neblime could not beat Ayud at this level, but I agree, honestly. He got really close to dropping a game versus Smarty earlier. He's not really... He's just not very well practiced. I think that's what we're seeing here. It was not a clean victory in this group for Neblime, but he'll make it happen in the most goofy way possible. Yeah, it's true. That Dog also says he would have 4-0'd in this group if he had won the first game. That's assuming, you know, Serenity goes the same way, if he even gets Serenity as a map pick. I don't know. Hard to... It's an impossible counter proposal, right? But counterfactual. But to me, spiritually, I understand. And that's it. Neblime escapes the group 4-1. We have another set here between Shopkeeper Dog and Smarty. So Shopkeeper Dog gets to pick the next map. It will be the final map if Dog can defeat Smarty TVT, which is certainly a strong possibility. Oh, he's already typing it. I don't even have to tell him. He's asking. We have our final map pick, ladies and gentlemen. After some discussion between our two Terrans, they have settled on Brainstorm. I gotta reveal Brainstorm sometimes, because other times I'm like, I can't tell you guys what map it is, it's too epic. And then you guys would know. Oh yeah, it just means it's Brainstorm. Yeah, the Night Fox made it out of the third qualifier, Doglived made it out of the third qualifier, Art of Turtle, and Smarty. Unless Smarty wins 2 TVTs in a row, we are out of here, and AOT's the only one from Gauntlet Stage C to represent in Throne Room. Getting straight into things here, ladies and gentlemen. SmrtyCakes in the bottom left and Shopkeeper Dog in the top right. Bioman handshake. Dog's already harvesting gas. Well, Smarty is down here in the bottom left as the Dark Sapphire Terran, and Shopkeeper Dog is in the top right as the red... Oh, Vivid Red Terran. I thought it was slightly off, but, you know. Lads, in just 30 short minutes from around the time we end this whole broadcast here, or maybe a little bit less than that, because this is a TVT and then we got to do exit interviews, we will be going to the final group of the Battlements stage to decide the fate of Ayud 64, Kenoli, and Sosij. Join us for that. Fulcrum versus Double Stockade. Smarty is pocketing a worker at 12 o'clock. Not quite sure what Shopkeeper Dog will think of that. The second Fulcrum is already upon us. And we got some Mavs out for SmrtyCakes. We'll see if he's got the mechanics to slam out non-stop infantry. It felt like he gave us his all in that first game, but ever since then, it really fell apart for him. Poor guy. I hope he had fun. Forward anchor, the Vulture will discover that, and here we go. Proxy Stockade. He can lift it right into here, bank Hurricanes, and run them into the main base, you know? It's a pretty nifty move there. Mine outside the Brain Drain and outside the Brain Trust. The Vulture being very cautious right now. Another Stockade back at home, the third one back at home. Idle on worker production, idle on Maverick production for a good while there from Smarty. Already behind a couple workers. Dog going for his own natural. Pretty obvious there. We're starting to see a little bit of how this map is likely to go. There's the Stockade landed, but it's not activated yet. Funnily enough, Shopkeeper Dog did this with a Fulcrum, I believe, against Ayud in Acropolis number 2 Battlements. So that's a pretty tricksy idea. Vulture's now once again screaming towards the other side of the map, and Smarty thinking about expanding, perhaps, or at least making it look like he's going to. The stockade is well placed here to protect against such run-bys, so that's pretty good smart play from SmrtyCakes. Remember, he's an underdog. I'm not counting him out of the series entirely, but I am predicting that he will not be able to pick this one up. However, Shopkeeper Dog is playing this out in a very, very different way, right? He's added some Cyclops, grabbing a couple of Blackjacks. His Palladium is up, counting his workers, seeing where he wants to go next. Mine's getting cleared by the bio. Problem is, you know, those Hurricanes are starting to bank up. He's going to have at least 4, maybe more, once the Mavericks start hitting home. Unloaded out of the anchor. It's a treasury on location. Smarty very much an aggressive position for him. And really, we have to ask ourselves, what is going to come first? Are the Hurricanes going to strike, allowing an opportunity for the Mavericks to get in? Or are the Mavericks going to attack, forcing the ground army away from the worker line in the main base? He stems the Mavericks forward wildly, just so that he can catch more mines. He's basically sweeping the whole map right now. You can tell, Shopkeeper Dog expecting that push. That's another mine gone. There's only this one here. Could still be very impactful. The treasury is going to get brought down by the bio force that we have here, and a couple of very important Hurricanes added to the mix. Yet another stockade. This one lifted. Not quite active right now. A Phalanx. That's the only one that Shopkeeper Dog has right now. It feels like everything's building towards a single movement from Smarty. If he drops the advantage here, if he doesn't really start putting himself in the driver's seat based on this, it does feel like this is going to be over for him. So the Hurricanes starting to move on over. They are on a regular old move. And now, yeah, the ground army has to pull away. Now we need to see Smarty dive back in because the ground army is here to respond to the Hurricanes infiltration. And he's very, very slow on the draw. Very slow indeed. The stem, that one mine, impactful at the end of the day, trying to spread his attention. One more miraculous shot, and that's it for the splash damage. SmrtyCakes not able to go for the sucker punch that he needed in order to extend this series. He'll have another chance potentially. Of course, Dog probably thinks it was just a drop. Another round of bio. The treasury not activated yet. No mining. That stockade needs to come back home and land so it can make more units. Otherwise, Smarty definitely struggling in this position. He's just going to waypoint another Hurricane out. And that's definitely going to cause some confusion for Dog. But does he respond with his whole army again? It feels like maybe the answer is yes. He's going to lose a Vulture to the bio as, yep, the Hurricane actually grabs a kill. Some of these Masons softened up from the first run by. But the army can't hang with what Dog has. The mech just way too strong and way too consolidated. So Smarty has to rely on being able to use his mobility to his advantage. And it just doesn't feel like he's got the ability. I love that move! Oh my god! Splash damage from Cyclops and also Phalanx. But even despite that, just like on none other than Decapitation, oh! These are good hits. Another Hurricane attacking the Ministry, consolidating all the resources into one spot. Maybe he can try running in now. The Phalanxes are unpacked. He's going to go for the stim attack. He'll clear that Cyclops, but he really needs to go after those Masons. He really needs to turn the screws. Once again, stimming onto it, getting that damage. Very nice indeed. Another round of stimmed Mavericks. They go after some of these units, but the splash damage has been withdrawn. Can't use the Phalanx against itself. Okay, he reaches an equilibrium on the workers. The problem is there's still better worker production, and now the Hurricane generation, the uprising spotter inside Shopkeeper Dog's base, has been found. Random Mason Scout finally cleared. The last little sight line that Shopkeeper Dog has is up here on the platform. Cyclops out of nowhere. More Masons under duress. Mavericks streaming on in through the brain drain. The army out to lunch somewhere else. He can go after some of these forces. Instead, he wants to hit the workers. Problem is, he's doing all of this effort, and he's still so behind. But Shopkeeper Dog, we saw in Crisis Vector, he'd rather spin his army in place than move in a decisive location. Under duress, under a lot of pressure. We need to see way more stockades, it feels like, out of Smarty. He's still refusing to get any Vespene. He hasn't harvested a lick of Vespene the whole game. But his Mavericks are getting eaten up in the middle of the map. He'll come back in See if he can't wrap around. Without Hurricanes, good luck clearing the Phalanx. The unsieged Phalanx will have so much armor. Mavericks will only deal 3 damage a pop. And sure, they got attack speed, but that's not going to be enough, it feels like. Cycling back, allowing Shopkeeper Dog to fall further away, but still the mech stays alive, stays enduring. Now we're going to have an unprotected area. Cyclops might be able to do some more splash damage in favor of Smarty in the worker line. But he's kind of out to lunch over here. No stim. Oh my god. Ugh, still another worker dead. But it doesn't seem like it really matters. Shopkeeper Dog slowly pushing forward into the middle of the map. As messy as it is, he's finally being decisive. His tier 2 is on the way, but it doesn't really matter. It might not be necessary at the end of the day. He can lose every single worker in this base, and I really don't think Smarty has an opportunity to hold. The Phalanx is shellacking the bio. Starting to make Hurricanes, but it's a little bit too late. He hasn't lost all the Masons either, so still up by 10 workers. Those workers now charging into battle for the splash damage, trying to drill onto the third base location to get a little bit more value there, but the anchor is empty. The anchor is not staffed, and there's no armor end for those Phalanxes either. Smarty's last hopes in this group are crumbling before his very eyes. He's got a couple of Mavericks out the middle of nowhere. He'll expand on location towards 6 o'clock. But it ain't 6 o'clock anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8:21. Peace. It was a valiant effort. SmrtyCakes going for no Vespene harvested. And still brought Dog pretty close to a bamboozling defeat. He had the one chance to make it happen, and after that, it rolled out of steam. A throne room berth for Shopkeeper Dog. He defeats Neblime once, Smarty twice, and that is it for our 5th penultimate group. If we could do a round of applause, we would do it. SmrtyCakes gave a good accounting of himself in most of these games, or at least 2 out of 4. But he goes home empty-handed. The prediction came true. At least one Terran spilled Neblime's Protoss blood. And just like that, that's a wrap. Let's see if our players want to give us an exit interview. Yeah, the friendly fire really worked out for him on your mineral line, but you were still ahead in workers every single moment. He never harvested any Vespene at all. Impressive stuff, really. Let's bring Shopkeeper Dog in for an exit interview and ask him how he's feeling about being a throne room player. Hello, Mr. Shopkeeper Dog. You have successfully spilled Protoss blood and defeated SmrtyCakes in the token weekly double 2v2 TVTs that you had to play. So how are you feeling now that you're in the playoffs?
I feel pretty bad. I asked Smarty before the series if we could pick Brainstorm and Decapitation, so I wanted to play a TVP, and then he said only if we handshake a bio game, and then he asked for the handshake game on that last one, and I already pulled gas, so I feel like I'm dishonorable.
You betrayed your Terran brother. I see how it is. Well, he still had you a little bit, kind of giving you a run for the money. Regardless of the outcome of that game, I do want to rewind all the way back to how things started. Because we know in the middle, you eventually get the revenge, but that first map, you deny the greedy third double expand that Neblime was doing, you even shatter his natural. What goes wrong there that you don't finish the job for the dub?
He built up tectons.
That's it? That's the only mistake that was made? Is he built up okay. And what about moving your army like in the middle of the map a lot and instead of just moving?
Oh yeah, they got stuck on all the walls. That was messed up. But I feel like even if I can move my army, I can't beat the Uptectons. Like he can hang on to them for so long, and I just lose out.
Okay, all right. Well, good to get the player's perspective at least. We'll have to see because some people feel like Z is unplayable, and some people feel like P is unplayable. But either way, did you learn anything in this one? You beat Neblime in a tournament setting, and that's better than you did last time. Although, I guess maybe we might have to start shuddering. You beat Ayud as well in a tournament setting last Battlements, and he ended up winning. So, does that mean that Neblime is the eventual champion? You beat him once, that's the mark of a champ?
It depends on his bracket, but I feel like if I'm beating him, he shouldn't be able to win. I don't know. I feel like Ayud is probably better than me, and so is Ramen, and they both qualified. So like if he runs into them and they're doing the same stuff I am, like they're just better.
And if he's struggling against those particular styles, that might be a problem. When you saw SmrtyCakes almost break him with Cyclops on near impact, what were your thoughts?
That was a weird game. I thought it was close, but not that close. It's hard because like once the Protoss gets the tech up, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, even if he kills the third at that point when the Solarian comes out, I don't think he can do anything. Because he's still stuck on T1, and, like, you gotta get T2 to, like, fight. And so that's 1,200 resources that you have to waste while he just stockpiles more tech units and then gets advantage on the map. It's really hard.
Hard stuff, but hey, TVP might be difficult, but people say TVZ is the only hard matchup for Zerg. How do you feel about TVZ? Should you draw a Zerg in the throne room stage for the first round? Is that something that you can be confident in matchup-wise?
I have no idea how TVZ works. Like I've played Grass a bunch, and I played Turtle, and I win a lot of those games. But I think I played like a session with Hamster where it's really frustrating, where he just wins no matter what he does. Yeah, same thing with like Crank, and like the good Zergs are just probably way better than Grass and Turtle are, so it's hard to gauge what the matchup's like.
Now, I did mention earlier that you were watching most of these Battlements groups. I don't know how thoroughly or how closely, but I did want to ask, did you have any results earlier in the tournament that you were surprised by?
I think Asuga looked worse than I thought he would, and I think Jack was a lot better than I thought he would be.
Interesting. I mean, we remembered Jack 3-1ing Ramen in the Tribunal stage, which was already like the first shock. And I kind of thought he would beat Shambler, but I didn't think it would be 3-0. It didn't even look like the Protoss had a chance in that series going all the way back. But now, more modernly, he does beat Shambler 3 times again. So he did it again, even in Battlement stage. Interesting stuff. One of the things that I'm always thinking about when it comes to Terrans in a tournament setting is they do very often avoid the stockade. Was there ever a point where you thought for a second maybe you'd build bio as the opener?
I have some bio openings for TVZ. TVT, I think TVT is impossible to open stockade. I know EO does it, but his build is weird where he goes for like Talos.
Okay.
But like TVT, you need to get tanks, and then once you get tanks, there's nothing bio can do, and you just get immediately outscaled. And same thing with like TVP, like he builds idols, and there's nothing you can do. And then if you try to go like scale up with like covens, then he just builds tech and you just die. It's hard to make stockade.
Got it. Bit of a stylistic issue then. There was a point, I think it was Acropolis 1, when Newt was around, Bio was considered way better than Mech. It's funny how things have switched up. We'll see how things go in the future, though. That being said, you end up qualifying in second place. You said that you felt a little bit like you betrayed your Terran brother at the end there, but are you happy to make it out of groups this time around?
So no, like yes means I gotta practice, and I wanted to play. Like I started playing rematch, and I wanted to play that, but if I have to practice now, it's okay. Less time.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
but it's nice to do well, I guess.
Of course it is. It's a game that clearly you're invested in it to the point where you're watching all the other tournament matches. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure.
So cool stuff. All right. Well, I think you performed pretty admirably. Obviously, there's the Crisis Vector game that will go down in infamy. You just think, oh, Optectons. But hey, there's some stuff there. Maybe you'll check the replay or something. Either way, though, a very interesting set of games, and Neblime definitely looking shaky, to your point. Any final thoughts before we let you go here? Second placer in this group?
No, good job, everyone. Everyone played really well.
Yeah. GG's. I'll see you around, dog. Thanks for the interview.
Yeah, bye.
Let's see if Smarty is ready to give us his parting words before we talk to Neblime. This one's for Jack, but it's Smarty. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. Feeling good despite the results there, like you were saying?
Yeah, it was kind of expected a little bit. I was hoping to get a game off Neblime though. I think I just, that second game, I'm not sure what happened. Like, that Vassal just threw me off.
On Mass Destruction, you mean?
Yeah, on Mass Destruction. I probably should have just made it the third Falk in my base. I thought that was far enough out, but I guess he was probably sending his Vassals up there just to AFK them while he's macroing.
Yeah, plus the Scribe found it too. It was all sorts of weird. I listen, Neblime found it way earlier than I found it. I tuned in as the Mason was about to pop, so I was like, what did I miss? You know, like, I was looking at something else at the time. That was definitely a funny game. Even still, you came in with the uppercut, so to speak, right? Trying to bring down the sledgehammer with vultures from the top rope, which I thought that could have been set up for a really nice pincer, but you just didn't really have the units after kind of getting thrown off, like you said. Was that kind of the plan on that map?
Yeah, my plan was to just try shotgunning him down with the vultures. It's something that it doesn't always work, but especially if he goes Strider heavy, it seems to do pretty well. But yeah, not something that works every game, and I probably picked a bad map for it.
Fair enough. I do want to go all the way back to Near Impact. You had him on the ropes with the Cyclops spam. What was your reaction when you scouted Solarian?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised that he went Solarian, and I knew immediately I needed to start building Goliaths, but I didn't want to make Goliaths. I wanted to just win with Cyclops.
Yep.
And eventually I ended up cowering and making them anyways, but that was more because I started to float.
Right, so you could afford them.
But yeah, well, I could afford them the whole time. Like, I really did just want to win with Cyclops. But
fair enough. I like the
lost
confidence.
a few too many units.
I like the confidence in the Cyclops to that degree where you're like, I just want to beat, reigning second placer, reigning grand finalist with Cyclops only.
It's a fun unit. I actually don't make them much at all in TVP. Once on Blue Moon I'll do it. I just thought it would be a fun way to play out the match, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think it's good though.
It did almost work. The only time, the real swing I thought was when he randomly threw a bunch of workers at you. In the outside of his natural.
Good.
Like if not for that, I think you probably have enough momentum to do much more critical damage. Still,
yeah, I wasn't sure how much to juggle back and how much to shoot at that point. Normally, you would just gun down all the melee units and then pull back.
Yeah,
it's very weird micro and Cyclops.
Yeah,
I don't think you could really use them like you use any other unit.
Yeah, very unique in that respect. Cool to see. Do you have any words for Shopkeeper Dog, who said he betrayed you by not doing the bio opener and felt bad, but he defeated Neblime. He defeated Neblime. Does that make up for it?
Not really. Not really, but You know, it's all right. It's no big deal. But I didn't really expect him to do it to begin with.
Oh, okay.
But we also, I didn't want it to. It felt like we needed to put it out in the public, like give him the choice, not it be like behind doors. We handshake to.
Which is why you wanted to do it publicly, right? Yeah. You wanted to do it in the lobby, in the chat in game, because the lobby chat's not shown on the screen, right? So.
Yeah, I'm more disappointed that I had to play Decapitation for no reason that first match. Because, like you mentioned, he asked me to pick that so that Neblime wouldn't pick it.
Oh, coordination. Okay.
Yeah, I also, for some reason, thought Neblime had to play one more match with Dog. So,
the
when I picked Brainstorm, I was picking that for Dog to play.
Oh, you didn't think it was you versus Dog on Brainstorm. Well, you still ended up. You still wound up doing the little float there, so it kind of worked out, right? It was pretty neat.
Yeah, I kind of betrayed him first because I wasn't supposed to pick that map. I was supposed to pick that map for us to play. But anyways, that little backdoor stuff was kind of funny though.
You had a real puncher's
chance
I did
a lot of damage.
Yeah, if you had done that, if that had wiped the army before the phalanx count got too heavy, then that would have been a whole total different story. But really hard to play it out that way. You still ended up extending it for longer than I thought.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun game. Bio is horrific against Cyclops. It's kind of amazing.
Yep, he made like 3. But he did also do a lot of damage to his Masons with them, so.
Yeah, and the tanks as well. That was for a second there, it seemed like I might have been getting enough damage, but...
Right.
And I clicked on a bunch of his workers, like I ran something into his main, and I noticed they were all red.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I gotta throw a few more Hurricanes in that line, but I just couldn't quite get them out. It was hard to drop because I couldn't mine gas.
Yeah, no kidding. But... You decided to play it gasless. Listen, with the challenge runs you were doing, I'm impressed. Well, there's a lot of stuff to think about now.
I had a lot of fun.
I'm glad you had fun, and I am happy to have you with us here. Your first Battlements showing, and you didn't even type W/E. I'm not playing the last 2 games, so thanks for that. That was really nice.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to do that. I also knew, like, no matter what happened, I couldn't do worse than Night Fox. Yeah. So that was in the back of my head the whole time. But I think next Acropolis is going to be really easy because I'm going to switch to Protoss. And my macro with Protoss has been phenomenal since I started playing Terran. So.
Okay, so you learned something from that matchup. I see how it is. That's cool. All right, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm looking forward to
seeing this race, but
it's teaching you things. I'm looking forward to seeing that, and of course that'll be when the Escosia are out too. So you got to watch out for that. But just enjoy farming the lizards to get all the way in through the battlement stage, through the gauntlet and into the battlements, and maybe we'll see you in the throne room by then. Thanks for sticking with the game, dude. Really a big fan of all the stuff you did. Big fan of Smarty Fiesta. So appreciate you participating in my tournament now.
Yep. GG's.
GG's. We will see you later, man. Peace.
Bye.
And now we just have one more man to talk to. Man of the hour. It's Neblime. How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Sole representative of the Protoss in this group, and you do manage to clinch dub 4-1 though. Not as clean as you wanted. Yeah. I need to go before I even talk about
this,
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I saw that after the fact, but I didn't see that to begin with. I just need to ask you before we talk about Serenity, which was the loss. Crisis Vector. Your third gets killed. Your natural gets cracked open. Why do you not just type GG and give Dog the dub? Dude, why'd you make him kill himself by spinning his army around the whole map? How did you, it's so rude.
Because you know that Terran is committing a lot to push that strong on 2 bases, right? I did quickly look at the cast just while I was waiting during my defeat, and I thought, well, I was less behind on workers than I could have been. I was only 10 behind on workers, even when I was back in my main. So if you look at it, the only advantage Terran really has is a really big army. I have better tech. I'm going to get the worker count back up because I'm able to expand quickly once I have sort of control of my area. And I'm quite sad because everyone in chat and Dog himself is just Tectons are so busted. But man, it's not like I didn't have to work for it, It's not like after he killed my 2 bases, I just kind of dropped to 10 APM and automatically won, man. I played fucking hard to win that game, all right? So I'm pretty salty
I'm-
about chat and everyone else.
Listen, I am on your side on that because I think it was a dog throw. I think it was a huge Terran throw. He should have just
I
closed
do
the
still
game.
agree with that.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't know how much you actually watched
because
because you said you skipped around a little bit.
yeah, just a little bit.
There's like a solid, it feels like several minutes of him just kind of moving his army to the top and then the bottom and then the top and then the bottom, and he just doesn't do anything. So that happened for a long portion of that match where it feels like he could have just A-moved. Now, he doesn't agree. He thinks it was just up tectons. I asked him what mistakes were made, and he's like, Protoss made up tectons. So that,
Yeah, I was listening.
yeah. So, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
so
it.
I think he could take some ownership. I know it's only lighthearted. Look, and obviously the push he did was pretty strong. And this is the thing, right? Hitters told me, like, okay, it's a strong strat if, you sort of power one base, prepare what Terran's doing if they come with some attack, and then just double expand, fine. But I always go too far. I always go a bit too greedy. They get punished because I'm like, I'm just going to do this, and then I'm going to rush to protect ones. And you saw, I was like cutting production from everything because it was like, he's not going to attack. It's like, shit, here he comes.
Here he comes. Yep, here come that boy. So,
and I keep engaging in that one narrow area on this map. I don't know why I keep doing it. I'm like, I've got to defend my third. Let's run into the meat grinder and get destroyed every time on this map.
Well, a similar thing happened on Near Impact versus SmrtyCakes. Were you sweating versus the Cyclops? Because he comes in through that like little alleyway into the third, and a lot of your ground army actually died to the Cyclops. There's like 2 Dracodons and an Idol or something got popped. From
I was happy that he was committing over
Cyclops.
there because then they can attack from 2 sides. And you see that, the Scribe's definitely going to die. They're not living through that engagement, but they can definitely push the Cyclops back.
Yeah, for sure.
And I knew, look, man, I watched the game before that where, which was the order of games? I don't remember.
It was Crisis Vector and then Near Impact. So this is game 2.
Oh, right.
When you just beat Dog barely, and then Smarty has you on the ropes with the Cyclops, you go Solarian,
I just sort of assumed that I had double his workers at any given time. So I'm like, all right, well, if my army's too small, just send in the workers, and I think it worked fine. You
were still ahead after losing all those workers. You're right. You were still ahead in workers.
Yeah. See, I knew it. I was surprised the Cyclops were as good as they were. I didn't expect them to do that well against the ground army, but I wasn't really worried at any point in the game. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, interesting. Because it looked like you were scrambling to try to defend all the spots, and there was a point where he almost broke your army at the third, and maybe he would have just been able to win from there.
But how many workers did I have to send in? That's the real army.
Yeah, that is fair. I don't think you had many.
And that's the thing. The Cyclops have to just run away.
Yeah.
And then that just buys you time for more units to come out.
Right.
I had static defense building and stuff. And Cyclops are quite bad against static defense. That cannon in the mineral line you saw that almost died did a lot. Just one warden, does so much against Cyclops. Really, if I knew exactly what he's doing, the best strategy is just to build 3 wardens at every base, and he can't really do anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm like you said in Ask Chat actually about Smarty, and also in the Twitch chat or the stream chat, that you think if he combined worker count with whatever weird stuff he's doing, Smarty would have won. And maybe that's true even on Near
really
Impact.
good.
Yeah.
On both games versus Dog, I thought he looked pretty good with his tactics. Obviously, he didn't really execute the mana drops that well, but in concept, it looked good. It's just that at home, for minutes at a time, he has 200 minerals in the bank and not making anything. I'm sorry, Smarty, I'm going to be harsh with you, but you really are just throwing at all times because you're not producing. I say this out of love. I want him to do better because I look at his strats. I'm like, that's awesome, man. I'd love to see you win, but he's just not making works at home ever.
Yeah. Difficult stuff for sure for the underdog, but he played you close. He played Dog close once. We'll have to wait and see what happens from there. But there were consequence of Shopkeeper Dog playing against SmrtyCakes for 2 TBTs and no GGs coming out until super late. That is, of course, that the next group starts in, it's supposed to start now for the interviews and stuff, and I have to push that back a little bit, so we're starting the next group a little bit late. So that means I have to cut this interview short just a hair. I had another question I wanted to ask you, or a couple of them about the games, but we'll talk about those later. Neblime, you are 4-1. You are going to come out in the first place here, but you may not be able to get that playoffs bye now. We'll have to see how well AU does and all that. So
come on, man. It was just a mistake. I swear.
How are you feeling about your odds in the tournament now after this group? Do you think this is a momentary setback? Are you going for it?
Well, there's definitely I'm looking at it, I'm going that didn't go very well. I'm not feeling very good. But as I said, I hadn't really practiced much up until now because I just haven't had time. It's not out of arrogance. I'm just literally when am I going to play this game? God damn it! So I know if I knuckle down and grind, and the order of players will matter a lot. I'm hoping the monsters will fight each other, and I'll clean up whoever's left.
I see.
If I get the right opponents, then I think I have a very good chance because I really do feel even with players of equal skill out there, I have much better matchups against some than others somehow. So it's purely luck-based at this point. My answer to your question, am I going to win? Flip a coin.
All right, there you go. We'll have to find out. In that case, I wish you luck, and may the coin land in your favor. Neblime, thank you for joining me. Sad I won't get to you for co-casting the next group, but I hope you enjoy whatever it is you have to do, and we'll be...
I'm going to work, so
okay.
No, I won't. Thanks.
Well, as enjoyable as work can be, I hope it is, and I will see you very soon, sir, for that opening matchup. I will release the details later tonight, so you'll know your first round opponent if you have one by the end of that.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later, man.
Shout out to the hype videos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I should link the hype one for this one. I think you'll be
You
be bittersweet. You'll be pleased and then not pleased about.
Yeah, I already watched it.
You did? Did you like it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a complaint. Like, why is Neblime, and then you immediately cut to me losing the EUD. Come on, man.
That's the way that the reveal went. I had to reveal third, then second, then first. And that sax solo that comes in at the end. Just so sad.
Yeah.
So sad that he loses the grand final. I thought you might like that. But all right, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your interview, and thanks for your games. We'll see you soon.
All right, see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to about a 15-minute break. I got to use the bathroom and all sorts of stuff over here before we get into our final group. So bear with us as we start a little bit later than initially planned. And I hope you guys have brought your popcorn, because we still have the eventual champion of Acropolis #2, and perhaps the repeat champ, the reigning champ for sure, coming in to this group. It'll be a tough one. Ayud 64 squares off against Kenoli and Sosij after the break. Let's be real, ladies and gentlemen. We all knew it was going to end with this. ArbuzBudesh takes on Kenoli and Sosij in our final group of Acropolis number 3 Battlements. Welcome back. Here we are. The reigning champion from Acropolis number 2 has slated himself with, I would argue, a fairly straightforward group. But will this just be a battle for second place between the two peasants? We're going to have to find out here in just a moment. Just readying our players for their interviews if they are still indeed interested, and we are just about ready to get into our first little spat here with our players, but we have something to talk about first, and it is the Protoss underdog in our group, Sosij, the very most, I would say, newest player to qualify in, hailing from Peru. He represents Protoss in this Omni-Race group, and, well, he's been grinding out quite a bit. He seems to be pretty confident going into things, although we'll hear from him in a moment. It'll be a good time to hear from him indeed. I'd say he stands a good chance of getting out this group in second place, but he'll have to watch on as our first matchup has been decided, and a different target has been selected by ArbuzBudesh, using the Battlements Lord privilege to secure Kenoli as his first opponent, in much the same way that we had Neblime control for Shopkeeper Dog, and Hamster control for ArbuzBudesh. We're going to see if Kenoli, the theoretically second-place player, Tier 2 player in this group, is going to have what it takes to take a bite out of the champ. ArbuzBudesh, of course, representing Terran, but we've got a Zerg player, Kenoli, the ZVZ sniper, is going to need to graduate to the throne room stage for a second time consecutively. If he wants to make it past this position and get out of here, he's going to need to do so without playing a single versus Zerg match in Battlements. Stark contrast to how he opened things up against Hit 'em Up and Jarl Storm last time around. Can he do it? Does he have another trick in him? ArbuzBudesh is the reigning champion of Acropolis, and he comes in here as heavy favorite in the group to not just win, but to do so convincingly, to go without dropping a map and without looking shaky. With Neblime, his competition in the last grand final, already looking a bit, quivery when it comes to that versus Terran matchup earlier today. Perhaps his path to the grand final is already revealing itself again. He could be the first player to properly do back-to-back Acropolis grand final runs and stick the landing. But that long journey begins now. Let's bring in our first competitor for the interviews. I will go ahead and confirm he is ready to be grabbed in, to be pulled in, to talk to me. Welcome to the booth, Sosij. How are you doing ahead of your group against Kenoli and Aoud?
Hey, bro. Pretty good. I'm feeling kind of excited.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
This is, funnily enough, a group with 2 South Americans in it. You and the reigning champ from Venezuela. How did you feel when you found out that you were in the group with the reigning big dog, the king, the Cosmonarchy for real? How are you feeling about that particular matchup?
I mean, we've played a couple of games, and
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty good. So it's kind of, yeah.
Going up against Protoss versus Terran, though, do you like that matchup in the game overall? Do you like that for you?
Yeah. Like ever since Shopkeeper beat me, right? I've been practicing that match.
And I know you've played a lot of PvZ, right? Because you've also played against, I Am the Weed of God. Apparently you just own him every time, I hear. So, easy clap. But, in theory, you're pretty well prepared for everybody in this group is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I've also been playing lots of PvT recently with Peasons, with SG, and I've also played a few games with Ramen, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel pretty good.
All right, some confidence coming out. Do you feel like you're the weakest player in this group? Because according to the seeding, that's how it is.
No, I do not.
No? Okay, interesting.
I mean, I beat Kenoli a few months ago when I was newer to the game, so I think I can beat him now.
You think you can upset him now? All right. Well, he did make it out of the upper bracket, but maybe he had an easier time than you. That being said, coming into this one, you get to actually have a little bit of a privilege here. Ayud selected Kenoli as the first victim of the Champion's Wrath, and so you'll get to watch to see what the form is of both of these players. And maybe, if Kenoli plays him close, that gives you something to think about for both of the matchups. But assuming Ayud wins, you feeling good about facing the Terran in the second map here? You thinking about what map you're going to pick into him and all that?
Yeah, I think anything can happen, honestly.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Those are the kinds of answers we like around here, because we just saw Neblime almost drop, 2, maybe arguably 3 games against Terrans that were underdogs against him. At the end of the day, Shopkeeper Dog makes it happen, but still ends up exiting first place. So maybe there's a chance that even in this group, the top seed can get a little bloody right before he qualifies nonetheless. I don't know how familiar you are with this format, but first place gets out with a chance to get a playoffs bye, which means they don't play the first round. They wait for somebody to come to them. And then second place qualifies also to the throne room stage, the playoffs. Third place is out. You think Sosij is a lock for at least second place here?
I think that, yeah, probably. I mean, I've been playing PvZ for like 2 weeks straight, so I think I should be able to qualify.
There you go. Yeah, you only have to beat one of the players handily in your group in order to make that happen. Unless they, are able to take it to the other guy, then maybe they can create some interesting situations. But, we've avoided any chance at the free-for-all decider. Just in case you didn't know, we do have this option where if everybody wins 2 games in the opening 6, if it's a tie, 2 for 2 for everybody, then we will go to a free-for-all to decide things. And I know you've played some team games, some free-for-alls, so maybe we could even look to you exiting in first place at that point, because winner of the free-for-all is first. So just saying, if you wanted to find some way to make that happen, that would be very exciting for all the homies watching, and of course maybe for yourself as well. But thinking about maybe it's going to go a bit more of a different way with Ayud being pretty good, as you mentioned. At the very least, it's nice to hear that you're confident you can make it out in second place, if nothing else. So with that in mind, I'm going to give you the floor. If you have any final words to say to people before I cast my eyes to Kenoli and ask him if he's ready for an interview, feel free. The floor is yours.
Not really. Just I'm pretty excited. I've been practicing, so hopefully I get a couple wins.
All right. I'm hoping for a couple of wins for you as well. Good luck. Have fun. I'm going to put you in one of the voice channels, and if we get some kind of hash, I'm going to ask for your POV potentially. So maybe then if you're able to stream your game, that would just be helpful in that situation. So you can just sit tight there until I come in for the exit interview if you want to do one of those. So thanks for giving us the interview. I appreciate your time, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty. It's time to bring in the Zerg Sniper with no Zerg to snipe. Oh, wait, Kenoli, I didn't ask if you were ready. I mean, I did, but I didn't wait for you to be ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Kenoli is here to join us, and I just feel like that's epic. Now, you come into another situation where you've got to fight Ayud in Acropolis, but last time it was in the opening round of the playoffs, where you shock everybody by qualifying over Gerald Storm in the same group as Hit 'em Up. Now you've got no Zerg to snipe, like I mentioned earlier. So how are you feeling about your odds in this group against Terran and Protoss?
I feel pretty good. I mean, obviously, EOD is a pretty strong opponent. But I haven't played him very recently, but I've played him in the past, so I can do some things. I don't think I've played Sosij much.
Okay.
Certainly not recently, so that's more of a mystery.
Interesting. Okay. So, if AU does, for example, win this opening map and then you get a chance to see Sosij, that might set you up for those later rounds if that goes the way. You said AU is a strong guy, strong opponent, but when we're thinking about that guy, obviously he's the reigning champ. In theory, all the pressure is on him. Do you think you can maybe channel some kind of cheeky upset, or catch him cold before he warms up, because I don't know if you were watching earlier, but Neblime just had that happen to him and he almost dropped out, at least down to second place territory. So it's a possibility. Do you rate yourself as someone who can perform the upset on our opening map of Decapitation?
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I'm very much wondering how that's going to go, but of course you don't want to give away any strategic information just yet. Did you get much practice going into this event?
Not really.
Okay. Also coming in a little bit cold then. We'll have to see, because Sosij said he was grinding. I think Ayud had been playing a lot against Hit 'em Up recently. But I like to think that there's really nobody who plays Cosmonarchy quite like you, Kenoli, and so maybe that's the secret ticket into a cheeky upset.
That may be true.
That's right. Obviously, you've been around for quite a while. You've made some maps, including some micro arenas. You've got some tactics. You've played a lot of Zerg. Is it regrettable that you don't have a Zerg to snipe in this one? Or do you just think it doesn't really matter, you're going to be able to get out either way?
I mean, the mirror matchup is nice. And certainly when you're, if you're going to observe your opponents to see what they're doing, it helps if they're the same race or doing the same matchup that you're going to do or something like that.
Right.
But it's all mixed up here, so it may not be all that helpful.
Understood. And the other thing that I have to ask you is, AU did deliberately select you in order to get the first matchup rolling. Did that surprise you? Did you expect to be the one on the chopping block? Or, I guess a lot of people just assumed that the champion would let the other two guys duke it out and take the first round off to watch, but AU wants to get right into it. So how are you feeling about him picking you?
That seems reasonable. I think some of the other groups had the same thing happen.
All the groups today had that happen.
Today.
Yeah, everyone today had that happen. But everybody else, actually, Jack also picked Shambler to start off. So the majority of groups had the first seed pick the second seed in order to open things up, and then the first two groups we had, A and B, had the other guys duke it out. So that was just an interesting little wrinkle there.
It is good to get your, potentially hardest matches out of the way first when you're, when you're fresh.
Right. Before any fatigue sets in, understandable. Sounds like Ayud's raring and ready to go. He didn't even want to do the interview. He just wants to get right into it. So that means that we leave you with the final word from our players. Do you have any closing thoughts? The floor is yours, sir.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm going to put you in that second voice channel in case I need your POV from later. So just sit tight if you can. And good luck in your games, Kenoli. Thanks for playing. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to open things up here. I am very much looking forward to how this match is going to go, because this will set the tone in a big way. I'm going to get the lobby hosted on none other than Decapitation, and I will get our players in the lobby and ready to go in just a moment, such that we can get things rolling. It'll be a fun time. It might even be a long time. And Shambler, I have no idea how to do Gamba on Twitch, so unfortunately I cannot help you there. Waiting on Ayud to join the lobby. I'm sure he's getting his release ready. Oh shit, Lucy's gonna set up the Gamba. Very epic. Very epic. Indeed, Ayud thought we were on pre. What a goober. Every tourney game is on release. Gamba on Twitch. Hey, God, did you, God. You know, my friend God. Wait, did you actually catch Sosage's interview? Did you see? Did you hear? Oh, I see. You did hear. Okay. That's right. Just making sure. I just had to scroll up in the chat to find it. Fair enough. Ayud needs a moment as he's joined the lobby, but he is not ready. Now he's ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning champion has taken to the stage, virtually speaking, to fight none other than Kenoli. Let's see what we can see in this here Cosmonarchy matchup. Cross positions on Decapitation. Kenoli is our pumpkin Zerg in the bottom right. He stole the color. Ayud64 in the top left. He is Mr. Brown. And Terran. Looks like we might need to rock on extra high brain cells for this matchup. I always test on high first if I can remember to do so that if it works, we don't have to add even more latency. But Kenoli will be going for a pool opener here. No. This is Kenoli. Kenoli is going for hatch first. Makes a lot of sense. There it is. And it's going to be Stockade into Quarry for Ayud. He's already cooking, guys. I don't believe what we're seeing. There's no neutral town centers on this map except in the dead center where there's a Nexus and Aquifers. So maybe we'll see some use of the Taloses there. I feel like more likely we're just going to see the Taloses work as a scout after, you know, force multiplying the Vespian income. But it's very exciting. Ayud really defined his style of play based on the Talos. And for a very long time, he was the only Terran consistently using them in the way that he does. Like, other Terrans would start to bandwagon on or, adapt the Talos into their play. But Ayud is the one to most consistently make this one work. Not just use it, but make it work. The scouting is going to slightly favor Kenoli, but he will only see the bio, not the Talos. He'll be kept in the dark by the firing squad, and actually this stimmed Maverick is going to move out and not even allow him to scout how many Mavericks there are. Very nice, very nice. Keeping him maximally in the dark right now. But still, cross spawns, it favors Kenoli's hatch first play. And the Masons will the Mason Scout does see the hatch, but what does Ayud want to do against that? 4th Talos will garrison the ridge for perfect Vespine efficiency. He goes straight into a Fulcrum afterwards, and he's starting to add a Cyprian. So, yeah, these quads aren't going to do much. Palladium on the way. Ayud thinking about maybe a ministry pretty soon. A treasury. I guess he has extra worker production from the Talos, so he thinks he can just saturate it that way. Certainly a possibility there. Many Zethrakors on the way for our Zerg player. And he's going to go ahead and not go into the Zorkish Shroud like every other Zerg will do. He's going Hydrith. We already have a Madrigal first, so pool units beware. But a Hydra Den, so the Hydra Den is a middle-of-the-road option for Zerg. It's not the most singular. It's not the least, like the most swarming either. It's right in the middle. And so the Madrigal struggles versus that the most if it's going to be mass Madrigal play. But it might still be good enough to make things happen, as the Den is only halfway complete and the bio move out down to the natural. Takes command of things, and the Madrigal sets it up for a quarry on that treasury. He'll still have another worker queue despite not going ministry. Worker transfer now. Though you can get a little bit more efficiency by transferring the Taloses instead. He'll go ahead and grab them onto the Geyser. Talos using the scouting option. Wait, is the Gamba about the entire tournament? Sorry, I was reading chat for a moment. We've got 3 more Fulcrums. It's going to be mech out of the Terran here. Oh, the entire group. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Shambler, in order for you to set up the Gamba, I'd have to make you a mod, and I will never do that. That's insane. Phalanx on the way, number 2, actually, for Ayud. He's already got 1 at the front there. The Talos continuing to scout around. It sees Hydras. So, Kenoli setting up. He's got his ski backed on the way. Triple Palladium and only 1 Scrapyard. I wonder what that's for. At that point, do you even bother making Blackjacks? Do you just make Matadors for the front line? What's he thinking here? A lot of Phalanx being added. Versus the Hydralisk, that's not a bad option. Even versus the Bactylisk, that can be a pretty good option. We already have the Vestry, and it will be a single Blackjack queue every so often. That's so odd. But let the champ cook. He's obviously won the tournament, so he, like Sosij said, he's pretty good. No star pad yet for Ayud. An exciting first look at the kind of style he's going to bring to Terran versus, well, any other matchup. Zerg or Protoss. The Hurakan step forward, and of course the Madrigals will need to deploy if they want to help out. First Bactylisks are sighted. Now here comes the clotheslining. Kenoli, a pretty reasonable army right now, and the Bactylisks are keeping the bio cut down pretty low. The big flank is going to clear the Madrigals, but how cost-efficient can Ayud be? Reinforcements slowly coming up. Great double back from those Bactyls. They'll finally be cut down. And I don't actually know, with the front line still alive here for Ayud, I don't know if the Phalanxes... No, they won't stay alive. Just a couple of units keeping the clerics invested means that eventually this whole army will get shellacked. That resets Ayud's line a little bit. His worker count significantly dwarfing Kenoli's, and of course, better on the macro. Good first move from Kenoli, well set up. He's going to go for 10 Skithra cores, but he will hemorrhage a few units to the Phalanx on the way out. And his Zethra cores are getting caught up by the Monument of Sin. We love that. Treasury moving into the 9 o'clock position. Yet another expansion using the secondary structure. Lots of Taloses out there, by the way. 6 in the main. 15 in the natural. Holy moly. I did not hold the shift key when control clicking. Tier 2 already on the way. Ayud transferring 13 Masons down, as well as a small army of Talos. This base only has geysers, no ridge. The Phalanx kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Easy to just kind of run in and hold up the army. And look at this, the Skits raid the mineral line. That's a lot of workers that are going to go down. Remember, Kenoli down by over 20 at the start here, but the Taloses are defenseless, even more vulnerable. The Skithra cores are hungry. The Skithra cores hunger for flesh. And, of course, a little bit of metal. 10 Skiths still active. They choose not to engage onto the Blackjacks. Maybe they should have. Maybe they had a moment there. No mining really happening over here. The tier 2 could be canceled. The first Madrigal is out. Remember those first 2 that he made? Those were killed earlier in the attack, and so the Taloses will get easily wiped. Could go for a split here to try to kill the Madrigal a little bit more efficiently, but as it is, they'll soften them up for the Blackjacks to kill at least 2. Ooh. Not quite able to get a 7th, or not quite able to set the count to 7. There you go. I was doing the other end of the math. Kenoli now making a couple of Zera cores, 11 of them to be precise. But the Atlas is done. That was an unforced error, I think. Kenoli could have absolutely made use of that. Talos is going to go ahead and make a lot of the construction happen. Capping the gas at the third base is an interesting choice. I don't even know if Kenoli knows about that third base. Instead, our Zerg player, our underdog in the group, he is going for the Vornath Pond. Maybe thinking about taking the 5 o'clock position as well. His 8 surviving Skithra cores are slowly waypointing over, but there's Madrigals galore. 2 missile salvos almost bring down another Skith, and they're hunting. Oh, yeah! One of them goes down. It's really hard to outrun those pesky MFers. Finally, the Monuments of Sin are cracked open. No workers at the third. All Hydra, all backed, all Vorv so far for Kenoli. Wants to see if he can catch the Terran army on a move out, but look at the production tab, man. Captaincies, mantles, obviously capping the gases as well. This is going to be a very big swing in terms of efficacy. I think Ayud is just going to tear up and smash through. But it's been an interesting style for sure, and one that I think Kenoli had a good stylistic matchup into with his hatch first. The Skiths didn't do as much damage as really they ought to have. But with the Madrigals and the Watchdogs guarding the 9 o'clock position, they're not going to be able to get anything done over here at the third base. They're going to have to fly over this if they want to get some damage done. They're going to go for the Masons. It's going to be a bit of a suicide run. Now they fly away. No defenses over here in the natural. But they are pulling more of the units away. And this is an opportunity in theory, but the Bactals aren't actually done yet. So the Skiths just fighting, scouting, seeing the complexion. Tier 2 active. 7 Bactals about to finish. If Kenoli can't clothesline him here, I don't think he can do it at all. And there's a lot of Phalanx. Triple Palladium gives you so many of the things. Up to a nice worker count, or just about. Hey, he's actually not making any more workers, so I can't say that. If only he lost 1 less Mason, or Talos earlier. Kenoli is why we can't have nice things. Monuments of Sin will be cast aside. There it is. Nice. And then it's going to be 71 with the Talos. And here we go. Cleric's getting wiped out immediately. Not any armor end in this comp. You got to watch out for the Bactyl count, but it doesn't really seem to me like it's going to be quite enough. There's only one angle of attack here for the Zerg. And that one Phalanx was very close to being dead. A Zethrakor randomly haranguing the 4th base for the Aeud, for the Terran, for the Champ. Now Kenoli will make 21 workers and start saturating that base down there. Oh, or this one too. At 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock. A couple of dead workers, a dead watchdog, rallying over a couple of units. Aeud now going to push on through. This game hasn't looked stupendously convincing, but I don't know if he's really under that much threat. Now, if he abandons his natural, he could just end up base racing here. What does Kenoli do? He sees the army pushing in through, and he's going to go for it. Only a couple of phalanxes left behind. Kenoli is about to force the issue, and Aeud chooses to withdraw. Maybe, just maybe, Kenoli could have waited 1 or 2 more seconds, but as it stands, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do meaningful damage. He's now going to have to slink back up that ramp and hope that he doesn't lose too many Bactylisks on the comeback. And damn, that really cut his army down to size. Aeud now has a bigger force than the Zerg player. Doing his best. Tier 2 now started for our Zerg. Kenoli is actually taking a favorable engagement in this position. The Sirens are going to go down to all those Bactyls. Only now do we see the Phalanxes deploying, as the Bactylus count was indeed reset. So he trades down some of the military. That it does, in theory, favor the Zerg, but there's just not that much he can make on short notice. Really needs more Bactylusks, and definitely needs something that can deal with that heavy armor on the Phalanx, on the Cataphract. It feels like Aeud can kind of just A-move and walk away from the screen now. Good engagement with the Aziracors until the splash damage starts coming on through. The Phalanxes are just going to shellac them, pound them into the ground. This is a reason why this crushed rock runs red down here. Gonna have to update it to be red up here too. Aeud giving the map a little bit of a decoration. A new look. Love what you've done with the place. 5th base floating on down. It's pure Mason Talos here. And this unsaturated base, it's evacuated. 18 workers moving down to the other unsaturated base. Or under-saturated base. The eggs getting pulled away from the Hatcheros just in time to get popped before they go boom. 18 Zethrakors. We got advanced tier 2 defenses coming up, but all these quas, they can't turn into Lyralisks just yet. A humongous bank for Kenoli, and only now can he actually use those quas for anything. 42 Lyralisks to spend down his entire cash bank. But even if they were done right now, they couldn't beat this army. Maybe if they're split. Maybe if they're spread. Defenseless. No Mutat Spire. But here comes some of the Lyralisks trying to flank over onto all of those Phalanx. But watch out, you're clumped up coming in from the ramp. He's going for the Zeth run-by, trying to splash down the Katas. This is the last desperate move to try to hold and reset the tank count. And it seems to be working just barely until that second layer activates. The last of the 42 Lyralisks bravely sacrificed, but even one Cataphract remains. GG. Aeud takes the opening match. And honestly, even though that took a while, even though there was a chance, it feels like Kenoli was always going to bleed out there. Still, a good accounting for him, and now Sosij will pick map 2 as he takes the horns. I'm going to write out a little bit of a map list here for our homies while we wait for them to join the next map. Near Impact is selected. Oh, we got sirens. All right, the sirens have passed. We're going to get into our next match. Near Impact selected. AUD64 up to his usual shenanigans versus Kenoli. And while we wait to get into Near Impact... Oh, wait. We don't wait. Sosij is in the top left. He is our Vivid Red Protoss. And in the bottom right of Near Impact, we've got AUD64. He's Beaster Brown again. Wait a second, he doesn't even want Pumpkin anymore. Gateway opener for Sosij. We'll see if he decides to go for a lattice follow-up the way Neblime was playing the matchup. Fulcrum up already for Aoud. He is not interested in opening Bio Quarry into Protoss. At least not yet. At least not yet. Up 1-0 in the set, the champion is now sitting here wondering just what is the level of Sosij. Little bit of experience here. Sosij said that he played Aoud and he's, quote, pretty good. You know, only the reigning champ and all. But Aoud does go through wax-on, wax-off moments, it feels like. Sometimes he's just unplayable, unbeatable in a particular matchup. He's grinded out, he's figured out the meta, he's downloaded the game plan. And he is a talented player. He's got the mechanics down a lot of the time. But he did say earlier in the lobby chat that he might be shaken a little bit after that last one. Always the adrenaline rush of playing an official match. And it's going to be a gateway into a rogue gallery. Sosij did tell me once that he loves the rogue gallery. He builds it almost every match he can. And apparently versus Terran versus the champ of AUD64, he thinks that he can. Vulture out for Aoud, no surprises there, but we're going to wait to see how long he keeps the vultures going. Grand Library up. Vulture in the middle, making sure that the scribe can't give him a little kiss or two. We are on max brain cells once again, so the latency will require a little bit of getting used to for these players, especially Sosij. We did have to play on max lat in the last game, so you should already be aware of it. He's going to lay those mines somewhat offensively. The first one is all the way back here. That's one of the reasons why you want to make sure to kill the scribe, is because A, deny scouting, B, make sure he doesn't clear your mines with just a worker. 2 more vultures pop out, and now the scrapyard into the Matador drop from the star pad. Only 1 vulture here to start punishing that Dracodon, but we're going to wait to see. Oh yeah, there's the sequel, and when another vulture comes up, it has the mine. He can go ahead and offensively lay it. I love this move. Hold on, is Sosij going to get creamed before he can really even have a shot? Wisely, he sort of kites backward, but he hasn't really been able to fight, and 2 more vultures just showed up. Hold the phone. He can go after that Kabbalist easily enough. Finds the first snipe, recloaks. That's an option. Now he can go for that heal. The Draken has to come on down. This is going to be a micro fight here. Takes 3 vulture hits to kill a worker. He's got the magic number. Warden not quite done yet. Can't really do much heavy lifting. There's the Kabbalist. If he can micro back towards the mines, he can maybe do a little something here. But the champ is already active, and he stuns both units. He doesn't even realize, or maybe he doesn't care, flying back with those vultures. That could have been an easy pick on the Kabbalist on the way out. He's got blackjacks rallied across. This is where things could get a little bit tricky. Ministry, bit of a float for the champ. Anseal first, not going for the Matador drop after all. Feels like as the Kabbalist leaves the building. Sosij isn't going to be happy about that, but his second Atreus is on the way. First, coming on down from the spawn, and now a bit more of a defensive game. The opening 2 worker picks already proving a little bit valuable. Now we're going to get those Matadors after all, and maybe Aoud, once he has enough Vespene, will go for that Trojan. Mines once again being cleared. He's got 2 more over here, which is cheeky. Does look to me like the Atreus is going to get stunned by that, and that means that Sosij is going to have to... Oh no, it narrowly avoids this one, but that one was a bit too good. The Anseal out for detection. The Kabbalist does nothing. Doesn't even scout that the Ministry is on the way. Excellent preemptive read there from Aoud. That's why he went for the Anseal opening. Now he's going to have the Trojan out. Now, does Sosij know that Aoud likes the Matador drops? Because the Kabbalist would have revealed the Matadors since the Blackjacks would have attacked him and he could see up the ramp at that point. I think he was paying attention to the ramp at that time. I wasn't quite paying attention to his camera position. But if so, he might need to worry about that. Now, a 1-base prostration stage as he sets up a second Warden. But there's nowhere to drill to. I guess he could drill to these minerals down here that he's got active vision of, but I don't know. Trojan airlifting in, gonna fly over both Wardens. Gas cap on 1 base, just trying to squeeze as much value as he can with no Nexus and no embassies for the Artisans. No pylon either for extra build space. The Vagrant scouting out is just gonna be bopped, and then it's just a shade of its former self. Easily dealt with. Not so much here to absorb the pressure, even without the Matador as part of the charge. The Anseal protecting the onslaught, and, well, here we go. Double Warden might consign the Trojan. There's the response immediately. Drills on top of the Sedent, but they'll try to go after the Warden instead. Maybe he could go after that unload. Yeah, there you go. Tries to do a little bit of drop micro. Not really able to do much of anything, and consigns the Trojan as he falls back. But did he click on the prostration stage to see that that's what that is? That's what I want to know. How much information? Not a very successful drop at the end of the day. Great response from Sosij. The second Warden certainly paying for itself there, because 1 Warden, you would have just killed it with the Matadors. And then you would have had nothing over here. Army would have had to clean that up. Cestus back at home. Finally, an expansion from our underdog Protoss. He said that he shouldn't be considered the weakest player in this group. Kenoli, it looked like he might have had a puncher's chance. We need to see if Sosij does as well. Clearing a mine with the Zealot is the reaction there from the champ. He doesn't seem to be paying too close of an attention to the mines. Second one will go down. He doesn't have any more mines to lay with these vultures, and that's a third gone. Not that really there's much kill threat here, but really good from Sosij to get as much value as he can. Even clears those 2 vaults. Now we've got a Phalanx out, though. Bit of a different story once the artillery starts clocking. Only the 1 Palladium so far, not going for that triple Palladium we saw last game. Doesn't have the eco for it. The Anseal flying back. Seen enough. Prostration stage hasn't even made a unit. You know what I think we might see is the very rare Malefactor Cantavis. Double expand from Sosij. He's going to throw down the gauntlet in that way. Say, all right, Aoud, you've got your early advantage. You've got your worker advantage. I'm going to macro out of this position with a little bit of a cheeky greed move. And I'm just going to soft contain you. No scout available from that Mason. Remember, the Anseal just came all the way back. Oh, for a second, I thought he preempted the Anseal fly out after. That would have been Gigabrain, but not quite on that level. Atlas now coming down. So here's the thing. Aoud's responding to the soft contain just by getting his his economic advantage leveraged in an unassailable position on the ground and teching so that whatever Sosij does almost doesn't matter. Our underdog Protoss is going to have to macro his little heart out against a tier 2 Terran that won the last tournament if he wants to make this happen. That last phalanx shot to kill 2 Vagrants really does suck. Ends up being a very mineral expensive loss, and the Cestus is flying out. This is not necessarily just a defensive crawl. Aoud can absolutely push forward and start taking a third base. Charlatan on the way. Good value for dollar in theory, but you got to set up for it. And now here we see how he's going to try to grab that comeback. The third Nexus, sure, that's one of it. That's a part of it. But double embassy, this is artisan territory. And he just needs to hope that Aoud keeps being conservative. Third base on the way. Now tier 2 starting to come up. 2 mantles at the natural so he can waypoint those heavy cataphracts a little bit deeper. But Sosij has done a very good job of making Aoud feel like he's under the pump, that he just macros out from this position. Who would dare double expand versus the reigning champion? Well, Aoud isn't punishing it. Aoud isn't even scouting it. In fact, his Anseal might just get bopped here if he's not careful. Feels like one better orb walk on one of those Atriuses. That would have been a dead Anseal, but really good reactions from Sosij, initially falling back. Artisan's now starting to garrison the 11 o'clock base. Ministry and double mantle. The starport halfway complete for Aoud. Another Atrius waddling its way over. Ancestral archives around the Crucible. Optectons will be the name of the game for Sosij. Ministry rotating over. The Protoss army has fallen back and given Aoud a lot of space. But if the Artisans garrison a 4th base while Sosij saturates his 3rd, he will have the economic advantage, and he has taken the worker lead. Of course, I think that's likely to change if any more conflagrations occur. His ground army is something that pales in comparison to what Aoud has. All of this is just hoping and praying that Aoud doesn't see a weakness. And there's that Anseal that should have been killed earlier. Now revealed. Witness dangerously close to the Cestus. Static detection for the Terrans. Another witness arriving on the outskirts of the natural. Catching the move out, the Anseal comes back. That will clear detection in that side. Not quite a full blind, but how about that one? On the one side, you've got the full spectrum of tier 2 units, and on the other side, you have a Mind Tyrant and Optectons. Sosij is putting a lot of eggs in the one basket, but he's going to scout deeper and see there's tier 2 on the way in a big way. Maybe he can take some of those units and turn them against their master. The profane art, the tyranny of the sun. The Mind Tyrant awaits a malefactor, a champion of evil and profane things. Artisans garrisoning still, but not really in the number you would hope at that 11 o'clock position. Witnesses continue rallying on in, and stray shots make it so that Sosij actually reminds himself about them. A lot of witnesses have fallen in these PVTs. Hard to keep them safe versus all the detection. Another Ancestral Archives and another Mind Tyrant Optecton duo. He's going to have like 3 of the things. I don't know if Aoud is actually ready for this.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
Shout out Neutron for crowing me on Twitch. Do appreciate it. We've got the Gamba Lords active, betting on who's going to take the group. The first sign of the Terran aggression has been sighted. Has it been enough time? There was a moment earlier where we heard Shopkeeper Dog, we saw him write this in the chat, that he hopes that Ayud makes him look silly by waiting for Uptectons to come out and then crushing him. I'm going to put it to you this way, guys. If he crushes Sosij here with 3 Mind Tyrant empowered Malefactor Uptectons against double Ancestral Archives production, there's a reason he's the champ. I'll put it to you that way. He's got everything he would want for this composition. It's been sighted by a stray Vagrant in the middle of the map. And the pylon wall is a very interesting option there with the engram as well. Maybe leading with a couple of units. A Zealot dispatch to see if the move out is still good. Witnesses patrolling in the main base, keeping an eye on the tech available. But there's no advance warning here for Ayud. Only as he gets a little bit closer is he going to see the Uptectons empowered by the Mind Tyrants. Has he faced this strategy before? Surely, when he played against Hit 'em Up. Now, the Azazels are good for shifting some of the blame, but you gotta watch out for the Phalanx friendly fire. And those Uptectons are drilling deep into this eastern flank, but there's still a little bit of a southern wrap. The Phalanxes are deployed. There's only a couple of melee units here and there, but they can't get close enough. Azazels dematrixing everything that they can. But you gotta watch out because some of these Terrans are turncoats. Some of these Terrans have been dominated. The Phalanx line is still so deep. We've got more melee units strewing on through, but is it going to be enough? There's so many Uptectons. The Cataphracts are starting to turn. And if the Phalanxes go, there's no focus fire. Ayud is dropping the ball. He had the opportunity to kill so many of these Uptectons, but it was not enough. Not this time. He'll have to reset his army after that one. Closer than I thought it would be. Ayud definitely getting the better of a lot of that ground army. And if Sosij is lackadaisical about reproducing it, it doesn't really matter that you have all these heavy hitters. Because the Phalanxes, when they're not allowed to target anything other than the big dogs, things are a little bit different. More starports being added. Ayud capping gas. He's setting himself up with a 5th base, but it's not saturated just yet. And Sosij is attacking his own Uptecton for some reason. Not quite sure what's up with that. Patriarchs and Pariahs. This is going to be a painful lesson for our reigning champion unless he can avert disaster here. I think he just dematrixed the enemy Patriarch. Not what you want to see in that situation. The Cataphracts are going to try to stand tall, but remember what happened last time? Oh, the stolen Siren, even dirty. We got 4 more Uptectons to chew through, and some of them have those Malefactor chains. Is it going to be enough? Again, there's not that much chaff. And with the reinforcements coming out of Ayud, it feels like maybe he can still turn this tide as Sirens are activating to pull the Uptectons closer and closer to a destined death. The D-Matrix trying to help out there. Reinforcements slowly streaming on in. The Azazel's got to get the hell out of Dodge. Patriarchs are finishing them off. Well, he's making a whole lot of Gorgons. He's still got the Cataphracts, but no more Phalanxes, really. Just the one. Again, Sosij just killed his own Uptecton. I don't know what's going on there. That feels like a big mistake. But the Cestus collapses. He might be feeling the pressure, feeling like, wait, hold on a second. I might have just found the answer. I might have just cracked the code. Only 2 more Uptectons left. Can Ayud hold on long enough to chew through them? He's got a couple of Gorgons out. And with the Sirens combining, it's going to be a hard, difficult nut to crack. Oh, I think one of the Patriarchs is also shielded, also empowered, because these Gorgons are starting to turn as well. And that is the opposite of what Ayud needed. He's got so much money in the bank, but not enough Vespene. Maybe he was a little bit too lazy about it. Maybe he was a little bit too lackadaisical about it, because I think Sosij is just about to crack open the mantles and stop any heavy-hitting production from hitting the deck. There's so much money in Ayud's coffers, he can't spend it in time. GG! Sosij performs the upset! And now Kenoli picks a map to go against the toss. Sosij with the winky face. I love it. Well, we've got a very interesting group already. Didn't expect AU to be taken out, certainly not by Sosij, and now we're going to get a different look at a matchup. Well, if Kenoli beats Sosij, and then we repeat that whole thing all over again, that free-for-all could still be a thing we get. Oh, we don't actually have any lag here, it looks like. I'll keep an eye on that, but we've got Kenoli as the Pumpkin Zerg, selecting Crisis Vector to deal with Sosij in the bottom right, who is 6 latticing as the Palatinate Blue Protoss. Well, he wants to certainly guarantee his win versus Kenoli. And if you know your opponent is going to be going for a hatch first, it definitely will change things up here. Lots of shade being thrown towards Protoss. We'll see if Sosij can win over any haters in the chat. It'll be a Simulacrum first. Interesting. Not the Vassal that I'm used to seeing. Well, that kind of changes things, right? Because it's going to be a while before Kenoli has any units that won't just die to the Sim. You know, he can't really beat the Sim with Rilla Rokors unless the Worker Drill hits or something. Pool coming. He can keep the Sim on this side of the map. And it kind of negates the advantage of the 6 lattice, in my opinion. But wisely, Sosij just ignores that. He'll fend off the worker harassment with his own workers. Maybe the second Sim will finish the job. Very tricky from Kenoli to keep this kind of thing going. We'll see. Finally, that Droleth executed by the Sim. First arrival of Protoss on the scene, walking right past that hatch first, and the pool is almost complete. 1 pair of Rilla Rokors being made on location at the natural, and the Sim is kind of not really on task just yet. 3 pairs of Quas on the way. Workers will try to make a surround happen. That's cheeky. Dangerous, but cheeky. He could go for the Worker Drill onto the gas. Oh, he's trying to clothesline him while the Rilla Rokor makes its move. Oh, and unfortunately, he has caused a split. He's caused a second one as well. Is this the start of his downfall? The Quas are out. The Quas are out, but they have to be good. They have to be focused. They've now caused so many splits. This is the worst possible choke Kenoli can have in this situation. He really needs to focus down the enemy individually. He can't be so carefree. A lot of extra value given The eggs being spawn camped. Some of those quads not able to get away. Now he'll dive with 8. But there's just as many sims. Or soon to be. Oh my god, so many of them are very brittle. Sosij doing a great job microing. He's got his rogue gallery behind it and a good amount of money on both sides. Kenoli can't really spend it with no larva. Finally, more quads arrive, and perhaps that's it. A full HP sim, unfortunately, declaring defeat. It goes to show you, though, there's still 8 of them. Well, now 7. The original count was a little bit higher, and the burrow is good to force them to get a little bit closer. And now, you really got to watch out, because so many of those sims are so very low, and it looks like it has been held. Rogue Gallery follow-up could still make things a bit complicated, but he's got no static defense over here, and the sims can just be ignored. Or picked apart on their way back. Does Kenoli realize that he's got a window here to just attack? There's a scribe moving on the way. That's definitely a mistake. Going for that Larvask. He could waypoint some Zets for the reinforcements if he really wanted to. Trying to be held at a pass, but those sims are not going to be able to make it out. Only killing 1 quad so far and trying to fish for those splits. Kenoli kind of relying on the decollision to help him out there, but yeah, this is probably going to be a difficult hold for our Protoss. He's making an idol. He's already got 1 and a sim. Forward pylon, multiple wardens warping in to keep things fresh, and the Kabbalist is indeed out, and oh, it actually reveals itself. Listen, the quads can kill that thing really easily. It only has the 1 armor, so the 1 armor pen of the quads kind of ignores it. And he's just going to clog up the ramp, hold position. The defense is scouted out. Another lattice on the way, and Sosij in a tight spot. Kenoli thinking about what he wants to make. He'll make workers. Very nice. Sim once again trying to do its best to split, but there it is. The Kabbalist should go down here, but oh, Kenoli choked it a bit. Almost killed his own quaz. Still, he's happy to kill the Kabbalist and the Sim, leaving only a couple of idols and a Vagrant. This is a poor position, I think, for our Protoss player, but he was stuck on 1 base versus Aud, and he made it happen, so I can't really discount him just yet. Kenoli is going to have to learn from that mistake and just kind of go for the jugular here. He doesn't have to worry about a little bit of damage here and there. It's causing splits. This ain't the Brotherhood game mode, after all. Circuit is here at the front, and we have many more Droleths, as well as an Ovaleth, just in case we get another round of Kabbalists out of Sosij. Instead, he's making triple Golem, and the Ardent Authority almost complete. It'll be Vagrants for fire support, Golems on the front line, and either Positron drop or perhaps just an Acantor crawl. We'll find out. If I see an embassy, I think I know what Sosij is planning, but he refuses to take a Nexus. Not yet. Capping his gas on the 1 base, squeezing every drop of econ he can get out of that initial spot while Kenoli starts to take the worker lead. Zorkish Shroud on the way. You can't kill a Golem. It's just not possible. You need a heavy hitter than that. Nexus now coming on down. It was cute to see Kenoli try. Defenses over here with the Ovaleth are good. Certainly an option. Expanding the production with another hatch. I like it. The Ovaleth will prevent the follow-up Kabbalist from finding too much damage, and it is indeed a Positron. But I don't see an embassy yet, so we will not have any drops. Khaz'Trith further back, empowering the circuits. Well planned by Kenoli. He's got a big amount of money. No expansions coming. It'll be 3 Gorga cores for him. Remember the Wardens from before. If Sosij knows how to contend with this by hitting the stop command and just letting his workers naturally spread, it does feel to me like this is going to be an easy hold from him. He's even got a Warden coming at the natural, which is also where all of his anti-air is, so unit-wise, anyway. We don't have that many combat units over here, but 3 circuits should be enough to clear this Kabbalist on the way out. So I don't really think it's going to be able to infiltrate for much damage. Quaz pushing on in. Kenoli wiping his brow. The work has to begin. In fact, the Kabbalist is moving up here to snipe this Droleth before it can actually go for the expand. Ooh, devastated. Hope's Dash. The second Kabbalist infiltrates. That will force Kenoli to stick around a little bit on the one base. Or the two bases, I should say. Hey, that wounded golem from earlier actually went down. Holy moly. I guess you can beat it with quads. The rest of the army kind of slaps you around, though. Idols galore. Of course, we've got the positron. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Devastated. He's making a stack of Gorgacores, hoping that the idols are not in a numerous enough number, as well as that positron, to actually break him. But I do think that the advantage has been retaken by Sosij, adding a prostration stage, adding an embassy. Not really a great saturation on the natural. Kenoli, on the other hand, very good on the income. But can he spend it all in time? Another hatch added. Try to get access to more larvae. Vagrant, sacrifice to scout what's up. Doesn't quite see the Gorgs, I don't think, or maybe only one or two. Even still, if he did see it, he probably wouldn't be too concerned. He's got so many idols and the positron. Shout out to Delta Catamus for the new idol model. Very cool. 3 more of them coming for Sosij, and of course that endgame tech. It looks like the 8 Gorgacores are actually going to perform the patented move. But the Kabbalist actually catches wind of at least one of them, I think. Not sure. Engram on the way, but that's in the mineral line. Trapping one of the scribes is really bad, actually, because it isolates this mineral field. And it's also in the mineral line. You know what I mean? So the Gorgs can kind of just eat it. Mine Tyrant, though. Sosij wants to rock out with those. That's how he won. That's how he qualified. And that's how he beat Aoud as well. And Positron is going to get dove on. The Zoryu's doing a very good job of absorbing the idle pressure. Speeding up the rest of the army as well. And now the third base is going to be attempted again, but there's Kabbalist there. The Gorgs are mounting their assault. They are preparing to strike. Perhaps the Mine Tyrant comes a little too late. It doesn't really have anything in particular to enchant. It looks like it'll be the Positron. And here it is. Cleaned up is that Kabbalist. Hatch being added for the third base, and the Gorgs are starting to munch. There's so many Wardens and even so many idols, but even still, Sosij's worker count is falling. It's collapsing. Now he adds the Positron to try to start controlling the Zerg Horde, and there's not really anything to hold that. The Gorg's starting to fall away. That was pretty good timing from Kenoli. He forced him to either micro his army or micro his workers, and he might have lost a little bit less had he focused on the workers, but nonetheless, all those Wardens, all for naught. So many Gorgs, a huge committal. You can tell what happens here is that the ground army can't do a thing to what Sosij has assembled. But he either needs to win now, based on that alone, or he needs to slowly rebuild the same way he did versus Aoud 64. More idols. He can restock his worker count slowly over time. One thing that is underrated about the units that are malefactored is that, yeah, okay, they have more speed. Yeah, okay, they mind control. But you gotta watch out for the fact that they have 200 extra health. The Mine Tyrant's energy acts as an extra life bar. This Gorgacor is gonna be heavily pressured, and they fall back. Fourth base is established. Lake is now out. This is an option for Kenoli to maybe get a bit more moves against the idols in particular. Let's see if he can take an advantaged fight. He needs to get the Lakers right in their face in this position. And you can see Sosij trying to respect that, but I don't know. He might be a little bit too far gone. There's a wild Maelstrom to give a bit of attack speed, but I don't know if it's enough. Slows down some of those Zoryus as well. I feel like that could have been a little bit sooner. Maybe would have been better. All he gets for his troubles is a single Rilla Rokor, fleeting though it may be. And now it feels like maybe it swung back into Zerg's favor. But the counter punch can still clear this base before it even starts mining. And maybe Kenoli will actually make it happen. Maybe Kenoli will keep the dream alive for the free-for-all decider. Third base starting for Sosij. Couple units getting caught over here, but this is not where the Lakers are. So the Zoryus need to respect that and fall away. That's a Maelstrom and a half. That'll slow things down. Body blocking the Zoryus. But there's not really that much damage here for Sosij. It's a slow burst that tries to clear out all the hordes. A Mine Tyrant caught in the middle of the map. Brought down just by the Zoryus almost. It's got A scant few points of HP, and the pylon block is now coming on. The big fight in the middle. Now we can start to see those empowered Malefactor Positrons come in. There's a Lakers that'll be turned as well. Oh no, he doesn't have any detection. And the Lakers off to the side. Oh, he maelstroms haywire, trying to slow down the facility itself, but I think this one has been totally lost control of. Overgrown, overrun. Kenoli with tier 2 on the way, and 2,000 minerals in the bank. As it turns out, you need a little bit more than that to break the Zerg sniper. Almost no combat units left for Sosij. Nothing left in the tank for him as he's invested so much into Prostration Stage, but just for the Mine Tyrant. Tier 2 now on the way. If the Witness scouted that out, it might just force the GG already, but the Nexus will not survive. You munch the workers, then you kill the town center after. It's an understatement to say that things look dire, and I really don't think Sosij is going to be allowed to greedily expand and use artisans to salvage this situation. But he's going to try his best. He's cowed, but he's not out of it yet, even though it looks incredibly likely for him to fall. The Witness revealing the lake is, offering up some splits. Ten Ultra Cores on the way. 21 pairs of Zeths. Kenoli gonna end this in style, enjoy the tier 2. And Ayud, I'm assuming he's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Know any good all-ins versus Protoss? The workers have already stopped mining, by the way. I don't know what Sosij did here, but that's really funny to me. He's still gonna be able to clear out the Gorgs, easy as you like. And I guess he can get back to mining after that. There you go. See? That wasn't so bad. I guess he hit the stop key for that reason. Here we go. The Barbarians are at the gates. The Lakers are trying to slip on through. The detection from the Bulwark will still allow them to be seen regardless of the presence of witnesses. And they're getting clogged up by the pylons. Oh, those Lakers need to burrow. Sosij is going to do his best. He's got an Acantor malefactored. He's going to try to take command to some of those Ultra Cores, but I don't know if it's quite going to happen. The debuff falling off because he's only got the Acantor. One of the Positrons was sniped. Oh no, Sosij didn't have the steady hand. He didn't keep it going. Only barely now is he starting to take command of some of the units, and it's not nearly enough. The Nexus at the Natural is cracked open. 33 Lyrilisks on the way. Zerg forces a 3-way tie at the start. And now we just need this same thing to happen one more time. Performing the full base surround, a forbidden technique Kenoli knows will make him immortalized. The Lyrilisks arrive to add insult to injury. Desperate, the Mine Tyrant attempts to convert some of the Horde, courtesy of that Acantor, but GG with a third G for good measure. Kenoli wins with under 100 APM because that's just how Kenoli is. And we go again. Rematch between Ayud and Kenoli. It's ones across the board. Radium is selected by Ayud. He will duel with Kenoli. Waiting for Kenoli to join the lobby, and we'll get right back into things. Well, this is a group of chaos, and I am loving it. I didn't think I'd see Kenoli have to be picked into by Ayud, but here we are. It was supposed to be an easy layup, guys. Kenoli rocking out as the Pumpkin Zerg in the top right of Radium, but Ayud64 challenges him. He is the Beastra Brown Terran in the bottom left. Going for a little bit of Vespene here, but we could still see that stockade into Talos style. It certainly did eventually get him over the line against Kenoli earlier. It will be a fulcrum. Is Kenoli going to expect that? And is he going to be able to hold as he puts down his Hatcheros? There's some, like, chant or musical cue in some kind of game or movie. And I don't know what it is, but it's like, da-da-da. It's like those, like, 3 syllables, right? And I don't know what it is, but for some reason I occasionally will feel the urge to repeat whatever that original chant is, but saying, Hatcheros. I don't know if it's like Acheron or something like that's like a mythological term. Anyway, maybe somebody knows what I'm talking about. But pretty cool. Nonetheless, Hatcherosk is a very epic word in my opinion. What do you mean, what, Lucy? What happened? Vulture has to stay back to free his constructor of the nuisance. Already, Kenoli is falling away from the front, and he's making a circus. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this picture? Would anybody be so kind as to tell me the problem here? Maybe Ayud won't even tell me the problem here. He's just going to be going after the hatch. Oh no, the larva. Oh, Ayud, no! You were the chosen one! Well, he's still got so many vultures. He might just bowl Kenoli over here. The burrow is the last-ditch effort. It works sometimes, and hey, it might work this time. A lot of those vultures are getting pretty low. He only has got one last quaz left. Ooh, just barely staying alive here. Feels like Ayud is so close to getting bopped by his own mines, but those last connections have been so sick. And Ayud is about to finish the job, I think, much faster than before, in much classier form for a champion. This Mason's been out for so long. Attacking the Hatcherosk has done 317 damage, by the way. So there goes the hatch first. Busted. Kenoli's got 9 workers. And they're all gonna die. You know what this reminds me of? When Hit 'em Up rolled Terran versus Kenoli in Battlements last time. And he just got absolutely annihilated. GG. Ayud cleans house. A lot more like what we expected. So now all we have to wonder is, can Sosij do it again? Are we living in the FFA reality? Kingwa Valley selected for the next round of play. The only remaining 2-spawn map in the pool... Oh, no, I lied. There are 2 more 2-spawn maps left. Serenity and Brainstorm. Oh. What a goober. Sosij was too busy typing to Ayud to select his race, said R, and then... It's okay. You guys didn't even know. I could have just said nothing. Ayud is not happy with the map selection, by the way. Here we go. Ayud 64, the Bistro Brown Terran challenges Sosij. Oh, wait. No, it's the other way around. Sosij challenging Ayud, but he won the last challenge. Let's see if we can do it again. Vivid Red Protoss in the bottom left of Kingwa Valley. Now remember, Sosij got very far behind, and Ayud just let him coast to a composition that perhaps he hasn't faced before. So let's see if the champ is gonna drop another match. Then we'll only be one Kenoli victory away from the free-for-all decider. A fulcrum here for Ayud. A gateway here for Sosij. Well, the scout is going to favor Sosij as far as the timing goes, but what will AU do as a follow-up? It looks like he's getting ready for the second fulcrum here. Indeed, he'll drop that. But it's just in time for his first to finish. He's not actually going to have enough money for the vulture. So this is a build order that maybe he's just not used to Kingwa Valley for. Normally, he'd grab that vault right now. I know it. Got to change a little bit of stuff here. Gotta do a little bit of different things on Kingwa Valley. We do have a Hierophant with a Grand Library as the second structure. I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a player in Counter-Strike called Gravity, but with an I instead of a Y at the end. He's French. So he doesn't count. And I only say that because of chat. I forget that the stream will not have chat on the screen. So if you guys aren't watching with the chat, you have no idea what I'm doing. But then I think you're really missing out on a key experience here. Key part of the experience. All right. Grand Library spotted. We saw Sosij use that with the Atreus, which kind of surprised hit him up in the match against Kasuga. Bit of a interesting move there. Ayud gonna go ahead and watch for drops. 2 more vultures on the way, and instantly into the scrapyard with the star pad. So he scouts there's no Kabbalist coming. No rogue gallery. I think we're on track for the Matador drop, and we'll have to see if Sosij can riposte that well. Dracodon might be picked here, but the Atreus will shoo off the vultures. He still has a couple of mines he can put down. At least one, yeah. A mine he can put down. Alright, he has satisfied me. Matador drop fomenting. Second Grand Library, okay. So we're seeing a pattern here where Sosij really likes to delay his expansion. His economic development not always on point. First Trojan leaves the building. Blackjacks and a ministry on location. That's the follow-up. A single legionnaire moving out will clear the mine. Looks like Sosij wants to move across the map. I don't necessarily like his odds for defending versus the drop, but he does have a Warden and a Matrix, so maybe he'll be alright. Legionnaire cleaned up by the vaults. So far, not a single unit has been killed, but he actually cancels the Ministry because of that and rebuilds it up there. Doesn't even want to wait for the inevitable. One Vulture does end up dying. First Blood. Nexus drops, but here we go. Matador drops. Escorting them just with the worker, just with the transport. It's a dirty trick there, in my opinion, but it's certainly working wonders. Denying mining time. Not quite going to be able to get what he wanted out of it, but the Trojan escapes with 2 health. So not a single worker goes down. Well held by Sosij yet again. But during that time, or on the other side of the map, he lost a Hierophant and lost a Dracodon. Crippling losses for the early push. And the Ministry timing still better than the Nexus, despite the cancel. And now we're going to start getting that extra production. Trojan can get repaired. We still have the Ball of Atreus towards the front. The soft contain re-established, but no third base coming this time around, at least not yet. Sosij adding the double embassy now. Ooh, even catching the Anseal on an attempted scout. Defense is up. Sacrifices a Legionnaire again. A big transfer over here, actually. He doesn't have as many workers on the minerals as he'd like. Capping the ridge in the natural. Interesting choice. Ayud now going into his palladium tech. 2 scrapyard, 1 palladium. He's going to get the phalanx count started. Another matador drop on the way, but it feels like Sosij might be a little bit too good at denying those. He's never had to deal with it a second time, though. Not on near impact. Kingo Valley will be the first time we see that. Artisans coming out from the embassies. Unitary Union starting around the main base. We can get a Crucible maybe fit right there. I'm not quite sure, but it looks possible. A Cantavis on the way. His only tier 3 structure is halfway complete right now. We'll see if he can get it up and running with an architect or a Unar maybe. Second drop on the way. He's got to be on point with the worker micro one more time, but the Atriuses are nearby as well, so unless the move out happens kind of early here, doesn't really seem like something that can do that much damage. He's pairing it with another one. Maybe that's his ace in the hole, but the static defense is still pretty good. That one Amaranth trying to avoid the whole army. It actually does thread the needle. Those drops are lying in wait to happen at the same time as the army moves in the front. That's the move from Ayud. His attempt at crippling it. Looks like that Amaranth didn't get much done after all. He set the trap. The bait is sprung. Now let's see if Sosij has what it takes to respond to all of that. He's losing workers in the natural. He's losing Matrix in the main base, perhaps. Spreading out the damage as Ayud slowly being hemorrhaged, but he does get the phalanx up, and the ground army might have just collapsed at the worst possible time. Sosij still has a reasonable amount of workers. He evacuated all of them to the Sedent, but his ground army is absolutely shellacked. Watch out! Oh, 5 workers going down immediately, just a 1 phalanx shot. The prostration stage only halfway complete. The artisans might be an ask. Just feels like the blackjacks are a little bit too good right now. He's got his 1 architect. It was about to pop. I don't know where it is. There it is. It's going to take a long, long time for that to happen, but he's at least whittling down the blackjack count. Y'all don't know about the tier 3 architect. It's been a hot minute since we've seen it in action. Not an easy fight, but he loses the Nexus. Another awkward spot. Oh, the Ministry misplaced. Slightly off-center there. And only now are the Artisans going to get found. It feels like this is going to get a lot harder now. He gets out without losing a single one. He doesn't really have any true splash damage, but he's got double Architect, and if he can get the Mind Tyrants out, he might be able to swing it that way. Not nearly as strong as the Optectons. The Tier 2 much later now for Ayud, but he does pop it at about 10 minutes. Third base now being set up with the Sieves finishing. Double Starport at almost the same time. Coordinated dance there, and Sosij doesn't need a Nexus if he keeps his Artisans up. So, crafty play as the third Architect is about to pop from the Unitary Union. If we can get more Mind Tyrants on the field, we can still believe in the Sosij comeback, but we already have 3 starports. I really don't think Ayud is going to make the same set of mistakes going into that. He's adding a Covenant at 10 minutes. A ballsy choice. He wants to start adding Savants or maybe Eidolons. Snipe things from afar, knowing there's no Optecton, might empower him. It is going to be Savants. Witness tries to leave the base just to see what's going on. Now he can spy on the complexion of the army from a safe distance. And look at that! Look at what it enables him! That'll draw some fire. Ayud already hemorrhaging army. Will Sosij do it again? Sundog's on the way, a 4th starport on the way.
That's 3.
And a 4th base on the way. Hey, we just got 3'd. Did you guys hear that? Phalanx doing a little bit of damage here, but unfortunately it does not quite seem like it's going to work out for Ayud in this position. He's going to stack up the Sundog army and see if he can't just ignore everything here. The only anti-air we have are the couple Atreises, right? He's got 4 of them, 5 of them. That's not going to be enough to deal with a good flock of Sundogs. Architects do not shoot up. That's the Unar's job. And the Unar doesn't have any multi-target or splash, so why would you pair it with Mind Tyrants? As Neblime has proceeded further into the tournament, he adds to the prize pool. Amaranth sweeping some mines here. Trying to get as many of those mines gone. There's only 1 remaining. Savant set up with their power siphon. This is going to be a difficult ask of the Protoss to hold. But the Sundogs aren't actually scrambled. They're in the middle of the map. And it does feel like the Architects can try to trade here. Their range is much higher than the Savants. Not quite as high as the Phalanx. Blackjack's going to come in here and ruin the party once again. He's making 6 artisans a pop, guys. He's got 6 embassies trying to come back with pure artisan. What a tense situation to be in. The artillery not able to defend the artisans, though. And here's the Sundogs infiltrating the prostration stage, a prime target. It goes down immediately. All of the artisans trying to evacuate so that they can do anything. Anything at all, but the Unitary Union gets popped. Those are both Tier 3 production structures out. And the Sundogs leave with only 1 casualty. They'll go after the artisans in the meanwhile, help them clean up. They can pursue the other 11 off to the side. And now it's going to get from bad to worse. The huge float on both sides is not quite inspiring just yet. Remaking the Unitary. The island not quite used after all. A little bit of micro out of the Sundogs. 5 more to join the 10 that had just ransacked that army. Or actually the 8 that ransacked that army. We officially have enough money for AU to go for Tier 3. Of course he does. Now, listen. By no means does he need to go to Tier 3 to crack this position. But he lost once before, and he does not want to have his ego or his record bruised yet again. He can walk on through with the Sundogs anytime. But instead, he's going to go after the Nexus and deny the mining altogether. Perhaps it'll be the embarrassment. The embarrassment of being eliminated. Of being destroyed by losing every production structure. Sosij says no. He pulls the trigger on the attack. And here come the Sundogs to pop the tyrants before they can turn the tide of battle any further. Say goodbye to the Atreises. Say goodbye to the Architects. And say goodbye to the underdog. There's no free-for-all today. Ayud just needs to win against Kenoli one more time. And he is out in first place. I was kind of holding out some hope for the FFA, but I feel like an upset of that magnitude, Sosij taking a game from Ayud, it's just not possible to happen twice in a row. Yet still, I was a little bit worried. It was a little bit shaky. I wasn't so convinced at the end of the day. Kenoli will select Serenity. The penultimate 2-spawn map left in the pool. We will go there. Kenoli has already beat Sosij once, so if he does not succeed versus Ayud 64, Ayud escapes in first place. And we are going to be looking at a Kenoli Sosij best of 3 with the Zerg already up 1-0. So, minimum, we could have 2 more games played. Maximum 3, because we would require Ayud to win here and then Sosij to win the rematch and force a decider in the series. In case you guys want to gauge how much time there is left in the group overall. Things make sense again. The last 2 games from Ayud have been a lot more convincing, particularly the one against Kenoli. So our Zerg underdog is going to have to go back to the drawing board. He's had time to think. Let's do it. Kenoli will be our Pumpkin Zerg in the top right of Serenity, his map pick against Ayud 64's Beastra Brown Terran in the bottom left. And I'm going to take another sip of water. It is very warm in my room still. But my voice has not given out. We are not down and out. We are here to stay. Everything's fine. Another plus to it being so warm in my room is that I have a little something called food, and I don't have to worry about it getting cold. It's still going to be just as warm as when I brought it in here. So, thanks. Hatch first once again. Kenoli refuses to do anything else. This is what he likes to do. I respect it. A little bit of Vespene being harvested now from Ayud. We'll see what he follows up his stockade with. Looks like a second one. Pool's on the way, but the Maverick is already stemmed halfway across the map by the time that even really goes down. So we got to watch out here. You can see the Droleth trying to keep the Maverick interested. But stalling for time is not something Ayud will allow Kenoli to do, so a pair of Rilla Rokors at least will be necessary. Kenoli doesn't necessarily want to do that, but he's also banking Larva. Doesn't want to go for the move here. Yeah, there you go. Force another stim. Yeah, good little riposte there. Rilla Rokor is trying their best. Oh, they're actually going to clear that Maverick if he's not careful. Ah, the Droleth could have done it on the way back. That's kind of cheeky. Ooh, clutch burrow. It does still result in the Maverick killing it, but if he gets out of hatch first versus Ayud's bio, and he only loses one Droleth for his trouble, I kind of feel like he's all right. I kind of feel like he's still ahead. Maybe ahead is a strong word, though. Ayud going to expand on location, waypointing Mavericks and Cyprians across the map. Can Quaz hold out versus what Ayud is kicking? That looks like enough Quaz to me. If he kept going for that, I wouldn't have hated the move. And Kenoli wants to trade his one Quaz for the one Mav. His buddy didn't make it. The floor is lava for Rillero course. You got to stay on the Kagra. Off of just 2 Stockade and a Star Pad now on the way, Ayud is going to take his expansion and run with it. Cyprian out in the middle of nowhere is going to get pounced upon. That is a bit of an unforced error from Ayud. We've seen a lot of players rallying a bit lackadaisically, but the Cyprians are really performing very nicely. That Huracan buying a ton of time as well. Ahmed gives his life for the cause, as he often does. And once you get to a really heavy Cyprian count, it's actually really difficult for the pool units to do much of anything. As a reminder, guys, if Kenoli performs the same upset Sosij did versus the champ, well, he'll have an opportunity to rematch versus Sosij, and then whoever wins that will face Ayud once again. Trojan halfway complete for Ayud. He clearly wants to go for some kind of bio drop. And maybe Kenoli's multitasking will fail him if that occurs. But the Quads are already in a good position to accept it. Kagrin towards the front. 3 idle workers, though, for Kenoli. And he's going for the Vornath with a big bank as well for this level of the game. This point in the game. That Kagrid finishes just in time to get battered by the Huracans and the Cyprians. And look at that line trace butchering all of the Quads. There goes all the Zeth thrown away. Good units after bad. Kenoli had to fall back to higher ground, and now it looks like he's got nothing left. A bit of an anticlimactic ending, but Ayud will find his way to the final hurdle, past the final hurdle. We got people wondering why he's going hatch first every game. It's because Kenoli likes to hatch first. That's all. And now he's got good chances still, however, to survive versus Sosij in the head-to-head. We could end up having a repeat of Group C, but the Terrans win again. Ayud 64 qualifies to the throne room stage in first place. It'll be Brainstorm. Sosij needs to win here and then on a 4-spawn map in order to get out of the Battlements stage. And here we go. Kenoli is in the bottom left of Brainstorm. Pumpkin Zerg. Sosij is in the top right. Vivid Red Protoss. This is his pick. This is what he wants. His best chance against Kenoli. But a map that actually Kenoli played the Shambler very close on in Gauntlet Stage A's lower bracket. It wasn't a win for Kenoli, but I would rate Shambler higher than Sosij. I think that's more than fair. This is despite, of course, Sosij winning against Monsieur Aoud earlier. Very uncanny style. I don't know if Aoud is going to take notes on that or what. Let's see what he goes for. No gas harvested. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively grab my camera over here for you fine people. Boom. That scribe saw everything I wanted to see. 2-gate. It'll be pressure. First gateway unit will start production before the pool begins gestating here, or it certainly could. But it looks like Sosij actually wants to delay that so he can grab himself a cheeky Hierophant on the start. No, he'll go Legionnaire, okay. Not the best mapped out build order, I think. Yes. Gotta save the scribe. He has to save the warden as well, though. I don't know if he knows this. Get the Legionnaire in here, dude. What's going on? Sosij, no! They don't time out if they're attacking. Don't you know that? Have you put it together? The warden will finish anyway. Oh, what a heartbreaking moment for Sosij. He had the Legionnaire this whole time and he just didn't use it. I can't believe it. He can't keep getting away with it! Help. 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 Nope, no help. There's no help coming. Now this hatch is just going to be closer to his opponent's main base. It will not make any workers. It will spawn endless Oh no, he's actually going Droleth. I was going to say it was spawn endless droves of combat units. Listen, that would absolutely have been free if he just used his Scribe and his Legionnaire to kill the Rilla Rokors before it did so much damage to that first Warden. 1000% he would have done it, but he choked. Totally forgot that the Legionnaire was there. The brain drain isn't just theoretical, it's not just a part of the map. It's a feature of this match. This amount of Zealots should be just fine here versus all these... unless they are allowed to just walk up. Hold on. Legionnaire falls immediately. I guess they were on hold position, which is an interesting move. Oh, he's going to try to siege the gateway. His units are not in a good split, though. Zealot Ecclesiast will still riposte this just fine, and the Ardent Authority is on the way. Man, if Sosij clutches this one out, it's a whole different group. I have no idea who's going to get out. Positron and Embassy on the way for our Protoss player, and a Hydra's Den halfway complete. If Kenoli just uses his worker advantage to make mass Hydra, he'll channel Art of Turtle and qualify out. Now he will be beaten back, though. We know that Sosij enjoys himself a prostration stage for the Mind Tyrant, and while it does please me to see him use everybody's favorite Protoss Profane spellcaster, I don't know. 7 Iziricors? He doesn't want the Hydras after all, he just wants Izzy? Is he mad? Is he crazy? Looks like we're in for a positron drop as the envoy begins at the back of Sosij's base. Quaz guarding the Brain Trust. We'll report back whatever it finds out. With the Khazitra here, it really doesn't seem very likely that we're going to get much. Oh, that's what the Iziricors were for. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. He's going to go for an Izzy drop. I really should call them Izzy, but Izzy, it just looks like Izzy to me. You know what I mean? An Izzy drop. I guess after enough time talking about it, it'll make sense. All right, scooping up both positrons here. We're going to get that double drop into the main base. We actually don't have that many units over here. And a little bit of light pressure is going to maybe draw his attention away, but he should see this now. Where's the reaction? No, he does not react. His Droleths are in trouble. Actually, none of them have died just yet, and you actually do need to turn away from this as Sosij. The ground army being a little bit lackadaisical about this, but that's one thing. Okay, he gets a larva. Denies some mining time. Here's the drop for Iziricors in the main base of Sosij, though, and he doesn't have anything over here to defend. So these scribes are going to start to dwindle. We'll keep an eye on how many he's got back at home as the Zerg have started to breach the middle of the map. It's a bit of a weird wonk out here, but we do have... Oh, man. He lost over 7 workers there. Gonna come in with the Acantor now? No, that's just another positron as the static defense is slowly being erected. Oh, my God! So many worker kills towards the end. Some of those were Zeths, but that was at least like 8 workers dead. A bloody game on both sides, but there's no mining going on in the main base here. The embassy almost got taken out. And just in the nick of time, the positron will be stopped. And he can't quite break all of those static defenses. So now, gonna have to reset the saturation. Have to harvest Vespene again for our Protoss player. And minerals back at the natural here for our Zerg player, or Vespene at the main. Ski backed on the way, I'd say on balance, this definitely favors the Zerg to finish the job. But that was a heroic moment from the positron, that's for sure. The Ovaleth still watching, seeing no mining, should definitely sniff out that this is going to be a different kind of play. With the Envoy dead, a Witness is on the way, Witness number 2 being produced. Feels like that's not the comeback mechanic Sosij needs in this series. He could exit this group in last place with his only win being against the reigning champion of Acropolis number 2. And Kenoli could be the one to do it to him. I guess I shouldn't have doubted him. Certainly advantaged right now, but it ain't over until the Fat Protoss sings. Engram in the natural, preempting any would-be flybys, but that's actually not what Kenoli is doing. He's just floating 1,000 minerals. 15 Hydras on the way. Yeah, pumping those Hydras, if he can actually get out on the map with them, he should be locked in for a very solid move. He's on a bit of a timer as the Spraith is starting to fall. He'll go through the Brain Trust, but he's got 15 more Hydras on the way. And he might want to rally round. He's got Zethicors aimed for the natural, it looks like. Yep. And the Engram is going to finish just in time, but that still will sap at Sosij's attention as his Zealots are going to be baited upwards. The Zethicors have claimed a couple of... Oh, wow. 5 scribe kills. 6 scribe kills. Good timing there. The engram not up in time to preemptively soften them up. That was very good. Kenoli down 15 workers, or Sosij down 15 workers. Kenoli up that many. He is going to need to preemptively cycle back, as the Positron and the Acantor are the big threats here, but the Zealots can absolutely run roughshod over that Hydra count if need be, if the opportunity arises. Drakken's heckling the Ovaleth as it returns home, but there's another one watching over this position. You can see the whole Protoss army is up here, obsessed with that move. The Zealot offers itself up as sacrifice. Just Drakken's coming now for the Protoss. Biding his time for another round of play. A couple quads get traded for a Zealot. Pretty favorable, actually, for the Protoss. Or for the Zerg. As the Protoss are just trying to clothesline the army with these Drakken's, but they actually go a little bit too far forward, and well, those Drakken's could be focused down, but Kenoli just keeps cycling it around. He's got Bactylisks on the way back at home, and I don't know, man. Can Sosij clutch this one out, too? We're all waiting with bated breath to see who's going to take a decided advantage. But this feels like a Kenoli game to me. He's got his army now rotating around. He's baited him in, hook, line, and sinker. The Protoss have chased the Zerg. These Hydras have moved all around the map. And only now, with the Witness plucked out of the air, do we start to see Sosij realize the position he's in. The Ovaleth getting cleared by the engram back at the main base is nothing that Kenoli needs to concern himself with. As the Hydra and Bactylis count is more than enough to clear this Acantor, clear all of this chaff in the middle of the map, and I don't think Sosij has a transition coming that's going to contend with all of these Zerg. It looks to me like Kenoli will make it out here after all. Another Protoss bravely fights to the last and falls in the battlement stage. The last of them collapse. 3 Zealots remain to tell the tale of their brethren, as the Acantor drop is fomenting here, but there's a couple of Quas to potentially catch it, and a Spraith to add a little bit more injury to that Envoy. A dire situation with no tech transition. Crucible to empower what he's got. Well, I don't know what he was trying to do, but you can't unload in the void. The void is cold, unlike my room. Oh, hi. Fight him with workers. Do it, Kenoli. Yeah. While this is happening, he should absolutely just A-move him with the force that he's got. We'll see if he will. Another Azircore drop. Just kind of walk up here and cow the workers off to the geyser. And Kenoli has taken control of the upper area. The brain drain might be plugged, but the brain trust is now receiving many a Zerg. Top left being taken as an expansion. We've got Skithricors hunting for that Envoy, but they won't find it. Not by the brain trust anyway. They will start to... Yeah, that's it. Into the waiting clutches of the last 2 Quas in that position, and Sosij has no recourse. A very, very late prostration stage is all that he's got. And it's not going to be nearly enough. Why is there an Acantor in the middle of the brain trust? Sosij has just dropped one of the only sources of splash damage he has. And it's going to activate way too late. 73 military units. Kenoli is not playing around. He is going back to throne room. Consecutive rounds. Sosij had it in him to take down the champ, but he didn't have it in him to deal with the Zerg. I discounted Kenoli's odds. I thought Sosij had grinded enough, but it turns out, despite his win in the group, it's all for naught. GG. Kenoli to throne room. So, if Terran can't beat Protoss, but absolutely annihilate Zerg, and Protoss can't beat Zerg, but absolutely annihilate Terran, that means the game is balanced, right? We'll see if Sosij wants to do himself an exit interview. I'm sure Kenoli doesn't mind talking later afterwards. And of course, I want to hear from the champ, from the guy who clears the group, Ayud64. Alrighty then, Sosij. While you exit last in the group and you won't be able to make it into playoffs, I have to commend you for taking a game off of Ayud64. You caught him, obviously you were a little bit behind on near impact, but he let you just go. He let you just scale up to your comp. Talk to me about how you felt after that game in particular.
That was a pretty good game, I think. I've been practicing that build versus Terran, like going for a double expansion after I managed to contain them in their natural.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I thought I did pretty well in that match. And after I won, I mean, because of the adrenaline,
right.
I feel like I messed up that match with Kenoli because I also could have won that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it is always difficult when you put like 6 Wardens down and he just comes in with 10 Gorgs and kills your worker clients. So,
yeah.
Commiserations on that one. I do want to ask a little bit about the rematch against Ayud before I ask about the Zerg games, because, well, maybe even before that. So before Near Impact, do you watch him maybe struggle a little bit to take Kenoli out, right? Kenoli had this opportunity with that counterpunch. Maybe it was a little bit Pyrrhic, like you can't quite know if he would have been able to win at any point in that game, but it made Ayud work for it. It took longer than we thought on Decapitation, the very first map here. I don't know how closely you were watching that, but did you already kind of get the sense that maybe Ayud can be taken advantage of in this group before you even played him?
Well, I played him a couple of times before, so I kind of know like what his builds are like, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that Kenoli always goes hatch first.
Right. So,
I mean, he just had to go really aggressive versus Kenoli, and that's what he did both times, and he won. So I mean, as soon as I saw like 8 vultures, I knew he was gonna win.
Right. Okay. Now, when it comes to Ayud in that second game that you played him in on Kingwa Valley, this is a spot where I really thought you had a chance to potentially come back. Even though Ayud was super far ahead, he had started the soft contain on you. You got the Architect Mind Tyrant combo, and the only way out for Ayud at that point felt for him like he needed to go for tier 2 air. I think there's a couple of ways you can attack that from the ground, but she started to maybe leverage a little bit when he went Covenant. He started to get the Savants out and stuff I think you can go idle on. But that's an unmapped matchup. People don't really make Mind Tyrants in general as Protoss anymore. They were like a meme for a little bit because Hit 'em Up was doing it on one base and just taking control of all the units. But now you're really the only Protoss that's doing that actively that I can recall off the dome anyway. So based on that, do you think that you were, was there an opportunity for you in that game on Kingwa Valley as well, the ice map, or do you think that maybe there was a bigger issue that you had in the opening matchup?
Again, I think I could have beat him after I had the Architect Mind Tyrant combo, but I couldn't get any vision on his units because of his Manseals, so it was hard to snipe him and control them. And also, the Mind Tyrant is really good because it also makes his tanks shoot his own units, right?
Right,
so it's
of course.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was expecting some sort of air, but I forgot to make more drags, more
Atriuses and stuff,
more,
right? Yeah, something that would shoot up. It's also difficult when you need the witness for the scouting and the army, and you can't really spare it to go for the top right. And you were so behind on workers, you had to use the artisans to try to come back and stuff. So really straining your embassy production. But you did make 6 of them, which I thought was really very baller.
Yeah. I mean, it has worked out in the past for me, making like 5 or 6 embassies. Because I mean, if they don't notice it, then I'm like, I can get pretty far ahead, like pretty easily.
So that was the name of the game,
yeah. I mean, I tried. That was a hard match, honestly.
Fair
I think
enough.
where I really messed up was when I left my army outside his base, and I didn't notice that was getting attacked.
Was that during the first drop that he did in your main? Yeah.
That was during the first drop.
So some people thought that was intentional, and I wasn't so sure because you end up losing an Atreus and a Hierophant, and then you can't really commit to the contain by that point, right? Because you don't have the same units that you had on Near Impact, for example. So it ends up
Like I was trying.
working out.
Yeah, I was trying to contain them, but I didn't notice that they were getting attacked while the drop was happening. So
Right,
yeah, that's the way it died. Yeah.
I do have to give
but
Ayud
that
some
was a fun
points.
match, though.
Yeah, I have to give Ayud some points for the coordinated attack he did, where he dropped your main and your Nat with Matadors as he starts knocking down your front gate. What was going through your mind when all that was happening? Did you even notice everything there happening? Because that's a lot to try to deal with.
I didn't notice the drop that was happening in my Nat. I only noticed the drop that was happening in the main. Yeah, and then I looked up and all my workers were dead. So, oh, crap.
That's it. Then it's 6 embassy time, basically, and hope that you can hold. An interesting situation. I do think that those were some very unique games, and we had a chance to go for the free-for-all decider, dude, because obviously Kenoli beat you in the match after you beat Ayud. If we had done that same loop around again, Ayud beats Kenoli, you beat Ayud, and then Kenoli beats you, we go to that free-for-all. That would have been hype. But all said and done, it was a very fun group, and I appreciate your participation there because, well, I just don't think any other complexion of players would have made this exactly the way it was. We had some very non-standard play. And yeah, the big dog obviously got a little taste of something. You got a piece of the champ on your way out. Overall, do you have any sort of, I guess you could say feedback, but just general impressions after playing the game for this long? You're obviously one of our newer players, but you made it to the tournament. You're playing. This is the closest thing we have to like a live event or something, right? Where you're not on stage, but you're virtually there with chat watching and all, people rooting for you. I saw Godweed in there talking about he's pouring his heart and soul out, saying, I admit it, Sosij, I am only winning because Zerg is OP. Please win this game, and everybody helping you out, cheering you on and stuff. So how did you feel about participating in the Acropolis 3 Battlements?
Honestly, I just wanted to play.
Fair enough.
I didn't think that I'd learn that much in such a short amount of time. It's crazy because I mean, as you've seen, I can be class 1 players.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's pretty fun, and I like learning and like making my own builds.
Right.
That's like the funnest part of the game for me, just trying different units and compositions.
Well, it does feel like there's a lot of opportunity to do that in Cosmonarchy. There's so many damn units to try to keep track of, so... Thankfully, we haven't gotten to the point where I have to lose track of them myself, but maybe we'll get there once the 4th race comes out. I might be like, wait, what unit is that again? Oh, no. But for now, I remember them all. I swear there's the Dunbar number where you got 150 people you can remember. That's like it for units in a game. Pretty soon we're going to exceed that, so we'll see. But yeah, cool stuff, and glad to have you here. Sorry to see you go so early because I do think your Protoss play was very inspiring, very different, especially the Mind Tyrant stuff. I want to see other Protosses maybe tap into that. We'll see. I'm sure Neblime is going to tune in, especially knowing that a Protoss defeated Ayud. He's definitely going to watch that game back. So, you might inspire some of our other Protoss players who have made it out, like Neblime. So we'll see. But really, we've seen a thinning of the herd. It's mostly Terrans and Zerg now. I think there's 3 Protosses alive. So, interesting situation to be in. For, some people still think that they're really OP, and yet here they are, the least represented. So... yeah, cool stuff. Any final words or thoughts that you want to share before we let you go and start talking to Kenoli?
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that I feel like a bunch of people say that Protoss units are really bad, or some of them, but I feel like they haven't been experimenting enough with those units.
Really? Okay. Like maybe the stuff out of the Rogue Gallery, because I remember pointing out in one of the chat channels here, and you were like, no, I love Rogue Gallery, it's so good. And I was like, yeah, brother, that's what I think, but nobody else agrees, so that's interesting.
Yeah, especially making charlatans with like the rest of your army comps can really it can make some really crazy plays. For sure.
All right, well, I'm definitely interested in seeing if people can come up with something like that. But, very cool stuff. Thank you again for joining us, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, GG's. I'm sure we'll be seeing you around. Maybe you can help some of these guys practice up. Maybe you can help train up your Peruvian brethren so that they can storm the gates of the next big tournament we have and start representing,
Yeah, that's a plan.
All right, GG's, my friend. I will see you around.
Man. All right, bye-bye.
We'll see if Kenoli is ready for his interview. It has been a very fun time watching the Battlements stage, I must say. And this last group was no exception. I kind of thought this was going to be a bit one-sided, guys. I didn't think it was going to be so hotly contested. Yet here we are. We'll bring Kenoli in. Sir Kenoli, start location, profile picture having, Zerg playing, hatch first going, throne room stage player. How are you after qualifying in the second place out of your group 2 times in a row? Also, you're muted.
There we go. Hatch first is real.
Hatch first is real. You did win 2 games going hatch first. It is a real thing. I want to ask you a little bit just about that last game, right? Do you know how close you were to losing the hatch or getting the wardens up when the scribe came through and like Sosij didn't have the legionnaire there even though it was right outside your brain drain? Like he really could have just killed your Rilla Rokors, and then what happens there? Do you think you still hold easy?
Yeah. That's like sort of the first thing people started doing to try and bust my hatch first.
Oh,
and I started
okay.
doing it like, I don't know, whatever, a month ago.
Right, back in the qualifications.
I've been hatch firsting every single match for quite a while now.
Specialist.
So it's pretty predictable. So,
Okay.
you know, building a bunch of wardens near it is, you know, a pretty easy choice, but some Rilla Rokors, some Zeths can clear it pretty easy.
Seems like it. It definitely helped out. We'll have to see.
There's also,
Okay.
another thing is, they could build like 3 pylons and like 6 wardens or something. In that case, I can just let the hatch die because they've spent more on that than I spent.
Right,
It's,
okay.
it's still fine, right? So there's sort of a balance there.
So you're not ever really worried when somebody does some early aggression. I do have to ask a little bit, though. While you were able to deal with AUD64's bio attack in the early game on Serenity, obviously it did end up beating you back, but that game on Radium, where he picked it into you and he just went mass vulture, what was the intended response to that? Do you just need to dance around the mines a bit better, or how were you expecting to try to respond to that kind of mech-based aggression?
Dancing around the mines, trying to get hits off on his vultures, which I did a couple times, is good. But really you want to try and save like the low HP quads and pull them back so you can sort of get a more of a critical mass, and then he'll get a lot of damage on the hatch because he's like scared to push into the main.
Right,
and
right.
you want to like push down the ramp and clear him away before the hatch dies. Sort of how it plays out. Although I morphed a Circuit instead of a Larvosk, so all my gas was wasted and I had no production, which was not great. I probably still could have recovered by making an Ovaleth and clearing the mines that way, but it takes like a lot of micro to deal with the vultures, so there's not a lot of time to handle stuff like that.
Yeah, that's something
It's done that to
utilize.
me before with the vultures, like so many vultures, and it is, it's tough.
A little bit more time in the tank trying to practice then, I see. Well, it'll be interesting to see you deeper into the tournament. Maybe you'll draw another Terran and we can see if they have any other ideas about busting the hatch first. Because I still remember when you were able to take a game off of Top Ramen in the Gauntlet stage, you forced a decider at a best of 3. I think it was also the one on Serenity, if I'm not misreading that.
Correct.
Yeah, it was when he tried to do the forward anchor play and you were able to repost it.
Yeah, he lost almost all of his forces, and then didn't really have anything back home to defend.
Well, that's the trick, is that people think Hatch First is for workers, but you can just as easily start making combat units closer to your opponent's base with it, so that is one little hidden layer. Have you had any luck convincing other Zergs to try Hatch First, or do they all think it's bad?
Other Zergs?
What other Zergs? You just beat them all, I guess.
I guess I don't recall anyone else doing it. I mean, I don't actually believe it's good, but it's funny. It's, it's like, it can be good.
Mhm.
Like, you're getting your expansion up, you can saturate sooner and that sort of thing. But it's also nice bait, because the opponent's like, oh, that's an easy target, and they spend a lot of time with their early forces trying to kill it. It's like,
okay.
if they don't, all that's wasted, and it's like distracting them from trying to kill my workers. Or if they do manage to kill it, they might have like massively overcommitted building army to do it. So they, it's not just an easy free thing for the opponent.
Understood. Okay, I'm starting to understand what you're going for there. So, you think maybe a more well-rounded Zerg would throw it in as a flavor, as an option, as a strategy that they sort of occasionally filter in, but you just like to do it all the time because it's fun or funny, I guess, as you said.
Yeah, basically.
Interesting. Okay. Well, as long as you're having fun, that's
a
what
challenge for my opponents. It's a puzzle for them.
Yeah, a puzzle for them to solve. I like that. I can dig that. Well, I am very much interested in where you go from here, and I hope that with the expanded pool of players, there will be somebody that you draw that you can do your hatch first shenanigans with and take a couple games, maybe take a whole series. Are you hoping to meet anyone in particular that is qualified so far? Anybody that you're hoping to avoid, for example, also on the other side? Keeping in mind you can't be seated against Ayud because he's in your group. So anybody else from one of the other groups?
Haven't really thought about it. They're all fine.
All winnable? All easy enough?
All winnable.
All winnable. All right. Well, Kenoli, I thank you very much, and I congratulate you as well for making it into yet another throne room. I thought that Sosij is grinding his macro. He was going to be able to close things out, but like he said in his interview, adrenaline of beating Ayud left him vulnerable to you. So good job taking advantage of that and baiting him in with the hatch first as well, putting him back to the drawing board, saying bye-bye to 1 out of 2 South Americans. North America represent, USA represent, start location represent. Thank you, Kenoli. And if you have any closing thoughts, final words, feel free to share them now. The floor is yours.
I mean, Sosij taking a game off Ayud is no small feat. So, congrats to him. I didn't beat him at all. I got 0-3'd.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's all.
Well, there's more room for that later. If you guys meet again in the tournament, maybe you can improve on it, avenge Sosij for that reason. But hey, Sosij died for this. Let's see how it goes. And with that, GG's, my friend. I will see you around. We've got one more player to talk about. Just a little something known as the favorite for the group, the reigning champion. It's going to be none other than Ayud64. And I am going to pull him in right here, right now, but he is muted and deafened, so he will not hear me just yet. There it is. How we doing, champ? Ayud64. You make it through. The last time I spoke to you in an exit interview, it was after you won Acropolis 2, and here you are, after dropping only one game. The same scoreline as your grand final, by the way, 4-1. Huh, it must be a sign. How you feeling?
Hey, man, I'm really, I guess I'm fine. I was really excited about the games. I think they were really fun all around. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest.
Right.
Well, as you all could see, I got caught by surprise by Sosij.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting the Mind Tyrant at all. I think it's good to see these new players trying out new things, make this game even more funnier because when you have played so many games and you kind of get used to a certain meta, and then a new player comes with a varieties of new builds, and that's the kind of thing that really spark again the will to keep playing the game, to keep developing new stuff. Yes, it was really fun.
glad you had your fun. Glad you enjoyed. It wasn't at all any like worry or anything when you ended up dropping that game for Sosij. Did you doubt your chances at all? We didn't get a chance to catch up in the opening. You wanted to just go for the games instead. And I did notice you obviously picked Kenoli out to fight. You didn't want to just watch the peasants battle while you sit in your throne. You wanted to get right into the battle right away. So what was your mindset coming into the group, and did it change at all when Sosij got that win?
Well, my mindset, I wasn't really confident because I think I haven't had enough practice or as much as I would like to. I've been dealing with some personal stuff here and a lot of stress at work, so that's definitely taking a toll on me. But I could squeeze out some games here and there, so to help me prepare for the tournament. But again, I wasn't really confident. And when Sosij, took that game from me, I was really nervous. Everybody, no matter how leveled you are, always get a little bit nervous when you are in a tournament setting. That really it's gonna test your mental strength, because it's not the same when you are just playing games, grinding everything, and there is nothing at the stakes. If you lose, that's okay. You just try again. But in the tournament, that if you lose the games, then you're out. That's gonna play in the long run for some players that don't have that mental fortitude. So I just try to. When I lost that game, I applied the same strategy I did the last tournament, which was take a pause before every game, no matter if I lose or if I win, because you have to keep your mental like it's a new game. It's a new game, and you have to keep calm, to stick to your strategies, because when anxiety grows, then you start to make mistakes. You start to just rush your builds. You maybe you just decide mid game that you're gonna try a new strategy that you never practiced before, but that's because of the nerves. So I just I knew I could do it if I just played my game. I made sure I watched the replay against Sosij. I'm very analytical, so I just tried to see what I did wrong. I knew exactly what I did wrong, so I wouldn't do the same thing the next games.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's always nice to have that opportunity if you don't mind waiting, especially if it's not the same matchup as you. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense to go look at what the next game looks like if you have a replay to take a look at instead, right? So always nice to have that tool available for you and give yourself a little bit of an edge. I think Neblime, he just ends up watching it back on the stream, but either way, giving a little bit of info, right? Now, you mentioned you have a lot of you had some personal stuff going on. You weren't able to practice, get as prepared as you wanted to for this group, so you had a little bit of nerves. I don't know if that also extends to your ability to check out the results or some of the matches that were played before your group, or even yesterday, all day yesterday. But did you get any surprises? Are you aware of any matches that took place that were a bit of a surprise to you?
Well, I haven't had the opportunity to watch them all. I tried to watch some of the ramen stuff, some of the dog, because I'm very interested on how the Terrans are dealing with the races, especially because since the hit 'em up return, everything I thought about the meta, it's I figured out it was a lie. So I'm kind of nervous about him because he's poised to reshape the meta, I think. So yes, I in the past, when I was new to the game, I always would watch General Anakin and Ramen's games, I remember.
Okay.
And I would try to adapt from those styles, and then later on shape my own. But I haven't really had the opportunity to watch them all. I definitely got surprised in this group by Sosij. I think I got kind of fooled that game because, when I saw that Gateway Grand Library and Rogue Gallery combo,
right.
I just thought he will play aggressive. I kind of got scared and I overcommit on the defense because I'm just so used for the rest of the Protoss, of the community, when they go 3 military production, that always means a timing push. So I thought that was the case, and I just over defended. I never scouted the double expo. That was I think it was a calculated risk by him, because if I moved out with all my units, the units I had, I think the game would have ended right there.
Right.
But since he was doing this soft contain, I kind of got scared. So that definitely took my chances, or reduced my chances to win the game. And his strategy was all around really good against what he had. I didn't prepare a timing push for his Acropolis expansion. I think that's the big surprise of the day for me. But definitely gonna check the rest of the games, because I have to prepare for the big guys on the next phase.
Well, I have the playoffs bracket for the Throne Room stage prepared and seeded fairly thoroughly. And you will be the first one to know through voice, but everybody watching back at home will also now be aware. And we have an exciting round here that I personally am very interested in. So I will go ahead and show you exactly what it is I am talking about here. Because the very first round, I'm going to go ahead and post it up here. There's a little bit of a slight formatting issue I got to fix, but that's good enough for me. I'm going to go ahead and put it up there on the in the tournaments channel. And you can see here that you are seated with the playoffs bye, but on the same side of the bracket as Hit 'em Up. So that is your talk of having to prepare. That's going to be an interesting choice. Shopkeeper Dog and Kasuga is our first round of 12 match. Jack Yelansky versus Kenoli, our second round of 12. Zerg versus Zerg. Neblime has drawn Art of Turtle, and Top Ramen has drawn The Shambler. So that is the opening set. Krankendow and Hamster are on the same side of the bracket. Knowing that you have a playoffs bye and you can sort of prepare for one Zerg, with the matchup you have to drill initially, does that fill you with any confidence that isn't immediately shaken by the fact that Hit 'em Up will likely be your opponent in the semis?
I'm not worried about Hit 'em Up just yet, because I have always have this fear of Zerg, that they tend to get out of control real quickly if you don't keep them in check. I think if Kenoli can adapt his strategy, he could very well take games from me, because he has done it in the past. And Jack Yelansky, he also plays sometimes a weird Zerg, man. He has taken games from me before. So as long as those guys prepare their strategies, I think I could be in trouble. I don't take the victories for granted, and I respect these players. It's gonna depend on how well they prepare, and once I deal with those guys, then I can think about Hit 'em Up, but not before.
Well, there you go. That's a wise way to think about it, not looking ahead of anybody who you're about to come up against. But yeah, you were talking about adapting the strategies. I think that's a fair thing to say, because that's something that you got to watch out for in this particular tournament. Is the same person who came out of your group in second place, Kenoli, he could maybe practice up, journey up, and deal with Jack Yelansky, of all people, who topped his group with only one loss to a Protoss. So it's going to be an interesting time to be a Cosmonarchy player. That is for sure. Well, now that you
Absolutely.
have the bracket in mind, you have the remaining stages ready to go. We are going to see some interesting opening matches. Also, I thought it was a little bit more one-sided in favor of the one race in particular. But actually, it's not as bad as I recall. If Sosij had clutched up versus Kenoli, we would have 4 Protosses and 4 Zergs. Oh no, we already have 4 Zergs. We actually would have 4 Protosses, 3 Zergs. But instead, we have 5 Zerg, 3 Protoss, 3 Terran, and 1 random player in the
I think pretty much all balanced, as expected. Yeah.
As expected. Do you have any thoughts about all this balance stuff, all these shenanigans people are talking about? Because I got people telling me Protoss OP, Terran OP, Zerg OP. The only thing they're not complaining about is the Escosi, except they complain about it not being done yet, which, fair enough. That's the only complaint I think is legitimate. So what do you think?
It's kind of interesting because it seems like you said earlier, there are races that have trouble against specific races, but they perform very well against the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Like in every strategy game, I think that's pretty much how it develops. But I mean, if I have to speak as a Terran player, I think Terran is the hard race for me. I think they particularly struggle against Protoss, but it's because maybe people just want to play a certain way, but in reality, I believe the Terran needs to do these timing pushes, because Terran cannot sit. I mean, I think from talking about economical or who can macro better out of the three races, I think Terran is the worst. I think Terran, if just sits around, they will eventually lose. So they have to plan, to try to drop, try to plan timing pushes and take the game probably early to mid game, because I think that Terran will always struggle to get to tier 3. And I mean, if you get to tier 3, that means that you have already won, but you are just flexing, like the Shambler said once. I refused to believe that for quite some time. But after all the games that I've played, during the practice games, and I've tried to reach that tier 3, but always felt that every time I had that 1,800 each, it was because I had, the game practically won. So maybe if the Terrans could, if they had in the future some way to reduce the gap, and get the tier 3 units faster, maybe they will have a chance later, late game versus Protoss, versus Zerg too. But I think for the time being, they have to commit to the timing pushes and drops and try to end the game before the other races get too much of power.
Fair enough. So it's more of a nuanced answer as to the specific matchup. That's definitely going to be a good time, in my opinion, if somebody can actually figure out the problem, because I kind of think the same way. Arbuz did not make it out of his group, even though I thought he was favored to, but he said that if he makes it as Protoss to the end game tech, he can pretty easily deal with whatever Zerg gets before they can even think about dreaming about tier 3. And that's this puzzle, is getting to that end stage. Now, Hit 'em Up kind of agrees with that, but also thinks that Protoss have more agency in the early game. We'll just have to wait and see how that particular matchup, kind of unfurls. But I guess the last question I really have for you, Ayud, is this the time for you to go for the repeat? Because since Acropolis' history, we've only ever had 2. Neblime was gunning for it, but you stopped him from getting 2 in a row. Is anybody going to stop you?
I think Hit 'em Up, as long as if he managed to keep his head cold, and doesn't panic, and he has always had problems with the tournament settings, but I think he can pretty much takes the whole series if he just keep his cool. He knows he's the better player. I believe he's the best player in Cosmonarchy too. But I also believe if I manage to squeeze some more games and practice really hard, I think I can take the games from him like I did in the last tournament. So, maybe I'm just letting him beat me, and then when the actual game comes around, he could get surprised,
Yeah.
Maybe.
That is a possibility, a distinct possibility that he's going to have to think about. I'm sure he's going to be very upset that he's seed number 1 yet again, but that's just the way that the Battlements stage worked, man. So we'll have to see how that one goes, Once again, I'm going to have to talk about him as the favorite in every matchup, and I did say, I think it was when I can't remember actually who I was talking to. I think I was talking to Top Ramen actually about this as he exited group in second place versus Krankendow. He, I was like, you know, if you go up against Hit 'em Up, I'll be sure to talk about him as the heavy favorite, and it'll psych him out. And so, you know, if I do that, he might be able to just defeat himself for you. I don't know. Like you said, that might be a bad thing. So.
Well, I don't know, man. I think this in this tournament, everybody really has a chance. Maybe Hit 'em Up is slightly more favored because, you know, he disappeared for quite some time, and when he returned, I played, I believe it was around, I don't know, 3 or 4 games, maybe 5. I could only beat him once, and because he was trying to do, I don't know, some weird build maybe. And he's not playing by the meta, so that's definitely, you know, I think that's a plus on him. Like, he's like naturally talented for this game.
Yeah.
That he can just return from hiatus and then play non-standard builds and wacky stuff and beat everybody. So I think that he's the only guy that has done that. So I mean, he has a chance, but I think everybody else also have a chance to take the tournament, because at the end of the day, it's all about who can keep his cool during the important matches. And sometimes the nerves play a huge role to determine who's going to be the winner. So you can be mechanically gifted, but if you don't have the mental fortitude to back it up, then it's all useless. So I believe that I have the mental fortitude to overcome, you know, whatever comes ahead of me.
Fair enough. I, for what it's worth, agree with your assessment about your mental fortitude, because you've been, you had a very rough round actually, in the context of the first tournament that you ended up winning, which was Acropolis 2. You were defeated in a 5-game set against Hamster. You were taken to 4 games against Top Ramen, then 5 games against Hit 'em Up, and then another 5 games against Hamster in the lower final to just, you know, it mapped really, I think that last match on Blackwater Bastion should have been Hamster's actually, and yet you were able to have the mental fortitude to survive him, push him back, and get to the grand final. And sure, people remember the grand final as being more one-sided, but you didn't have an easy run there, is my point. And so I think you've already proven to everybody watching now that you have your ability with your mental fortitude there. It's not in question anymore. So you can think about that. It wasn't, you know, the easiest run possible, right? You had to go through the murderer's row of players to get there.
Yeah, I totally agree. It was really tough, but, you know, Sosij said at the beginning of the interview, that he's having a good time. He's trying new units. He makes his own builds. I remember when I started that, you know, once I get the basics, I also started to make my own builds, and I was, you know, having a lot of fun doing those. I think the fact that the game brings me that amount of fun, that made possible for me, you know, to keep grinding and believing in myself, because, you know, I wasn't just playing games. I was playing a game that I really enjoy. So it was fun all around, and I think that helped me to, you know, to prepare mechanically for those difficult games. Yeah.
Well, it certainly pleases me to hear that you enjoyed even practicing, even grinding, and even in the games where it didn't go your way. Looking forward to what you can do in the tournament, and certainly people got to be on notice, because sure, you may have dropped a match to Sosij, but after that, it felt pretty convincing. You were in control of all the rest of the matches. So I say GLHF in your future matches, but also GG's for these, and congrats to making it out in first place.
Nah, thank you. GG's.
See you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the Battlements stage officially. I don't have a fancy graphic to show you guys for the Throne Room stage just yet, but I will, of course, be showing you guys a little bit more about the broadcast when we get there. When people are asking about the scheduling, one of the things that I can absolutely assure you is that this Throne Room stage will be scheduled as soon as possible. We've got plenty of moments to consider, we've got plenty of things to do, and not all that much time to get through it all before I go on a little vacation. So, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for joining us for this Battlement stage, And I certainly hope that you join us for a very exciting Throne Room stage, because I'm going to be scheduling those matches lickety-split later tonight. GG.